Hello everyone, I know you watched this video to accompany you to sleep. So if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to tell me where you are from and what time you watched this video. Let's jump straight into the story. Story 1. Neal, a small town in northern Illinois with a population of just over 15,000 people, was known for its traditional values and close-knit community. Located 120 miles from Chicago, the town maintained the atmosphere of a typical American suburb from the late 90s. It had 3 elementary schools, 1 high school, a public library, and numerous churches of various denominations. The Mongan family lived in a 2-story house on Oak Street, one of the most respectable streets in town. Their Victorian-style home, built in the early 20th century, stood out with its well-maintained garden and white fence. Camilla Megan had worked at the town library for the past 15 years, advancing from an entry-level position to become the head of the children's department. Colleagues described Camilla as a responsible and punctual employee. She organized weekly reading sessions for children, participated in town educational, and ran the summer reading club. In the St. Patrick's Church community, where the Mogan family had been parishioners for more than 20 years, Camilla was known as an active participant in charitable initiatives. David Mogan, a retired military serviceman with 25 years of service, worked as a security consultant for a private company. His job required frequent business trips across the country, which eventually began to affect their family relationships. The Mogans' 3 children, Michael and David, were both married. 21 years old, Sarah, 18 years old, and James, 15 years old, were well known in town for their academic and athletic achievements. By the fall of 1999, people began noticing the first strange behaviors in the family. Camilla started appearing less frequently at community events and often looked troubled. Neighbors noted David's frequent late-night departures and returns, which were unusual for his typical work schedule. At the library, colleagues noticed that Camilla began making mistakes in documentation, which was previously uncharacteristic of her. A week before the tragic events, Camilla consulted with family attorney Robert Higgins regarding property division matters. She also withdrew a significant amount from her personal account and took out a new life insurance policy, naming her children as the sole beneficiaries. These actions would later become important evidence in the investigation of her murder. The story of David Morgan and Alexa Newman's affair began in March 1998 during a security conference in Miami. Alexa, owner of the successful consulting firm Newman Securities, was presenting a report on new technologies in corporate security. After her presentation, David approached her to discuss potential collaboration, and this business meeting evolved into a personal relationship. Had built her company from scratch over 10 years. A Princeton graduate, she possessed a sharp mind and business acumen. Her firm, specializing in security systems, had offices in 3 states and an annual turnover of more than $20 million. While outwardly successful and independent, Alexa concealed deep psychological issues related to control and manipulation. Over the next 6 months, Alexa had been working on her own business. David regularly flew to Florida under the pretext of business meetings. Alexa arranged their meetings to appear as professional consultations. She rented offices in different cities, created fictitious contracts, maintaining the appearance of legitimate business activity. In reality, the couple spent time in luxury hotels and private villas. By the end of 1998, Alexa began showing signs of obsessive attachment. She called David several times a day and sent gifts to his children despite his requests not to do so. In January 1999, she announced her pregnancy, though it later turned out to be a lie. In March, she staged a cancer diagnosis using forged medical documents. David, realizing the seriousness of the situation, attempted to end the relationship in April 1999. In response, Alexa began blackmailing him, threatening to reveal their affair to Camilla and his employers. She hired a private investigator to monitor the Mongan family, collecting information about their daily lives. During this period, she began keeping a diary where she detailed her fantasies about a life with David after removing obstacles. In June 1999, David finally returned to his family, cutting off all contact with Alexa. He confessed his infidelity to Camilla, and the couple began seeing a family therapist. However, Alexa did not accept this decision. She continued to stalk David, sending anonymous letters to his wife and employers. Her diary began to contain the first entries about plans for Camilla's physical elimination. After the final break in her relationship with David, Alexa Newman's mental state rapidly deteriorated. She began seeing a psychotherapist under a false name, complaining of depression and obsessive thoughts. Records from these sessions, later seized by investigators, showed that Alexa was in a state of deep emotional crisis, but concealed the true reasons for her condition. In July 1999, Alexa began developing a plan to murder Camilla. She used her company's resources to gather information about Mrs. Mongan's daily schedule, travel routes, and places she regularly visited. For this purpose, she hired 2 private investigators, telling them she was investigating a case of corporate fraud. Eden Malone, a former security officer at Newman Securities, became a key figure in implementing the plan. Eden had been dismissed from the company for exceeding her authority, but maintained loyalty to Alexa, who had helped cover up the scandal surrounding her dismissal, using Eden's financial difficulties and criminal connections. Alexa offered her $50,000 to organize Camilla's murder. Eden Malone brought in 2 perpetrators, Marcus Reed and John Dawson, small-time criminals from Chicago. They were each promised payment of $15,000. Alexa insisted that the murder should look like a robbery gone wrong. She provided detailed information about the Mongan house's security system and local police schedules. The criminals conducted several rehearsals of the planned murder. They visited Neil 3 times to observe the Mangan house. Alexa rented an apartment for them in a neighboring town under the guise of a company office. She also purchased a used car, registered under a fake name, which was planned to be used on the day of the murder. Alexa attempted to disguise the financial trail of the crime preparation to a complex scheme of transfers between various business accounts. She created a fictitious consulting firm in Delaware, through which payments to the perpetrators were processed. Investigators would later discover that a month before the murder, she had withdrawn more than $100,000 in cash using various ATMs in Florida and Georgia. By late September 1999, the plan was fully ready for execution. Alexa chose October 4th, knowing that David would be on a business trip to California that day, providing him with a perfect alibi. She also made sure the Mongan children would be at school or in activities during the planned attack. October 4th, 1999 began as a typical Monday in Neal. Camilla Mongan arrived at the library at 8:30 in the morning, as recorded by surveillance cameras. During the day, she conducted 2 children's reading sessions and participated in a meeting planning the fall book fair. At 4:45 in the afternoon, she left the library, noting her departure time in the registration lock. According to neighbor testimonies, a white Ford Taurus, later identified as the criminal's vehicle, was spotted parked on a neighboring street from 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Marcus Reed and John Dawson were in the car, waiting for Camilla's return. Eden Malone coordinated their actions by phone from a motel located 20 miles from the crime scene. At 5:10 in the evening, Camilla parked her car in the garage. Recordings from a neighbor's security cameras showed that 3 minutes after her arrival, 2 men approached the Mangan house. They were dressed in utility worker uniforms and carried tools, which didn't raise suspicions among casual witnesses. The medical examiner determined the time of death between 5:15 and 5:30 in the evening. The perpetrators entered the house through the back door using lockpicks. Camilla was caught by surprise in the kitchen while preparing dinner. She received multiple blunt force trauma wounds to the head. The murder weapon was an adjustable wrench, which the criminals took with them. At the crime scene, forensics experts found signs of a struggle: an overturned chair, broken dishes, and blood traces on the walls and floor. The examination showed that Camilla had tried to defend herself. Skin particles from her attacker were found under her fingernails, which later became important evidence in the case. At 5:45 in the evening, the Mangan's youngest son, James, returned home from football practice and discovered his mother's body. He immediately called 911. The recording of this call, lasting 4 minutes and 23 seconds, was later used in court as evidence that the teenager was not involved in the crime. The first patrol car arrived at the scene at 5:52 in the evening. Officers secured the crime scene and began interviewing neighbors. The investigation team arrived, led by Detective Michael Brown. By this time, the house had been cordoned off, and crime scene investigators and the medical examiner had arrived. During the initial crime scene examination, investigators determined that nothing valuable had been stolen from the house, contradicting the robbery theory. All of Camilla's jewelry remained untouched, as did the cash in her purse. This fact led detectives to suspect from the beginning that the staged robbery was an attempt to conceal the true motive for the murder. The investigation into Camilla Mungan's murder was led by veteran detective Michael Brown, who had 23 years of experience in the Violent Crimes Division. Initially, investigators pursued three main theories: a robbery gone wrong, a murder motivated by personal animosity, and a contract killing. A turning point in the investigation came with the discovery of DNA under the victim's fingernails. Analysis conducted at the Illinois State Crime Laboratory revealed genetic material belonging to Marcus Reed, who had a previous conviction for armed robbery. His DNA profile was already in law enforcement databases. Parallel to analyzing physical evidence, investigators examined the Mondan family's phone records. They discovered a series of calls from unknown numbers to the victim's home phone during the month before the murder. All calls were made from disposable phones purchased in Florida. Detectives also uncovered an unusual pattern in David Mungan's business trips over the previous 2 years. When questioning David, investigators encountered his reluctance to discuss his business contacts in Florida. However, after being presented with evidence of his extramarital affair with Alexa Newman, he began cooperating with the investigation. His testimony helped establish the connection between Alexa and the company through which payments to the murderers were processed. A crucial phase of the investigation involved examining Alexa Newman's financial transactions. Investigators uncovered a series of suspicious cash withdrawals and transfers through shell companies. Particular attention was drawn to a fictitious consulting firm in Delaware, to which $100,000 had passed shortly before the murder. Court-authorized wiretapping of Alexa's phone conversations revealed her contacts with Eden Malone. In one conversation recorded a week after the murder, they discussed the need to dispose of the tools. This phrase, according to investigators, referred to the murder weapon, which was never found. Detectives also established the connection between Eden Malone and Alexa, and the murder perpetrators through analysis of surveillance camera footage from the motel where she stayed on the day of the crime. Cameras recorded her meeting with Reed and Dawson the day before the murder. Evidence of all three suspects' presence was found in the motel room, including fingerprints and clothing fibers. By the end of the first month of investigation, investigators had gathered sufficient evidence to charge all participants in the crime. A crucial role was played by testimony from a gas station attendant who identified Reed and Dawson from photographs. He confirmed seeing them on the day of the murder fueling a white Ford Taurus, which was later found burned in Chicago's industrial zone. The arrests of suspects began on November 15, 1999, as part of a carefully planned operation. Marcus Reed and John Dawson were the first to be apprehended in their apartment in Chicago's South Side. Police discovered part of the murder payment money and a notebook containing Eden Millen's contact information. Dawson, under pressure from evidence and facing life imprisonment, agreed to cooperate with investigators within 48 hours of his arrest. His testimony became key to understanding the entire chain of events. He detailed each participant's role in the crime and revealed specifics about the murder preparation, including several preliminary trips to Neal to observe the Mangan house. Eden Milan was arrested on November 17th at Miami Airport while attempting to leave the country. She was found with a fake passport and tickets to Brazil. During her first interrogation, she denied involvement in the murder, but after being presented with phone recording evidence in Dawson's testimony, she began giving confessional statements. Milan's confession proved especially valuable as she had kept detailed records of all contacts with Alexa Newman. She had preserved text messages, emails, and even audio recordings of meetings where crime details were discussed. She had secretly collected these materials as insurance for herself, understanding she might become a scapegoat if the plan failed. Alexa Newman was arrested on November 20th in her Florida office. By this time, investigators had irrefutable evidence of her involvement in organizing the murder. A search of her home uncovered a personal diary containing records of murder planning, fake pregnancy and cancer documents, and photographs of the Mangan family taken by hired detectives. David Mangan's reaction to Alexa's arrest was captured by local television cameras. He was at the police station giving additional testimony when he learned the news. The footage shows him sinking into a chair and covering his face with his hands, realizing the scale of the tragedy his actions had led to. During subsequent interrogations, it was revealed that Alexa had meticulously documented the development of her plan. Investigators found a folder on her computer labeled Project Freedom, containing detailed instructions for the perpetrators, money movement schemes, and even alternative murder scenarios. She had also maintained a list of potential suspects she planned to frame in case of an investigation. Particularly shocking for investigators was the discovery of a collection of David's personal items in Alexa's home, including his military medals, family photographs, and even clothing items she had stolen during their meeting. In her bedroom, she had created a sort of shrine with David's photographs, demonstrating the depth of her obsession. The trial of those involved in Camilla Mongan's murder began on March 15, 2000, in the Illinois Circuit Court. The prosecution decided to try the defendants separately, beginning with the direct perpetrators of the crime. Marcus Reed, who had refused a plea deal, was the first to stand trial. Reed's trial lasted 2 weeks. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of his guilt, including DNA analysis, witness testimony, and evidence of the crime, and surveillance camera footage. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before reaching a guilty verdict. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. John Dawson, who had agreed to cooperate with investigators, received a more lenient sentence, 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. His testimony played a crucial role in convicting the other participants in the crime. He apologized to the Mongan family, although David and the children declined to attend his hearing. The trial of Eden Millen drew significant media attention. As a former security officer and the primary organizer of the murder, she possessed the most comprehensive information about the crime's planning. Her testimony about the methodical preparation of the murder and Alexa Newman's role shocked the jury. The culmination of the legal proceedings was Alexa Newman's trial, which began in June 2000. The prosecution presented more than 300 pieces of evidence and called 45 witnesses. The pages from her personal diary, where she detailed her fantasies about Camilla's death and future life with David, made a particular impression on the jury. Alexa's defense was built on claims of mental instability caused by obsessive ideas and emotional dependency. Psychiatric evaluation determined that she was fully aware of her actions while planning the crime. After a 3-week trial, the jury found her guilty on all counts. Judge Robert Henderson, in delivering Alexa's sentence, noted the exceptional cruelty and cold-bloodedness with which the murder was planned. He sentenced her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole and ordered her to pay $5 million in compensation to the Mongan family. The entire Mangan family was present during the sentencing. David, speaking on behalf of the family, stated, "No punishment will bring Camilla back to us, but today's sentence gives us the opportunity to begin the healing process. We are grateful to the justice system for ensuring all those responsible receive their deserved punishment." The Camilla Mangan murder case left a profound impact on all its participants and the history of Neil. After the conclusion of the trials, the Mongan family sold their house and moved to another state, seeking to start a new life away from the scene of the tragedy. David left his work in security and dedicated himself to public service, giving lectures about domestic violence and the consequences of marital infidelity. The Mongan children coped with their mother's loss in different ways. The eldest son, Michael, graduated from law school and became a prosecutor specializing in violent crime. Sarah created the Camilla Mongan Charitable Foundation, helping children from disadvantaged families access education. The youngest son, James, who directly witnessed the aftermath of the tragedy, underwent extensive psychological rehabilitation and became a child psychologist. The Neil Public Library, where Camilla worked, established an annual literary prize in her name for young authors. The children's reading room was renamed in her honor, and the memorial plaque was installed with her photograph and a description of her contributions to developing children's reading in the town. The convicted participants in the crime faced various fates in the prison system. Marcus Reed was killed by another inmate in 2005. John Dawson continues serving his sentence, participating in rehabilitation programs, and speaking to youth about the consequences of criminal behavior. Eden Millen wrote a book about her involvement in the crime, but the court banned its publication. Alexa Newman is serving her life sentence in a maximum security women's prison in Florida. According to prison administration reports, she continues to claim she acted out of love for David. All her appeals have been rejected by the court. Her company, Newman Securities, was sold to competitors, with the proceeds going toward compensation for the Mongan family. The Camilla Mongan case led to changes in Illinois state legislation regarding stalking and domestic violence. Camilla's law was passed, increasing penalties for stalking and mandating psychiatric evaluation for defendants in similar crimes. The Illinois Police Academy uses materials from this case as a teaching example in detective training. Special attention is paid to methods of identifying contract killings disguised as other crimes, and the importance of thoroughly examining financial trails in investigating serious crime. Today, at St. Patrick's Church, an annual memorial service is held in memory of Camilla Mongdon. These services are attended not only by community members, but by people from across the state, honoring the memory of a woman whose tragic story became a symbol in the fight against domestic violence and stalking. Story 2. Acts committed foolishly and because of the young age sometimes can break the entire future life and have the most unpredictable, even tragic consequences. In the story known as the case of Daisy Coleman, intertwine the fate of several young girls who became victims of their own naivety and carelessness. They believed that this will soon be forgotten and life will return to its former course, but they were wrong. Each of the school girls was subjected to cruel bullying by classmates and those whom they used to consider friends. In 2016, a documentary called Audrey and Daisy told the stories of girls who were victims of violence and bullying. These stories took place in different places and at different times, and the girls did not even know each other. But the picture clearly showed that psychological violence is often more difficult to survive than physical violence. But let's start at the beginning. The Coleman family. It was a large, friendly, and quite happy family, which could be called exemplary. They lived in the small town of Albany, Missouri. Spouses Michael and Melinda were married for many years and raised 4 children together, sons Charlie, Tristan, and Logan, as well as a daughter Daisy. She was the second child and the only girl in the family. Both parents worked in the medical field. Only Michael was a surgeon and his wife a veterinarian. They were considered respected people in their town. All family members were sports fans and cheered for local teams. In 2009, when Daisy was 12 years old, she and her father and older brother traveled by car to a neighboring town to attend a soccer game. However, the weather turned bad that day, and the car skidded on the wet road, resulting in a collision with a car that was traveling in the oncoming lane. The father of the family died on the spot, but the children fortunately were not seriously injured. The Coleman family was bereaved, and they soon decided to move to another city for a change of scenery. The family settled in Maryville, still in the same state of Missouri, where the children went to one of the local schools and the mother got a job at a veterinary center. Gradually, they recovered from the loss and began to make plans for the future. Daisy was actively engaged in dancing and gymnastics and was also a member of the school cheerleading team. In addition, the girl discovered another talent. She drew very beautifully and dreamed of becoming an artist or designer in the future. At school, she had many friends who characterized her as bright, kind, open, and cheerful. Daisy had a best friend named Paige, with whom they were practically inseparable. The girls went to school together, were on the same cheerleading team, and attended the same dance studio. They often stayed overnight at each other's houses, which became a common occurrence. On January 7, 2012, when school was on winter break, Paige once again stayed overnight at her friend's house. They watched movies, ate sweets, and chatted. And when everyone went to bed, Daisy sneaked down to the home wine cabinet and stole a bottle of hot liquor from there, which she and her friend drank. After midnight, Daisy began texting a local hottie, 17-year-old Matthew Barnett, who was considered one of the most popular guys in school and was an up-and-coming soccer player. He was friends with her older brother, Charlie, with whom they were in the same class and often visited the Coleman family home. Daisy was flattered by the attention of a grown boy, and she was eager to chat and flirt with him. When she wrote that she was spending the night with a friend, Matthew invited the girls to a party at his house, suggesting that they have fun without their parents. They eagerly accepted his offer and quietly left the house, escaping through Daisy's bedroom window. Soon Matthew and his buddy came to pick them up, and the young men headed to his house, where several other kids from their school were waiting for them. Nightmare party. The party was held in the basement of the house, which the young people got into through the garage. As soon as Daisy and Paige went inside, they were offered alcoholic cocktails that the guys had made themselves. Matthew was particularly persistent. He poured Daisy one drink after another, and she drank it eagerly, trying to impress him. At one point, Paige tried to intervene because she thought her friend was already pretty, but she was asked to stay out of it. At the party was a guy named Nicholas, whom Paige had long had a crush on. He approached her and started flirting with her. They drank together, and afterward, the the high schooler offered her privacy in another room. Paige agreed, realizing what would happen next. Their intimacy didn't last long, and when they went back inside, Daisy wasn't in the large room. The door of the next room where the bed was slightly ajar, and Paige saw that her friend was lying there almost unconscious, and Matthew, taking advantage of her condition, had become intimate with her. In addition, another member of the party, named Jordan, was filming what was happening on his cell phone. As it later turned out, he also took advantage of Daisy's unconsciousness and had sexual intercourse with her. The boys put the girls in the car and drove them back to Daisy's house. But her friend was still half conscious and unable to stand on her own. Soon Daisy started throwing up, and the guys literally dragged her out of the car. While Daisy was vomiting, Matthew tried to gather her hair, but he was not doing a good job. Daisy's hair and clothes ended up soiled. The guys told Paige to go inside, and they would stay with her friend until she sobered up a bit. Paige believed them and went back into the room through the window without waking anyone. She laid down on the bed, and since she was still drunk, fell asleep right away. In fact, the boys tricked Paige, and as soon as she returned to the house, they left Daisy lying on the cold ground on a January night, having first taken off her jacket. They later explained their actions by saying that they were afraid someone would see them with a drunken minor and call the police. They allegedly took off the jacket because Daisy was vomiting and had soiled it. Apparently, Daisy lay outside in sub-zero temperatures for several hours before she came to her senses. According to her recollection, at first she thought she was dead because she couldn't feel her limbs, couldn't move or scream. She was also not wearing shoes or socks, but no one could explain where they had gone. Her wet hair was frozen to the lawn, and she had to make an effort to lift her head and look around. Daisy crawled to the doorstep of her own house and slammed her hand on the front door several times. Somehow, Maline's mother woke up from the noise and, thinking it was the dog asking to come inside, went to open the door. Melinda almost lost her senses when she saw her daughter lying on the porch in a helpless and semi-conscious state, undressed and without shoes. The mother shouted and woke her sons, who immediately rushed over and helped to carry her sister into the house. She was wearing only a t-shirt and thin pants, and her limbs showed signs of frostbite. Daisy could not speak, but only sobbed occasionally. She was shaking violently and smelled of alcohol. At first, the mother tried to keep her daughter warm by wrapping her in blankets, but quickly realized that it wouldn't help, so she told her sons to carry her sister into the bathtub. There, Melinda began removing her daughter's clothes and saw that her thighs were covered on the inside with bruises and abrasions. She immediately realized that her daughter had been abused and called the police and medics. Until they arrived, the mother warmed Daisy with warm water. As a medical professional, she knew what to do in such cases to avoid harm and minimize the negative effects of frostbite. At the hospital, Daisy's condition raised serious concerns. Tests showed that her blood alcohol level was twice as high as normal. Her body showed signs of frostbite, as well as the consequences of rough intercourse with bruises and lacerations in the perineum. It was impossible to interrogate Daisy because the events of the previous night had been almost completely erased from her memory. Then the police decided to question Paige, who told them everything that had happened to them. The friends admitted that they took a bottle of alcohol in the home bar without permission, hoping that no one would notice it. The contents of the bottle they managed to drink. So when the guys invited them to their home, they were already drunk. Paige had told them about the intimacy, and that Jordan had videotaped what Matthew had done to the unconscious Daisy. Now it was necessary to interrogate the guys, study the video, and find the victim's cell phone, which she didn't have with her. After searching the grounds of the house, the police found Daisy's gadget in the snow on the lawn. The phone saved her correspondence with Matthew, which was quite intimate. The very next day, all three boys were taken to the police station for questioning. Matthew confessed that he had organized a party in his house, to which he invited 2 girls. He confirmed that the girlfriends were already drunk when they came to them, but they, according to him, were aware of their actions, understood what was going on, and willingly agreed to everything. At first, Matthew categorically denied that he had bought Daisy a drink, but soon began to confuse his own testimony, and confessed that he poured her alcohol to melt the ice in her heart. But he insisted that Daisy was conscious during the intimacy, and that it was consensual, using contraception. Matthew went on to say that he drove Daisy and Paige home. Daisy felt sick. She was vomiting, and then he decided to take off her jacket so she wouldn't get dirty. Her shoes, he reasoned, she had taken off by herself for some reason. The young man assured that when he and his friends left, they were sure that Daisy had gone to her house. Jordan admitted that he filmed Matthew and Daisy's intimacy on his phone and even managed to show the video to a few friends, but then decided to delete it. Nicholas also admitted that he and Paige had sexual intercourse and noted that she was okay with it. After questioning, all three guys were taken into custody. Nicholas was the only one who did not deny, cooperated with the police, and confessed to everything, and was the first one who was immediately sent to a juvenile detention center. Detectives found the situation with his friends less clear-cut. The local sheriff sided with Matthew and even praised him for taking the girls home, but the sheriff deliberately omitted the fact that one of the friends was left in the cold in a semi-conscious state, previously undressed. Also, for some unknown reason, the video, which was filmed by Jordan, and which could have helped to shed light on the state in which Daisy was during the intimacy, was not even tried to restore, considering this detail irrelevant. Crucial to the trial was Daisy's testimony, which she gave on the very first day she was in hospital. She did not, as I said, remember the events of that night, but when asked by a police officer whether she herself could have offered intimacy in exchange for alcohol, Daisy allowed for that possibility. Later, Coleman denied this, saying she didn't hear the question and was still not well aware of what was going on. But this verbal trap allowed the charges against Matthew and Jordan to be dropped. In addition, as it turns out, Matthew Barnett's grandfather, who was once a police officer himself and later went into politics and became a state representative, became involved. Moreover, the sheriff, who empathized with the guys, noted in court that he did not consider the girls to be the young men were acquitted and released from the courtroom. Physically, Daisy recovered a few weeks after those terrible events, but mentally, she remained a wreck. Daisy went back to school, hoping to return to a normal life. But instead of support and sympathy, she faced severe peer bullying. Most of the students took the side of the popular handsome Matthew, and Daisy and Paige were called liars and easy girls, ready to give themselves for a bottle of alcohol. Coleman was kicked off the school cheerleading squad and literally became a pariah everywhere she went, even though her brothers tried to stick up for her. Daisy regularly received anonymous calls and texts that were abusive or threatening, and her mother received similar messages. Her best friend and her mother stopped communicating because she was also a victim of bullying and had to transfer to another school. Gradually, Daisy fell into a deep depression, began to avoid any contact with others, and then even tried to settle accounts with life. The last straw was the arson of the Coleman's house, after which they finally convinced themselves that it was simply not safe for them to stay in the city, and decided to move to another state where Daisy could normally finish school. A few years later, when Daisy was already in college, an influential online publication publicized her story, and once again drew public interest in Daisy. This time, however, a host of people across the country, many of whom had experienced something similar, or had also been victims of bullying, stepped forward to speak up for her. And soon, a documentary film, Audrey and Daisy, was made, raising the issue of violence, harassment, and bullying. The second character in the story was a girl named Audrey Pott, who lived in California. A similar story happened to her at about the same young age, after which she also became an outcast. The schoolgirl fell into a depression from which she could no longer get out of and took her own life. Before leaving, she wrote on her internet page that her life was destroyed and she saw no point in hanging on to it any longer. This documentary project and the public support it received inspired the Coleman family to continue to fight for justice and get the investigation reopened. This time, Matthew Barnett was still found guilty, but was sentenced to only 4 months of probation, and he also paid the victim a laughable amount of less than $2,000. After graduating from college, Daisy moved to Colorado, where she planned to start her life with a clean slate. She found a use for her talent as an artist, taking a job as a master at a tattoo parlor. At the same time, Daisy was offered to take part in another documentary project, and she readily accepted. For a while, it seemed to her that everything was getting better, but in the summer of 2018, trouble came to her family again. Mom and younger brother Tristan decided to visit Daisy and went to her by car. But on the way to another state, they got into a car accident, as a result of which the young man died on the spot, and Melinda was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. This tragedy undermined Daisy's already unstable emotional state. She became withdrawn again, didn't want to socialize with anyone, and withdrew into herself. On top of that, she learned that she would never be able to have children. She was saved from a desperate step only by her favorite work and creativity, and she reflected her pain and fears in drawings and sketches. Soon Daisy began to complain that a stranger was stalking her. She again received threatening and abusive messages, but worst of all, he repeatedly came to her house. She began to feel as if a nightmare from her past life had returned to drive her completely insane. Coleman went to the police several times, talking about the mysterious stalker and that she felt threatened by him, but her statements went unheeded. In addition, Daisy discovered that the second key to her house was missing and assumed that the man stalking her had stolen it. On August 4th, 2020, police arrived at Daisy's house, called by Melinda. She couldn't reach her daughter and assumed the worst, so she called for help, asking the police to drive over and see if everything was okay. Daisy was home and admitted she was very scared, but the police found no intruders, either in the house or nearby, and so quickly left. A couple hours later, Daisy called her boyfriend via video link. She was crying, talking about how she couldn't take it anymore, and then pulled a gun out of her desk drawer and shot herself. The guy immediately reported the incident to the emergency services and went to his beloved, but it was too late. Daisy died at the age of 23. Daisy became the third member of the family to pass away prematurely. Her mother, Melinda, couldn't come to terms with the loss. She posted almost daily on social media reminiscing about her daughter, apologizing to her and saying she wished she could take her pain on herself. A few months later, the 58-year-old woman left one last post with an old photo of all her children together. She admitted that she couldn't bear to live with the pain, and afterward she voluntarily left this world, shooting herself just as her daughter had done. Of the once large, loving, and happy family of 6, only brothers Charlie and Logan remained. When they wanted to take some of their sister's belongings as a memento of her, it turned out that the salon where she worked had been robbed, and the albums with her exclusive sketches were stolen. As for Matthew Barnett, his life is quite successful now. He graduated from a prestigious college and decided to follow in the footsteps of his influential grandfather. When Matthew learned about the death of his mother and daughter Coleman, he dryly expressed his condolences on his page on the internet. Story 3. On December 20th, 2017, a press conference was held during which Mark Perez, special agent in charge of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, announced a breakthrough in the disappearance of Mike Williams, a Tallahassee real estate appraiser who was originally presumed to have drowned while duck hunting on Lake Seminole on December 16, 2000, and was eaten by alligators. Being here now, I can tell you what happened to Mike Williams. Perez said, Mike Williams did not drown in the lake. He wasn't eaten by alligators. He didn't leave town and leave his wife and 18-month-old daughter behind. He was murdered. In the interest of the investigation, we cannot yet release details, but I am happy to report that this morning investigators notified the Williams family of recent discoveries in the case. Today's story is not only about love, betrayal, infidelity, and greed, but also about a mother's resilience. For 17 years and 4 days, Cheryl Williams, Mike's mom, disagreed that her son had drowned in Lake Seminole and pushed with tenacity for law enforcement to investigate her son's disappearance. She believed with all her heart that those responsible would be punished, believed even when no one else did. I had 2 choices. He was alive or dead. I chose to believe he was alive, and I really think that's what helped me, Cheryl said on December 20th, 2017. A lot of people called me crazy, but if I had given up, we never would have found him. The day before the press conference, Brian Winchester, a close friend of Mike and his wife Denise, who later married Brian, was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Mike's mother was right. Retribution came to those responsible, and ironically, they were the cause of the truth coming out. In 2000, Brian and Denise's affair, which began in 1997, turned into a murder. Years later, they went from lovers to strangers who didn't trust each other. Brian was very afraid that after the divorce, Denise would inform the police about what had happened to Mike, so he attacked her. Denise, on the other hand, went to great lengths to get him a life sentence. She was very persuasive in asking the jury for the maximum sentence, and it was these efforts that led to Brian having nothing to lose, and he made a deal with the prosecutor. Brian was for the kidnapping of Denise Williams, but he avoided a life sentence. Denise was celebrating the victory and was unaware that the conviction was part of a deal in which Brian Winchester, 49, admitted to planning the murder and a 17-year cover-up of the murder and received immunity from any prosecution for his role in the case. In exchange, he led investigators to Mike's body, and gave a full and truthful confession. It would only be a few months later, and on May 8, 2018, Denise Williams would be arrested. At first glance, things are a little confusing, aren't they? Let's break down this case in detail. Jerry Michael Williams was born on October 16, 1969 in Bradfordville, north of Tallahassee, the son of a bus driver and a kindergarten teacher. Family and friends called him Mike. Even though the family didn't have much money, and the boy, along with his older brother, grew up living in a trailer. Those were happy times. The parents cared about their son's future, and instead of building a house, they set aside money for the education of both boys, who themselves worked part-time at night in supermarkets. The sons enrolled in North Florida Christian High School. There, Mike excelled. He became student council president, played soccer, and was active in the Key Club. At the age of 15, Mike started duck hunting as a hobby and met Denise Merrill. The young lad was a soccer player and student council president. Denise was a cheerleader and council secretary, and they began dating. Friends thought they were a great couple. While still in high school, Mike became best friends with Brian Winchester, whom Denise introduced him to. Brian later had a friend, Katie Thomas, and the two couples remained friends for the rest of Mike's life. After high school, Mike attended Florida State University, where he majored in political science and urban planning. The lovers graduated together. Denise became a public accountant. Mike became a real estate appraiser. Mike proved to be a valuable worker. He often worked 15 hours a day, and of course his career took off. In 1994, the young successful man married Denise. It was around this time that Brian married Kathy as well. All four of them continued to stay in close contact. Mike loved his wife dearly, strived to provide for their family as best he could, and had incredible energy. At the age of 31, Mike Williams achieved considerable success as a real estate appraiser. He was earning nearly $200,000 a year. The couple was able to afford a home in a small upscale neighborhood on the east side of town, and in 1999 became happy parents. They had a daughter whom the couple named Ansley. Mike's friends told me that he was always prudent, since the young man was engaged in quite risky activities. He wanted to be sure that in case of disaster, his family would definitely be taken care of. Not surprisingly, Mike turned to his best friend, who was working as an insurance agent at the time. Brian sold him 2 insurance policies for $250,000 and later for $500,000. In 2000, Mike's father passed away. Williams was so stunned by this suddenness that, wanting to financially secure his own family, he again turned to a friend. Brian helped Mike to insure his life for $1 million. Thus, about 6 months before his disappearance, the life of the loving father of the family was insured for almost $2 million. According to Denise, on the morning of December 16, 2000, her husband woke up early to go duck hunting on Lake Seminole, a large reservoir connected to the Apalachicola River. It was the day of their 6th wedding anniversary, and the couple planned to celebrate the date at night in Apalachicola, a small town on the bayou. The wife and daughter waited for Mike at home at noon, but he never returned. Naturally, Denise became concerned and called her father, who in turn called Mike's best friend Brian Winchester. Together with his father, Brian drove to Lake Seminole. There they found Mike's Ford Bronco car near the boat dock, but Mike himself was nowhere to be found. The men went around to all the places Mike liked to hunt, but couldn't even find the boat, so they decided to call the police. After investigators from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency were called, the search for Mike began. A few hours later, a helicopter pilot found the boat drifting about 225 feet from the boat ramp. A search of the boat turned up Mike's shotgun, still in its case. Apparently he never got to use it. The search became a rescue operation. Locals believed that before the 3 rivers were dammed to form the lake, the reservoir was the site of an orchard. Thus, the lake got its name Stumped Field, due to the many remaining stumps that protruded above and below the water level, requiring careful handling of any motorized boat in the area. Because of this, searchers speculated that Williams hit a stump on his boat, fell out, and submerged himself in the water, his wading boots filled with water, and he probably drowned when he couldn't get out. Several other agencies were called in to help, including a dive team from Montgomery, Alabama, and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. But the extensive and methodical search yielded nothing. Mike was never located. A week passed, and the rescue operation turned into a body search operation. Teams were given probe poles to probe the bottom of the lake, and dogs were brought to the site. 10 days into the search, volunteers found a camouflage-patterned hunting hat that could not be linked to Williams. Officials with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency speculated that Mike had been eaten by alligators, which is why the body could not be found. There were actually quite a few alligators living in the lake. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement found no signs indicating a violent death and agreed with that theory. After 5 weeks, the search was called off. The day after the search was called off, Denise held a memorial service for Mike, less than 2 months after the alleged accident. It seemed to everyone that Denise had come to terms with the loss of her husband, but Mike's mother had not. 6 months later, in June 2001, an angler discovered wading boots floating in the lake. Divers searched the lake area and retrieved a lightweight hunting jacket and flashlight from the bottom. In one of the jacket's pockets was a hunting license with Williams' name and signature. The find raised many questions. Had visible teeth marks indicative of an alligator attack? None of the items found showed signs of having been in the water for 6 months. The boots were not slimy, and the flashlight still worked. However, a week later, Denise's attorney asked the court to declare Mike Williams dead. Based on the items found, he suggested that alligators and other aquatic life had swallowed the body whole. The motion was granted. The death certificate said Mike died on December 16, 2000. Cause of death: accidental drowning while duck hunting on Lake Seminole. The body has yet to be recovered. This is how Mike Williams' story might have ended if not for Cheryl Williams, who refused to give up and continued to search for her son. "All I know is that I can't stop looking for him until I find him," she said. Cheryl's efforts seriously strained her relationship with her former sister-in-law. Denise demanded she stop searching and accept reality. She said, "I'm tired of seeing articles about Mike and his disappearance. I just want to move on with my life. If you keep pushing this investigation, you will never see your granddaughter again." Cheryl couldn't give up on her son, and Denise carried out her threat. If not for the mother's persistence, her son's story might have remained submerged at the bottom of a dark, algae-covered lake. It took Cheryl Williams 3 years to convince law enforcement officials to open an investigation into her young son's disappearance. "I made phone calls, put up signs about my missing son, wrote to the governor of Florida every day, compiled my notes into an evidence book, asked people to post on social media, and contacted reporters," Cheryl will tell you years later. The persistent mother contacted Matthew Oresco, an alligator expert. In his response, he explained that alligators do not feed during the cold winter months. Cold weather causes water temperatures to drop, so alligators don't feed in the winter. All they do is maintain their body temperature. 14 degrees is too cold for an alligator to be interested in food at all. Moreover, Oresco wrote that after an alligator kill, there is always forensic evidence left behind. Eventually, after 3 years, Cheryl Williams convinced law enforcement to drop the ridiculous alligator theory and launch an official investigation into her son's disappearance. The case was reopened because of little-known facts regarding alligators' eating habits. Evidence gathered from interviews and a little official data convinced investigators that Williams' death was no accident. "My gut feeling is that Mike did not die in Lake Seminole, and that's the general consensus of all the law enforcement agencies working on this case," said Ronnie Austin, a former investigator with the 2nd District State's Attorney's Office who prosecuted Mike's case. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency initially took over the case because Williams was considered a missing hunter. Officers spent 735 hours searching a 10-acre section of the lake for the body, but didn't spend a minute looking for signs of wrongdoing. Jackson County Sheriff's deputies brought in to help with the search also did not consider other possibilities. Investigators interviewed everyone involved in the search and police officer David Arnett, who was present at the scene that day. Years later said, "Some things immediately look strange. Williams didn't usually hunt alone. His truck was found in an undeveloped area from which he would have had to drag the boat over mud, not on the nearby concrete boat launch he usually used. The terrible storm that night should have pushed the boat to the east shore, but it was found on the west shore. The boat's motor wasn't running, but it was full of gasoline. If Mike had been driving the boat and fell out of it, it would have continued to float in circles until it ran out of gas." Unfortunately, law enforcement began to doubt too late that they were dealing with a simple drowning. The crime scene had already been trampled by numerous volunteers and searchers. A car that could have served as a clue was taken by the family without any verification. Potential witnesses were missed. Denise Williams and Brian Winchester became suspicious to investigators because they learned that Winchester had divorced his wife, Kathy, and married Denise. They also learned of Denise's unexpected financial gain of nearly $2 million from her late husband's life insurance policy. Detectives determined that it was Winchester who sold the policy to Mike. They also found it strange that Denise, as Mike's wife, did not want to have anything to do with the investigation and tried to prevent Cheryl's activity, even forbidding the grandmother to communicate with her granddaughter. In 2005, the newly married couple were called in for questioning, which gave nothing new to the investigation. Brian provided an alibi for the morning of the disappearance of Mike Williams. He said he was 60 miles from the lake, at home in bed, as his ex-wife Kathy could attest. He said he had intended to go hunting with his father-in-law in the morning, but overslept. Denise's interrogation also yielded no new lead. In 2008, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement announced that Mike's disappearance was not an accident, and they believe he was the victim of a crime. However, without sufficient evidence, they alas cannot prosecute. We have suspicions, but we need proof. Another investigation failed to find out her son's fate, but Cheryl Williams did not give up again. Her efforts led to the Discovery Cable Channel doing a story on Mike's disappearance and subsequent investigations in late 2011. By then, Cheryl had become disillusioned with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, believing it was either incompetent or uninterested in solving the case. Beginning in 2012, Mike's mother wrote about one letter a day to the governor, Rick Scott, asking him to either assign the investigation to another agency or appoint a special prosecutor to do so. Cheryl sent 2,600 letters to the governor over 9 years. In 2012, Denise caught Brian cheating, and they broke up. The following year, Denise filed for divorce. After a few more years, an appraisal of the former family home was to take place, after which even property issues would no longer bind them. This event was a turning point in Mike's case. Brian didn't want a divorce. Denise didn't want to continue the relationship. They were constantly fighting, and the Williams investigation was poking fun at them. Brian would call Denise, and she stopped returning his calls. He couldn't handle the stress level. The day a real estate appraisal was due as part of a court order, Denise left her home to drive to work at Florida State University. While talking to her sister on the phone, she saw someone climb over the back seat of her car. It turned out to be Winchester. Brian pressed a loaded gun against Denise's ribs and told her to drive straight ahead. He said he had to do that because she wasn't answering his calls. Denise tried to calm Brian down, agreed with everything he said, and promised to give him a chance to save their marriage. Brian believed it. Denise assured him that she wouldn't go to the police and report what he had just done, and Brian got out of the car. As he got out, he took the brown sheet, plastic sheeting, bleach sprayer, and tools with him. It became clear that Denise had miraculously escaped death. Denise called emergency services. Brian was quickly arrested and charged with kidnapping, which is a first-degree felony in Florida, and carries a life sentence as the maximum penalty. He was also charged with domestic violence and armed burglary. The court decided to keep Brian in custody without bail. Cheryl Williams expressed hope that this development will lead to the solving of her son's disappearance case. Brian is not going to let Denise run around alone with all that money, she told the New York Daily News. I pray that he will tell us what really happened. And Brian did tell, bargaining himself an extremely favorable deal with the prosecutor and avoiding a life sentence. At first, I think we were all doing really well, but I wasn't a good husband. Brian began his story. One day I found a note in my first wife Kathy's purse and realized she was cheating on me. I wanted revenge. We often went to bars and concerts with Denise and Mike. I had been friends with Denise since high school. I was never really attracted to her. I started looking at other women differently. The affair between Brian and Denise began in October 1997. One-time drunken sex at a rock concert quickly escalated to frequent secret meetings. We started meeting at hotels during the workday. We met whenever we had the opportunity. Brian recounted he did not want a divorce. Denise made it clear that she would never divorce her husband. Public opinion was important to her, and she did not want to share custody of her daughter. Over time, the affair became more than just meeting for casual sex. Denise and Brian thought of themselves as a couple, exchanging gifts and love letters. It became clear that they couldn't go on like this. They could not be without each other, and divorce was unacceptable to Denise. Her pious image was not to be harmed. Around this time, Mike almost died in a hunting accident. Brian saved him, and Denise suddenly saw a way out of the situation. After the deal with the prosecutor, Brian will reveal, the year 2000 prompted us to start talking about Mike and Kathy's death. Denise wanted it all on me, not her. And she wanted a scenario where it wasn't a murder, but an accident. She wanted death to be left up to God. That way she could live with it. After considering various options, Brian and Denise settled on a boating accident. In doing so, they timed the murder, so that they could get the maximum possible payout on Mike's life insurance policy. They both realized that Mike had to be killed before one of the 3 policies expired at the end of December 2000. The plan was in place. Brian called his friend to go hunting. He said he'd found a great spot on the shores of Lake Seminole. Mike expected to go there with Brian and return home by noon to celebrate his anniversary with his wife. I told him that we were going to go to a special place, and that he absolutely had to bring his wading boots with him. I had to make sure he took them with him, because it was believed that if he fell overboard in wading boots, he would drown very quickly. The plan was to make death look like an accidental drowning. Once Brian and Mike were in the water, Brian pushed Mike out of the boat, but instead of sinking, he grabbed onto the stumps and began to wade through them to the shore. Brian panicked. I didn't know what to do. Mike started calling loudly for help. I didn't know how to get out of this situation. I had a shotgun. I was panicking and I shot him in the head. I didn't think about what I was doing. Things didn't go according to plan, and I needed to cover up what happened. There was hardly any time left. I should have been back home by now and getting ready to go hunting with my father-in-law. No one knew I was at the lake with Mike, so I decided it would be best for me to drive home and pretend like I had overslept. I drove home and hoped that Kathy was still asleep. I entered the house as quietly as I could. Katie was asleep. My phone was on the floor. I went to bed, called my father-in-law, and apologized. Brian did everything he could to create an alibi for himself. Then he hid the body. Denise didn't know that Brian had shot Mike in the head and buried him. Brian tried to tell her, but she didn't want to listen. It was enough for her that her husband was gone. Denise wanted to go on living with the idea that it was God who kept him from swimming out and let him drown. According to Brian, they promised each other that neither of them would ever say anything. Denise and Brian justified what happened by saying that the main reason Mike was killed was because it was impossible for them to live together. We said the money was just the cherry on the cake, Brian would pronounce in court. Investigators learned that it was Brian who planted a hat, boots, flashlight, and license. First, he needed to keep us searchers from leaving a lake, and afterwards he needed grounds to pronounce Mike dead so Denise could get insurance, since a recognition process usually takes about 5 years. The lovers managed it in just 7 months, including Social Security and other benefits. Denise received about $2 million. On May 8, 2018, Denise Williams was charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder and accessory to a felony, which carried a life sentence, and Denise pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges. In February 2019, she was sentenced to life in prison. 5 months later, Mike and Denise's daughter Ansley received all of her late father's assets and insurance money owed to Denise. In January 2020, Denise Williams appealed the conviction and life sentence. Her attorney argued before Florida's First District Court of Appeal that there was no evidence that she was involved in committing the murder. The murder conviction was overturned, but the 30-year sentence for conspiracy to commit murder was upheld. Denise is now in custody at the Florida Women's Reception Center. She will be 78 years old when she is released. Brian Winchester was transferred to Madison Correctional Institute in Florida to serve the remainder of his sentence. His current release date is set for July 30th, 2036. He will be 67 years old. Ansley, the daughter of Mike and Denise, insists her mother is innocent and places the blame on Brian Winchester. She refused to speak to any media regarding the outcome of the case and her personal life. According to Cheryl and Nick, Ansley's uncle, they have not been able to connect with Ansley. Cheryl is very sorry that she has lost not only her son, but also her granddaughter. Story 4. You have to admit that death can sometimes be around every corner, that no one can ever predict where this meeting will take place, in a warm home or on a dark and deserted street. Or maybe, which certainly seems unlikely to many of you, even during a family dinner. However, there are exceptions to every story. Kenny Ong's story is just such a story. Is this really possible? You ask. How could a simple family dinner end in a brutal murder that will shock all Malaysians, and the local authorities will even review the current legislation? Let's take a look at this case. Full name of the heroine, Kenny Ong Lake Yong. She was born in 1974 in the Malaysian city of Ipoh in a large family. And even though the city is considered a rather remarkable place for tourists, but Kenny herself dreamed of something else, a prestigious job, traveling, and what else could a young woman dream of? Of course, all this couldn't just fall from the sky. She had to strive for her dream, and she understood that. First, Kenny graduated from high school with a gold medal, then went to university in Hawaii, where she even got a degree in economics. The beginning was made, and it was necessary to develop further, and she, being already independent, went to Los Angeles, where she got a job in an advertising agency. The City of Dreams gave the young girl self-realization as a specialist in her field. It was there in 2001 that Kenny met Brandon Ong, who, just like her father, was born in Singapore, but left there with his family to America as a child, and was now rightfully young. Kenny and Brandon got married pretty quickly and moved to the neighboring city of San Diego. But only 2 years into their life together, there was an accident. Kenny's father fell ill with liver cancer. Her father was going to have a serious surgery in Malaysia, and it was not quite clear whether he would survive after such an operation or not. So Kenny quickly packed her things and on June 1st, leaving her husband in America, flew to her father. The operation was successful. The disease receded. The doctors assured that B. Jen, as Kenny's father was called, would live for a long time and would surely wait for grandchildren. Kenny exhaled with relief. Finally, it was safe to return to her beloved husband and her favorite job. She took a morning flight to Los Angeles, and in the evening Kenny invited her extended family to a farewell dinner at their favorite restaurant called Monty's, where they had gone on holidays when Kenny still lived with her parents. During dinner, Kenny's mom suddenly didn't feel well, and her caring daughter offered to drive her home. In the parking lot, she looked for a parking ticket in her purse for a long time, and when she couldn't find it, she decided that she had simply forgotten it in the interior of the car. So Kenny asked her sisters to watch her mother and ran to the car. She was gone for a long time. Her mother even decided to go to the car herself, but Kenny's car was not there, and neither was her daughter's. Then one of the sisters started to call Kenny's phone, but it, even more alarmingly, turned out to be switched off. The family knew Kenny very well. She couldn't afford to just disappear, and even if something had happened, she was sure to call and warn her family. But what could have happened in a closed parking lot, literally 300 feet from her family? Kenny's father went to the security guards and asked them to show the security footage. There was nothing strange. His daughter walking toward the car, checking her pockets, looking in her purse for her keys. But then they noticed that behind Kenny there was a stranger moving behind him, and like Kenny he was slowing down and speeding up. Already from another camera, the guards together with the worried father watched Kenny's car leaving the parking lot. But behind the wheel was a man, most likely the one who followed her in the parking lot, but Kenny herself, strangely enough, was sitting in the passenger seat. It all looked like a kidnapping, and the family immediately called the police. It should be given credit. The Malaysian police began the search for the missing woman as soon as they received information on the stolen car, and in a couple of hours, one of the highway patrol noticed a car on the road, which matched the description. In order not to frighten the possible perpetrator, and at the time, they did not fully understand whether it was a kidnapping or not. The police patrol stopped the car to check the documents. The car stopped. The driver was visibly nervous, but still with a smile gave the policeman his license. And Kenny, who was sitting next to him, tried to give the policeman some signs, but he was checking the driver's documents. Unfortunately, he did not understand it, but the kidnapper paid attention to it, and he pressed the gas pedal to the floor and drove away from the patrol car. The police tried to shoot at the trail, but to no avail. The car fled, but they still had the documents of the kidnapper, 27-year-old Ahmad Najib bin Arif. Let me tell you a brief biography of this guy. Ahmad was born in 1976 and grew up in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 siblings in the family. Ahmad Najib studied until the 3rd year of secondary school before dropping out, not continuing the last 2 years of secondary education. Secondary education in Malaysia lasts 5 years because he had to work to feed his family and was a hard worker. In 1998, he came from Muar to Kuala Lumpur. Later, Ahmad Najib was married and had 2 children. According to people who knew him, Ahmad Najib was a man of good character and responsible in his work. And now back to our case. After a while, it turned out that the shooting at the car did not go without results. A young man approached the police and told a strange story. He said that during dinner at a roadside cafe, an unknown guy approached him and said that he was going on vacation with his wife. But on the road he punctured a tire, and now they could not go further. The young man gladly decided to help the stranger. They went outside. He took a jack out of the trunk, gave it to the traveler, but he noticed bullet marks on the car, and on the front seat he saw a frightened woman, hardly looking like a wife going on a carefree vacation with her beloved husband. The so-called husband himself did not change the tire, but only fiddled with the jack for a while, grumbled and gave it back. The police immediately realized that it was Kenny, and her kidnapper was Ahmad. However, that was the last time Kenny was seen alive. Kenny Ong, or rather her body, would be found only 3 days later in a sewer manhole near a construction site, almost burned to the ground. As the autopsy will show, the woman was first stabbed in the stomach several times and later strangled. Also not far from the construction site will be found in Kenny's car, with a punctured or rather shot tire and with blood stains on the back seat. The police, who had the killer's documents in their possession, for some reason decided to go to the address where Ahmad lived, only after the body was found. The amazing thing about this story is that the killer was at home and living a very ordinary life, as if nothing had happened, as if he had not stolen someone else's car, as if he had not kidnapped a woman who had come to visit her father during his illness, and finally, as if he had not driven away from the police officers who were shooting at him. Later, after Ahmad's arrest, forensic tests would prove that in addition to Kenny's blood, Ahmad's own DNA was in the car. We would like to clarify that in Malaysia, murders, especially such brutal ones, are extremely rare. The point is that according to the criminal code, a murderer is entitled to the highest punishment, not even life imprisonment, but the death penalty. It is unclear what Ahmad hoped for, knowing that the police have all the data on him, but he confessed everything and even decided to help the investigation, counting on the fact that it will save him from death. Naturally, the brutal criminal put on the mask of an innocent sheep. At the trial, he said that night in the parking lot, he was looking for a completely different woman, but mistaken and realized it only when he was riding with Kenny in the car. According to him, they even laughed together about the situation, and later he tried to get her to have sex with him. And again, according to him, Kenny was not even against it, and the strangulation marks on her neck were just part of the woman's sexual fantasy, which is why she died. A terrified Ahmad decided to dispose of the body and set Kenny on fire. This story was made up from start to finish by Ahmad's lawyers, because in such a case, he would have been awarded only abuse of the deceased or at worst negligent homicide, given that Kenny had asked to be strangled herself during the intimate encounter. And supposedly, if this is not true, if all this is just a fantasy of the defendant, then why the captive did not run away while her captor was changing the tire? The lawyer said, such a version could sound even convincing if it were not for the stab wounds in the abdomen. It was at this point that the whole defense fell apart like a house of cards. It was obvious because the investigation had a different, more reliable, autopsy-confirmed view of what had happened. Ahmad saw a lone woman in the parking lot outside Mani's restaurant and followed her. When Kenny opened her car, he threatened her with a knife, ordered her into the passenger seat, and got behind the wheel himself. After that encounter with police officers and a failed attempt to replace a blown tire, he drove the car to a deserted location, put a terrified Kenny in the back seat, and used her several times, and later strangled with a coat belt. After the abuse, Ahmad took her already dead body outside and threw it into the first manhole, covering it with tires so that it would not be found. He returned to this manhole the next day with several canisters of gasoline and decided to finally hide the traces of the crime, filled Kenny's body with gasoline, and set it on fire. In addition, as it turned out later, Ahmad had 4 rapes against women, who fortunately did not die, but still fearing conviction, did not file a police report. Finally, on February 23, 2005, the court, for some reason lasting for several years, finally sentenced the murderer and, among other things, gave Ahmad 10 lashes. But did this make it any easier for the parents who had lost their daughter forever? Being behind bars, Ahmad tried to appeal his sentence and even wrote a letter to Selangor, the head of state, asking him to pardon him, but of course he was refused. And only 13 years after Kenny's murder, Ahmad got what he deserved. On September 23, 2016, he was hanged right in his cell. As I said, this case was quite high profile in Malaysia. Residents were frightened not so much by the brutality of the murder itself, and Ahmad's, but by the fact that it is not so difficult to kidnap a person in a crowded shopping center, albeit in a parking lot. To prevent this from happening again, the Malaysian authorities began to install as many CCTV cameras as possible around the country, increased the number of security guards in shopping centers, and even made parking spaces specifically for women. And in all this situation, it is very pathetic that for such measures it was necessary to sacrifice the life of an innocent woman who flew to her father for 2 weeks from tens of thousands of miles away. Story 5. Lovers or innocent victims. On April 7, 2024, the Mrs. Buryatia beauty pageant was held in Ulan-Ude, Republic of Buryatia, Russia. Cecilia Boinova, a 30-year-old mother of 2 children, received the nomination Mrs. Top Model in it. Instantly famous throughout the country, the woman also quickly disappeared from view. For days later, the finalist went missing, and for 4 months, nothing has been heard from her. Investigators, relatives, and just concerned citizens have been knocked down in their attempts to find the missing woman. However, the further the investigation progresses, the more questions arise. Mysterious disappearance has given rise to many versions and creepy speculation. Today, together with you, we'll try to touch the mysteries of the investigation and figure out where the beauty queen of Eastern Siberia disappeared. Mysterious disappearance. April 11th, Cecilia called her husband Boris, who was on a business trip, and asked to send money for groceries. After that, she informed him that she would be doing household chores. Her husband was convinced that this would be the case, but the woman decided otherwise. That evening, she decided to earn some money on her own. From time to time, Cecilia moonlighted as a cab driver in her Mitsubishi Outlander. Despite the numerous earnings, the money was still not enough. Her spouse did not like this way of earning money, especially when she was taxiing at late hours. However, the wife assured that everything was fine and she was in no danger. At 8 USR p.m., Cecilia left the house, and an hour and a half later she was free. At around 10 USR p.m., the young woman met with her friends to have coffee together. After a short conversation, the acquaintances went home. Cecilia Bunova said she would also go home to her children, and warned them that she would be there soon. However, her words did not come true. Instead, the woman drove up to the Absolute shopping center, where a young man got into her car. CCTV cameras recorded that the two stayed in the car for about an hour. A time later, a third man joined them. The car then drove out of the parking lot toward the 100th block. After that, Cecilia did not return home. Moreover, later it became known that a certain Stanislav Norbolev disappeared with her. Beautiful Cecilia Darmieva Cecilia Balzanamayevna was born on July 8, 1993 in the small village of Tasher, Selenjinsky district, Republic of Buryatia. There is little information about her early age. However, one thing is indisputable. The girl grew up very active. She loved to dance and do sports, especially singled out volleyball. It was this sport that instilled in her iron discipline and the will to win. Having received secondary education, the girl moved to the capital, where she entered the Buryat State University. In 2015, she successfully graduated from the educational institution. After, the enterprising person registered as an individual entrepreneur and became a specialist in eyelash extensions. To this day, on the expanses of the internet, there are still ads in which she advertises her services and invites to the procedure. Having studied the profitable directions in business, in December 2022, Cecilia opened a children's clothing store, and in her spare time she started moonlighting as a private carriage driver. As for her personal life, everything is as transparent as possible. Cecilia shared important moments in social networks. Even during her student years, Darmieva married and became Bulinova. The marriage gave birth to 2 beautiful boys, Kirill and Alexander. In 2024, the children turned 9 and 8 years old, respectively. The young woman was a wonderful mother. She brought up her children in love and care. Her husband Boris did not often glimpse them joint photos, perhaps because he did not like to be photographed. According to the latest information, he worked in the organization for catching stray dogs. He was a former law enforcement officer. Many people speak favorably of him. He loved his creative wife and supported in everything. They even say that the couple never quarreled. At least no one saw it. In her posts, Buinova talked about visiting Moscow, St. Petersburg, Turkey, Thailand, and Cuba, supporting the information with colorful photos. The young woman liked to dress stylishly, take care of herself, go to the gym, and have fun. She was often seen in local restaurants, clubs, and karaoke bars. At the same time, she behaved with dignity. She just liked the beautiful life and social gloss. Buinova knew how to present herself. Always wore fashionable clothes, beautiful makeup, often arranged professional photo shoots. Mrs. Top Model. One day, a young woman decided to take part in a national beauty contest. Having easily passed the qualifying stage, Sezig found herself among the contestants. During the 2-month preparation, she shared everything in her account, covering, so to speak, behind-the-scenes secrets, master classes, trainings, and so on. Finally, on April 7th, the final of the contest took place. On the stage, the contestant tried to show herself and her talent as much as possible. She even fulfilled a childhood dream by singing in front of a large audience. I am my family, my husband and my children, my relatives who are always near and support me in all endeavors. I rejoice in life every new day and believe that each of us should be happy and fill this life with bright emotions. For me, happiness is my family. Every day they give me new emotions, smiles, their love and warmth, Sezig confessed during her performance. According to the results of the contest, the jury unanimously awarded her the title Mrs. Top Model. Sezig expected that participation in such an event would be the beginning of her path in the modeling business. However, a few days later, she disappeared without a trace. During this time, the flowers given at the event did not even have time to wilt. First clues the news of the beauty queen's disappearance spread quickly. The first to sound the alarm was her husband, who at that time was in Khabarovsk. On April 12th, he threw Sezig a few photos from the trip, but she did not respond. During the day, he did not hear from her. After that, he called his mother-in-law and asked her to go to their house. The village of Gorky was located on the outskirts of Ulan-Ude. As it turned out, the children were left alone, and Sezig had not been there since yesterday evening. Having heard the bad news, Boris immediately flew to Irkutsk from where he left by car. On the morning of April 14th, he was already there. By that time, Sezig's relatives reported to the police. Law enforcement officers did not hesitate and quickly organized a search operation. They were joined by volunteers from the specialized search and rescue team, Liza Alert. On the evening of April 12th, Buinova was posted on social networks. While specialists were busy establishing the route of the missing woman, leaflets were distributed all over the city and information was collected. In total, more than 500 people were involved. Many places were combed, forests and riverbanks. However, the first clues were found on the territory of the industrial zone. Exploring the area around, volunteers noticed a mattress and under it men's and women's belongings. Blood stains were visible on the grass next to them. Specifically, they found a woman's black tights, a man's and woman's jacket, a t-shirt, men's underwear, and a gym bag. In the pocket of the man's jacket were keys to a Nissan car and keys to an apartment, as well as a driver's license in the name of 26-year-old Stanislav Norbolev. It is noteworthy that at that time the people who found his personal belongings did not know that he had disappeared together with Sezig. None of his relatives suspected it, so Nadezhda Boldanova, Stanislav's sister, learned the terrible news about her brother. Stanislav Norbolev, when the name of the young man unexpectedly surfaced in the investigation, Stanislav's mother was shocked. She said that she saw her son on the evening of April 11th. He stopped by her house to have dinner. After that, he received a phone call and left. The guy did not say who called, but he was in an upbeat mood. He said that he would go to his apartment and get some sleep. Stas's mother noted that he initially came in work clothes. However, he soon changed his clothes and hurried away. He studied well, was cheerful. He graduated from the construction faculty of the East Siberian State University of Technology and Management. He was fond of soccer, served in the army, worked by profession in the road department. My son has always been my support, Nina Norbieva said about him. People close to him characterized him as a calm and judicious person who led a healthy lifestyle and practiced sports. He had an extensive circle of friends. In early April of this year, Stanislav moved out from his mother to a rented apartment in the 100th block. The young man justified his decision by the fact that he wanted to build a new relationship and create a family. Otherwise, he did not tell anyone about his personal life. Points of contact. It soon became clear that Stanislav Norbolev and Sezig Vajnovic did not meet by chance. Something linked the young people, but what exactly it was is not known. Relatives of the missing decided to find out how they were connected to each other. There are two versions of the story. Ekaterina, a friend of Sezig, said that they met about a week ago in a nightclub. Before the institution closed, the man invited Siseg, who liked him, to a slow dance. After he found Siseg Bulinova in social networks and started flooding her with messages, Siseg confessed to her friend that she did not exchange contacts with him. However, Stanislav was stubborn and insisted on communication. In her interview, Catherine was perplexed. He knew that she was a married woman and had children. His behavior was alarming. Moreover, later it turned out that Siseg was not the only one to whom he wrote. Other women were also found. Relatives and acquaintances hastened to dispel all doubts about Stanislav. They made an official statement that Norbolev is a good man who is not capable of kidnapping, and even worse. At the same time, another close friend claimed that Sesig and Stanislav had met much earlier. Allegedly, they often crossed paths at training sessions, as they both loved volleyball. From here comes another equally popular version, that between them did arise romantic feelings, about which Boris soon learned. Allegedly, Sesig's husband could not survive the treason, and decided to teach the unfaithful wife a lesson. Perhaps something did not go according to plan, so instead of scaring the lovers, he killed them. Either it was originally about ruthless revenge. This theory is explained by other facts, which you will learn later. However, perhaps this is why the investigation does not trust Boris and considers him the main suspect. In his interview, the man shared that the investigative committee does not want to work with him. They do not give me any information, not even regarding the conducted examinations, nothing. For example, they found some earrings, but at the same time did not notify me, did not invite me to the identification, complained Binov. Also, the husband of the beauty queen reported that they seized the video from his phone. According to him, if he was really involved in the case, he was already definitely sitting behind bars. Who accuses me? It's their right, their understatement, he stated. The relatives of the missing woman say with one voice that they do not believe Boris is guilty. They rely on the fact that they had a lot of plans for the future. The couple was making repairs and dreamed of a third child, a girl. It must be said that as soon as Boris returned home, he immediately began an independent search. Familiar family members are sure that Boris is trying to vilify. Another find, along with the things on the vacant lot in the grass, were also found blood stains. Later it turned out that they belonged to Stanislav Norbolev. A few days after the investigation began, Seseg's car was found. It was parked with twisted license plates in one of the yards. The resident of the apartment building number 60 on Stalbovaya Street reported about the strange car, similar in description to the one flashed on all news channels. It was not the first day that the woman had been watching him through the window. During all this time, the owner has not shown up. However, it was empty. After inspection in the cabin were found sand, dust, and a small branch, as if the car had been in nature, for example, on a vacant lot. On the windows of the Mitsubishi and the driver's door from the inside, there were visible traces of blood, and in the trunk, there were removed license plates. After conducting a genetic examination, experts stated that the blood found belonged to none other than Seseg. It was not possible to establish when exactly the vehicle was there. Therefore, the testimony of an eyewitness was taken as a basis. A picture of what happened after the specialists studied the recordings from the video surveillance cameras. The picture of what happened began to emerge. At 8:52 p.m., according to the cab service, Seseg finished the last order on the route barn at 8:57 p.m. She called her friend and proposed to meet. The women agreed to see each other near the Krona Flower Salon on Baltikanova Street. There they got in touch with another friend and stopped by the cafe. After a friendly conversation, everyone went away. However, instead of heading home at 10:41 p.m., Vinova drove up to a shopping center located at 158 Babushkina Street. 4 minutes later, Stanislav Norbolev drove up to her. After that, the man moved into a black Mitsubishi, in which the young people stayed for about an hour. Then another man appeared out of nowhere. He joined them, and they drove off in an unknown direction. At 12:19 at night, street cameras recorded the Mitsubishi at the intersection of Babushkina and Rinchino Streets. The vehicle was moving towards Doma Stroitelnaya Street. Further, their trail disappeared. In addition, the investigators managed to establish something else. At 12:44 a.m., Seseg visited her telegram for the last time, and an hour later, her car was speeding back at breakneck speed. On April 12th at 6:28 a.m., Winova's cell phone was fixed at 5 Sakianova Street. This address is not far from where Seseg's Mitsubishi was later found. New information. As new leads emerged, The possibility of finding the missing alive was melting before our eyes. But the main mystery, perhaps, is the identity of the third person who got into the car. Investigators are in no hurry to name him, but there are reports that he previously worked in the police. This version arose after the guards of the industrial area, where the things were found earlier, shed light on the ill-fated night. Was a car in the vacant lot, and they saw a man near the railroad tracks. For safety reasons, they reported the matter to their superiors. Several guards then went to the location to investigate the situation. A man wearing a cap was driving the car. The men arrived and asked him what he was doing here. The latter replied that the car had stalled. He then showed his police identification card. When the guards decided to check the surrounding area, the car suddenly started and drove away. They later identified the vehicle in which the unknown man was sitting. It was Benova's car. Unfortunately, they could not remember the appearance and the data given in the ID card. Employees of the industrial zone referred to the dark time of day and poor visibility. The fact that the mystery passenger was not simple was indicated by many things, including the place where the car was located. It turns out that he was standing in the blind spot from the nearest CCTV camera. After a while, the popular show Malakhov on the television channel took up the investigation of the case. In the course of it sounded different versions of what happened. In the studio were present relatives of the missing and experts. However, the most important were unique footage from CCTV cameras, which were shown for the first time. They show how a car, similar to Seg's car, drives into the vacant lot and stops. Then several people get out of it. Some movements resembling a fight begin. One of them falls down, the other pulls something large and long away from the car. Then the man who was pulling something gets back into the car and drives away. However, 45 minutes later, he returns again. As time passed, two unknown men approached him, and then the headlights went out and the picture disappeared. Perhaps the released video will give a new twist to the tangled case, and there will be positive developments in it. There are plenty of oddities in the disappearance of Saseg and Stanislav. On the night of April 11, 12, not far from where the evidence was found, outbuildings were burning. Some people believe it was not accidental. Someone intentionally committed arson to destroy all traces. In addition, the next day, unknown persons poured concrete on the place where Benova's Mitsubishi with 3 passengers was supposedly located. One thing is clear: the case is covered with mystery, and someone deliberately prevents its disclosure. Why did the search stop? By April 17th, hundreds of volunteers combed Domo Strojtelnia Street and the entire industrial zone, abandoned buildings, ravines and woodlands, hills and wastelands. Conducting searches in the water area of the river turned out to be problematic, as at that time the ice drift began. However, as much as possible, the search operation was carried out. At that moment, more than 2,000 leaflets were distributed all over Ulan Uyghur. A huge number of people were questioned. However, as soon as concerned citizens from other regions started heading to the city, the search group Liza Alert announced the suspension of its activities. In their post on the social network, the leadership explained that their headquarters had done a tremendous amount of work in 5 days. "We do not finish our work," the text read. "The search for Saseg and Stanislav continues. We are waiting for new evidence, ready to process it, and go on autonomous tasks." During this time, several other items have been found in the investigation area that could conceivably belong to Saseg. Among them, women's boots, an e-cigarette, and a hat. However, at the moment of the finds, only a man's jacket with documents and keys have been officially confirmed. Apparently, the other things have nothing to do with the case, or information about them is not disclosed. Volunteers noted that there is a lot of garbage and miscellaneous junk on the vacant lot, which makes the inspection much more difficult. The search for Sezeg Buinova and Stanislav Norbolev continues to this day, but by relatives. The relatives of the missing have joined their efforts, despite the suspicions that have arisen about Stanislav. Families and their acquaintances take to the streets after working hours and on weekends. There are about 10 of us. Strangers are calling, interested in the results, worried, offering help. Now law enforcers, family, and friends are doing it. Of course, we would like to once again gather volunteers and walk the place. The children are waiting for their mom. They don't know what happened. So far we have told them that mom has left, shared Svetlana Mitopova, Seseg's aunt. Nina Norbieva said that she feels that her son is alive. The woman stated that she would believe it until she was convinced otherwise. The silence was interrupted. It is striking that after the public outcry, there is a sharp silence. People are perplexed and speculate why the Liza Alert Squad, after finding important leads, quickly called off the search. And afterward, they closed comments to posts about Seseg, explaining it with ethical considerations. In the first week, hundreds of people dropped what they were doing and took to the streets in search of the missing. Understandably, they were extremely outraged and waited for some kind of explanation. Finally, on May 29th, the authorities broke the silence and made an official statement. They reported that murder is being considered as the main version. The suspect is the person who got into Seseg's car near the shopping center. Work is underway to improve the quality of the video footage to identify the person. Otherwise, investigative operative search and search activities continue in the criminal case. Evidence in the case. Thus, at this point in the case of Seseg and Stanislav's disappearance, there are the following official leads. First, the items found in the vacant lot. Norboyev's jacket, keys, and driver's license. The second lead is other items, the identity of which is not known. The third clue is a large blood stain found there. The fourth lead is a woman's car left in the yard with no license plates and blood stains. The fifth clue is the CCTV footage, which shows the route of the Mitsubishi on the night of April 11, 12. And finally, the sixth lead is the testimony of witnesses and eyewitnesses. Forensic and genomic tests are being conducted on the available evidence. No further information is available. Versions. The main theory is murder. The first person who comes to mind is Boris Binov. He may well have been involved in the massacre, and the infidelity of his wife could be the motive for the crime. But this is just speculation. Seseg's relatives reported that they did not find any compromising correspondence in Seseg's computer. Boris admitted that he had been questioned by investigators more than once and passed a polygraph. At the same time, many circumstances raised doubts. First of all, Boris's work in law enforcement agencies in the past. We remember that the unknown man showed his service ID and could well be a former colleague of the suspect. Secondly, Binov's strange business trip on the day of his wife's disappearance, 1,500 miles away. It is as if he took care of his alibi in advance. The second issue is the questionable nature of the trip itself regarding the capture of stray dogs, especially over such a long distance. Thirdly, Binova's expensive automobile was not destroyed, and after all, it is a jointly acquired property, and in case of what it will always be able to dispose of the second spouse. The second version is kidnapping. Allegedly, Stanislav fell so much in love with a woman who did not reciprocate that he stole her. However, this raises many questions. Who is the third person in the car, and for what purpose? Is Seseg alive at this point? And if so, where is she? The next theory is a criminal showdown over debts. It is possible that at one time, the woman sought financial help from people with a criminal lifestyle, perhaps to build a business, or maybe in preparation for a beauty pageant. When the time came to pay off her debts, something went wrong, hence Seseg's desire to moonlight as a cab driver. Also, on the day she disappeared, she asked her husband for some money. Obviously, it was a small amount, but there is a possibility that she was collecting the necessary amount. That would explain Stanislav's presence in Binova's car. Perhaps she did not tell Boris about her problems, but invited an athlete she knew to the meeting as a defense. In that case, killing them is illogical and rather wrong. It is important for the creditor to fulfill the debtor's obligations, even if overdue. The fourth version is the most banal, but it is quite possible. Seseg and Stanislav could have encountered an inadequate traveling companion. Especially after the contest Mrs. Bariatia 2024, the woman was widely known. The criminal could have been her secret admirer who put his sick fantasy into practice. There is another version of events. What if the two lovers simply ran away and to be forgotten in time were forced to stage a crime? Although it is unlikely that the young people would go for such a thing. Seseg had children she would never abandon. Stanislav had a mother and a sister. There are few people willing to build their happiness on the misfortune of others, instead of the bottom line. As we can see, there are many versions of events. It is possible that over time in the case of Buinova and Norboev something will become clearer. However, it may also happen that we will never know what really happened. However, this investigation has brought us a little closer to solving a very strange disappearance. Story 6. The case of Jordan Worth, a woman with an angelic face, sheds light on the grim reality of domestic violence. Statistics on victims of domestic violence are not just difficult to keep but virtually impossible, because many people simply do not seek help. not wanting to make a fool of themselves, so to speak. Sometimes people endure years of abuse, beatings, and humiliation. And some facts are revealed only when the irreparable happens. Simply put, these statistics are often based on dead bodies. The case of a young English woman named Jordan Worth made headlines across the country in 2018 and was in many ways, if not unique, then at least special. First, this fragile person with an angelic appearance destroyed the stereotype that cruel tyrants and abusers in relationships are men because they are trivially stronger physically. She became the first woman in British history to receive a real prison sentence for domestic violence and coercive control, because previously, only men were imprisoned on such charges. Fortunately, tragedy was avoided in this story, but the very fact that a young woman and mother of 2 children almost tortured to death the father of her heirs causes, at the very least, bewilderment. Now let's understand how, in principle, such a situation could develop and why Worth's chosen one, Alex Skeel, tolerated inhuman treatment for so long and did not go to the police even when his life was in real danger. Alex Skeel's life before he met Jordan Worth Alexander was born on August 17, 1995, in a town called Kingston-upon-Hull in a fairly well-to-do, friendly, and loving family. He and his twin brother were welcome and long-awaited children, but they were born much earlier than expected, causing doctors to seriously fear for them and make no prognosis. The boys spent the first months of their lives in the hospital and special chambers for premature babies with critically low body weight. But thanks to the efforts of experienced doctors, the children soon recovered. True, Alexander's brother gained weight faster, and by his first birthday, he had practically no traces and consequences of prematurity. But Alex himself turned out to be weaker. Moreover, he suffered from an excessive accumulation of fluid in the brain, hydrocephalus, which led to a disability. Nevertheless, Alexander's health problems from birth did not affect his intellectual development, and physically, he was not much different from his peers and even actively engaged in sports at school. The Skeel spouses adored their sons from infancy, surrounded them with love and care, and spared no effort or money to give them a good education and provide a better life. After graduating from high school, both brothers entered the prestigious Bedford College, where they continued their studies. Alexander was smart enough, had an attractive appearance, tried to regularly attend the gym, and in general, enjoyed success with the opposite sex. Except that, unlike his brother who willingly went on dates, Alexander was quite shy and more focused on his studies. It was in college that Alex met a young beauty named Jordan Worth. The girl was his age, grew up in a wealthy family, and from a young age, knew almost nothing to refuse. She dressed beautifully and expensively, carefully watched her appearance, and led an active social life. Jordan was considered one of the most popular girls in college, courted by many guys. In addition, she, in parallel with her studies, worked as a volunteer raising funds and organizing assistance to local shelters for homeless animals and starving children in Africa. Worth was even repeatedly recognized for her efforts and for trying to make the world a better place. At first glance, this girl seemed a real angel in the flesh. Kind, sympathetic, intelligent, and beautiful. Alexander fell in love with her at first sight, but initially thought that the bright and popular Jordan would not even pay attention to him. However, as it turned out, he also immediately appealed to her, and she herself became the initiator of their acquaintance. Worth was much more experienced in amorous affairs, but for the modest Skeel, she was the very first love of his life. The couple began dating in 2012 when they were both barely 17 years old, and at first, everything worked out more than well. Young and in love, they spent a lot of time together and were practically inseparable. In college, they were called the most beautiful couple, which was very flattering to Jordan. The first 6 months of their relationship were filled with love, romance, and mutual respect. They tried to make each other pleasant surprises and gave cute gifts on small, but already important dates. Their social media accounts were daily adorned with joint photos where they appeared happy together, accompanied by touching captions and declarations of love from the outside. It seemed that these two were simply made for each other and had a long and happy life ahead of them. Quite quickly, the young couple decided to live together and rented an apartment. Since they were both still students, significant financial assistance was provided by their parents, who, by the way, were not against the relationship. Jordan even liked Alexander's parents because she seemed to be a serious girl who planned to become a teacher of art history and generally made a positive impression on others. However, as time passed, Worth's behavior began to change. It all started with increased control, which escalated with each month of their life together. She demanded that her boyfriend report every step, unapologetically checked his personal, and arranged wild scenes of jealousy without any reason. Alexander tried not to pay attention to this because he was in love, and such behavior did not bother him too much, even when she began to choose his clothes and forced him to wear only what she bought. He wrote it off as care on her part. Soon, Jordan began to limit his circle of socialization. She chose with whom and when he could see, and whom he could no longer keep in touch with. This separation affected not only his friends and fellow students, but also his family members. Since Alex never complained to anyone, they continued to look like a happy, perfect couple in public and on social media. Jordan began to revel in her impunity. She deleted contact from his phone without his knowledge, blocked his family and friends, and even responded to messages on his behalf, often in a rude and insulting manner. She then erased the correspondence so that Alex didn't even know what had been said to people, leading to strained relationships. The first alarm was raised by Alexander's twin brother when Jordan began to prevent their communication. By that time, the parents of the brothers also noticed that Alex had distanced himself from the family and was avoiding them. Jordan was openly rude to them when they tried to reach out. In rare moments when his mother could get through to him, she warned him to leave Jordan, predicting that nothing good would come of this affair. However, Alex, deeply in love, defended her, insisting she was just being caring. Soon, the Skeel family became aware that Jordan had forced Alex to drop out of college, leave sports, and get a job. She then took all his earnings and spent the money on herself. The parents made another attempt to talk to Alex and convince him to leave Jordan, but their efforts were unsuccessful. In 2013, during his adulthood celebration, Jordan committed a disgusting act which she got away with. She and her friends were celebrating at a country hotel, and at some point, she disappeared without informing anyone. Alexander was frantic with worry. She returned in the morning, heavily intoxicated, and when he tried to find out where she had been, she attacked him with fists and insults, laughing and saying she didn't have to report to him. 2 months later, during Alexander's 18th birthday celebration, Jordan got into a fight in front of his family and friends. She beat up a 15-year-old girl neighbor who had been invited to the party, thinking the girl was talking too sweetly to Alex. She was barely calmed down, but it was clear to everyone what she was really like. After that incident, Alexander's parents and brother insisted he break up with the aggressive Jordan. Inadequately, surprisingly, the guy listened to them for the first time and agreed that his chosen one had overreacted. That same evening, he talked to her and said that he would not return to their apartment, but would stay to live in his parents' house. The reunion and the birth of their shared children had been almost 6 months since the couple broke up. Alex returned to his studies, but continued to work. He almost no longer thought about Jordan when, on the eve of New Year's Eve 2014, she unexpectedly called and informed him that she was pregnant and that in the spring they would become parents. The guy was surprised and delighted with such news. The woman apologized to him and said that she had not informed him earlier because she was sure that he did not want to see her anymore. The guy's parents, having learned that they would soon have a grandchild, also melted and offered the woman to move into their house. She agreed and moved into the Skell family home. She officially married the father of her child, and 3 months later, she and Alexander had a common son, William. The young parents and grandparents were unspeakably happy, and until about mid-fall 2014, they lived amicably and quietly. It was a short period when Jordan really cared about her chosen one, tried in every possible way to please him, and fell in love with the guy anew. When William was 6 months old, it turned out that the girl was pregnant again. At this time, she again became capricious and hysterical and demanded from Alexander that they immediately move out of his parents' house. The guy wrote off such behavior to raging hormones, but agreed to rent them housing in the city, where they soon moved. In the summer of 2015, the couple had a second child, a girl to whom they gave the name Alice. Alexander was absolutely happy and literally carried his wife and children in his arms. But Jordan, finally convinced that her chosen one would not leave her, now showed the dark corners of her soul. After the move, Jordan again forbade her husband to communicate with his family and did not let his parents see their grandchildren. At the same time, the woman willingly accepted financial assistance from them, and sometimes even made Alex himself ask his parents for money. In just a few months, she completely subjugated his will, breaking him psychologically, and took his life under her total control. Jordan regularly humiliated and insulted her husband, and at one point, she started hitting him, at first, not violently, as if testing how he would react. When the woman realized that her husband would tolerate everything, would not tell anyone, and nothing would happen to her for this, she gave free rein to her cruelty, displaying sophisticated sadistic tendencies towards him. It all started when they began renovating their house, and the woman was constantly dissatisfied with everything Alexander did. He carelessly noted that it was simply impossible to please her, after which a hammer flew into his head, leaving a deep wound. The bewildered guy fell down and almost lost consciousness. Clasping the wound with his, he felt blood running down his face, and then asked his wife to help him or call an ambulance. She indifferently replied, "Crawl away somewhere and die," then went into another room to watch TV. Alex treated the head wound himself, didn't go to a doctor, and didn't say anything to anyone. From that moment on, Jordan was convinced that whatever she did, she could get away with it, and her husband would never complain to anyone and certainly would not go to the hospital or the police. 3 years of his life turned out to be incessant moral and physical torture for Alexander. He was already so depressed that he did not feel it and did not even feel the threat hanging over him. He continued to work and tried to provide his family with everything they needed, but he became increasingly irritated and discontented with his wife, who now not only beat him every day, but also invented more and more sophisticated abuse. Now the young man was forbidden to sleep on the matrimonial bed. Instead, he was confined to the floor on the bedside mat without a blanket or pillow, like a dog. He was also forbidden to enter the kitchen, and could only eat what his wife and children did not finish. In fact, Alexander was starving because he could not buy anything outside the house since Jordan took away all his money. Additionally, the woman deprived her husband of sleep and rest, having invented a new entertainment for herself. As soon as he fell asleep, she would beat him on the head, cut him, and beat him too or pour boiling water on him. Alexander later recalled waking up each time in savage pain, bloody or burned. After that, he would go to treat and bandage his wounds with improvised means while his wife went to bed quietly. Alexander perceived what was happening as something ordinary. He was finally broken morally and did not try to resist. The man completely stopped communicating with his parents and brother, and his wife on his behalf regularly asked them for money, also financially helping her own parents, so that the young woman could not deny herself anything. Alexander lost a lot of weight and weighed less than 50 pounds. In addition, his body was constantly covered with wounds, abrasions, burns, and hematomas, which could not but cause questions from others. At work, he was urged to go to the hospital, so his wife forced him to quit for fear of exposure. After the dismissal, he finally became a hostage of Jordan, who now abused him day and night. Despite the horror that was going on in the couple's home, those around them still thought they were a happy family. Jordan maintained social media pages on behalf of her husband, where she regularly posted old photos of them and their children, accompanied by captions about how in love they were and how lucky they were to have met each other. No one could even think that a woman with angelic looks and the mother of 2 children behind closed doors turned into a real sophisticated monster. She knocked out her husband's teeth, made a long and deep cut on his arm with a knife, and his body was constantly burned. At the same time, he could not go to the hospital and at home. He only had food wrap and tape, which he used to bandage his wound. Neighbors periodically heard screams coming from the couple's house, and sometimes they were so disturbing that concerned people called the police. However, Jordan each time managed to send away the law enforcers, convincing them that she and her husband were fine. However, during the next visit of the squad called by neighbors, one of the police officers noticed a man clutching a fresh wound with blood running down his arm. Additionally, he looked emaciated and had bruises of varying degrees on his face. The girl tried to convince the officer that her husband was mentally unstable and sometimes self-mutilated. But this time the police called the paramedics and Alex was sent to the hospital. The doctors were literally shocked at the condition in which the young man was admitted. There was virtually no life left in him, and his arm was so badly damaged that he was in danger of amputation. Alexander's body was covered with 2nd and 3rd degree burns. He weighed only 94 pounds. The ligaments of his shoulder were damaged from blows inflicted with a screwdriver, and there was a deep cut on his forearm, not counting the knocked out teeth and numerous hematomas. At that time, Jordan burst into the hospital, demanding that her husband be handed over to her and assuring everyone that nothing terrible had happened to him and that he had done all the damage to himself. However, no one believed the distraught woman, and it was decided to take her to the station for questioning. At first, Jordan denied everything and stuck to the original version that her husband was self-harming. But when Alexander's parents arrived at the station, having visited their son, and the woman changed her face and began to describe in detail all the things she had done to her husband. She said she had trained him like a dog, and he wouldn't get away from her. At the same time, Jordan insisted that her husband provoked her to be violent because he was allegedly cheating on her and pissing her off on purpose. She also continued to claim that he was mentally ill and had a tendency to self-injure. Naturally, all these testimonies were categorically refuted by the guy's parents. But he himself did not immediately decide to testify against his wife. Only after undergoing a course of treatment and working with a psychologist did Alexander finally dare to talk about all the horrors he had experienced in his own home in recent years. However, Jordan was sure that she would face at most an administrative penalty. She was not too worried about the upcoming trial. However, after hearing all the testimony, Jordan was able to say that he was not afraid the judge found 22-year-old Jordan guilty of willful infliction of grievous bodily harm, moral and physical abuse, and coercive control. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison. Even having 2 young children was not a mitigating factor for the sadist. Jordan was shocked by this sentence, and the case itself was unprecedented for the UK. The children were left in the care of their father and grandparents while their mother served her sentence. Having fully recovered from years of torture, became involved in community work, and is now actively helping victims of domestic violence. On July 4, 2023, Jordan, having served 5 years of her 7.5-year sentence, was released on parole. However, the woman is forbidden to approach her former spouse and see their joint children. She is reportedly engaged to a bricklayer named Adam Stepp and is preparing to become a mother for the 3rd time. Despite the relief of Jordan's conviction and imprisonment, Alexander faced a long road to recovery. The psychological scars from years of abuse were deep, and it took extensive therapy for him to regain his sense of self and normalcy. He found solace and purpose in helping others who had suffered similar fates. His involvement in community work and advocacy for victims of domestic violence became a significant part of his healing process. He often spoke at events, sharing his story to raise awareness and provide support to those still trapped in abusive relationships. Meanwhile, the children adapted to their new life with their father and grandparents. The stability and love provided by their family helped them recover from the trauma of their early years. Alexander made sure they had access to counseling to process their experiences and ensured they felt safe and loved. Jordan's release on parole was met with mixed reactions. While some were relieved she had served time for her actions, others felt her sentence was too lenient given the extent of her cruelty. The conditions of her parole included a strict restraining order preventing her from contacting Alexander or their children. Despite this, Alexander remained vigilant, concerned about the potential threat she could pose if she ever violated the terms of her parole. Jordan's life after prison appeared to have taken a different turn. She seemed to be attempting to start anew. Reports indicated she was expecting another child, sparking concern about her ability to parent given her past behavior. Authorities kept a close watch, ensuring she complied with all legal restrictions and monitored her interactions with her new family. The story of Alexander and Jordan became a landmark case, influencing how domestic violence, particularly against men, was perceived and handled in the UK. It highlighted the importance of recognizing and addressing abuse in all its forms, regardless of gender, and led to changes in policies and support systems for victims. Alexander's courage and resilience not only helped him reclaim his life, but also paved the way for broader societal change, offering hope and support to countless others suffering in silence. Story 7. This is Jur's office, K9. If anybody's inside, speak up now, or you will get bit. Did you see anybody run through here? No. No one. All right, stop. Anybody in here, come out right now. What you just saw was a manhunt for an active shooter who had just gunned down 28-year-old Joshua Niles. A neighbor witnessed the entire scene and promptly reported to the police that an individual wearing a black hoodie was about to flee. Josh's 24-year-old wife, Amber Washburn, pulled into the driveway with their 4-year-old child just as the shooter opened fire. Boom, boom. The shooter fired multiple shots into the car, hitting Amber. But miraculously, the child in the back seat was left unharmed. As calls about the gunfire came in, a deputy who was nearby hurried to the scene. He found a lifeless male lying beneath a truck and another vehicle with a woman in the front seat, lifeless, and a child in the back, holding onto his McNuggets, alive but paralyzed with fear. But who is this person? Why would they take the lives of two innocent people with bright futures and put a poor child through such a traumatic experience? Born in 1990, Josh and Isles grew up in a close-knit family, fostering a deep sense of love and commitment. A dedicated family man, he actively contributed to the well-being of his loved ones. As a teen, Joshua formed a connection with his high school sweetheart, Charlene Charlie Albert. Their relationship led to the birth of two children, Gabby, born in 2008 when Charlie was 16 and Joshua was 18, and Bentley, born 2 years later. Despite their youth, the couple navigated the challenges of parenthood until their separation in 2012. Charlene relocated to Texas with her parents, and a co-parenting custody arrangement was established, with Josh getting the kids every summer while they lived with their mother during the school year. In 2012, a new chapter began as Josh met and fell in love with 18-year-old Amber Washburn. Each summer, the family came together as Gabby and Bentley visited, and Amber became an integral part of their lives. Their love story blossomed, culminating in the birth of their son, Joshua Jr., in 2014. Josh worked as a landscaper, while Amber pursued a career in an overnight bakery. Together, they dreamed of creating a stable future, envisioning marriage, a successful business, and a happy family life. Despite the challenges of raising their 4-year-old boy, Joshua Jr., who was on the autism spectrum, they were devoted parents. It all began on a fateful afternoon in Sodus, New York, on October 22, 2018. The serene atmosphere outside the couple's home was violently disrupted by the sound of gunfire. Just after 2 p.m., multiple 911 calls flooded in, prompting a swift response from law enforcement. Coincidentally, a Wayne County deputy was in the vicinity, serving an unrelated eviction notice. Upon hearing the calls, he hurried towards the unfolding chaos. Upon arrival, he found a lifeless male lying beneath a truck and another vehicle sitting idle across the street. Inside the front seat was a lifeless woman, and in the back, a child holding onto his McNuggets, alive but paralyzed with fear. The deputies swiftly prioritized the child's safety, entrusting him to a concerned neighbor. Once the child was safe, he called for backup and began processing the scene. Responding officers immediately started collecting evidence. In the vehicle, they found Amber's wallet, which contained her driver's license, identifying her as Amber Washburn. The male victim beneath the truck was identified as Joshua Niles. The police confirmed that the couple lived at the residence where the shooting took place. Neighbors identified the child as Joshua and Amber's son. Josh Jr., however, a critical question remained. Where was the shooter? With a gunman on the loose, police warned the residents to remain indoors until the area was secured. They set up a perimeter and worked to identify and catch the shooter, suspecting he was still within the community. The primary witness was Josh and Amber's neighbor, Tiffany Thayer, who lived next door and whose kitchen window overlooked Josh and Amber's driveway. She'd seen Josh talking to an unknown male, leaning against his truck. The gentleman was standing by a picnic table, and for some reason, Josh had pulled his truck up next to it. He was just casually leaning against the tailgate, talking. The neighbor said the conversation between Josh and the person in the hoodie seemed quite casual at first, but it quickly turned terrifying as the stranger pointed his gun at Josh and shot him. When Amber arrived home in her car, her driver's side window was lowered. Seeing what was happening, she tried to reverse to get away, but the shooter turned and shot her in the head. The shooter then turned back to Josh, ensuring Amber was dead. Josh attempted to crawl under the truck to save himself, but the shooter fired multiple shots at him. Making sense of who was behind these double homicides was a challenge. Given the way Amber was killed, it had to be someone experienced with a handgun, as it was a difficult shot. Detectives immediately thought it had the hallmarks of an assassination. Detectives located more neighbors who caught glimpses of the killer before he fled. From these accounts, they were able to come up with a description. A slender white male wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, with darker hair, a beard, and glasses. Officers started a manhunt using K9 trackers, one of whom found a piece of black cloth, later identified as a ski mask or balaclava. About 30 yards away, this mask became a key piece of evidence. As the police continued to search, they finally accepted that the shooter had escaped the perimeter. Meanwhile, homicide detectives tried to talk to Josh and Amber's son for more information. Unfortunately, the poor child, being on the autism spectrum and nonverbal, could not provide answers. Back at the crime scene, the forensic unit processed the driveway, and all the casings were from the same firearm, consistent with Tiffany Veer's witness statement, confirming there was only one shooter. The 9mm shell casings found indicated that Amber had been killed with the same gun, reinforcing the idea that the shooter was experienced. This was not a random event, it was planned. While the bodies were transferred to the medical examiner's office for autopsies, detectives contacted Josh and Amber's family. The families were in shock and couldn't imagine who would want to do this to them. During initial communications, police wanted to know if the couple had any threats or grudges against them. Josh's family stated there was no way someone would have a grudge against Josh, as he was a kind and loving person. Amber's parents echoed similar sentiments about her. When police dug into Josh's past, one name frequently came up: Josh's ex-girlfriend, Charlene Childers. The family mentioned that they had a very troubled relationship. Despite having 2 kids together, Josh and Charlene had split up in 2012, and Charlene moved to Texas with her parents. There she married Chase Childers, who helped raise Josh's kids. However, this relationship didn't last long either. Charlene started an affair with the town police chief, Timothy Dean, leading to her divorce. In Texas, Charlene worked at the Animal Control Department, which collaborated closely with the police department where she met Tim. What began as a friendship grew into a romantic relationship, and they married in March 2018. On social media, Charlene posted many pictures of her new family with Tim. However, her marriage to Tim also faced difficulties. By the latter half of 2018, Charlene and her new husband, Tim, had run into legal problems, affecting Josh and Charlene's older 2 children. This is when the dots started connecting for detectives, offering some hope in solving the case. Detectives found out that Josh was in the middle of an ongoing custody dispute with Charlene Childers at the time of his death. Charlene's trip to New York to retrieve her children just weeks before the shooting raised suspicions about her involvement. However, it was confirmed that Charlene was at her workplace during the incident, ruling her out as the shooter. When questioned, Charlene admitted to past conflicts with Josh, but denied harboring intense grudges, emphasizing that she never wished him harm. Attention then turned to Charlene's current husband, Timothy Dean, or Tim. Detectives were surprised to learn that Charlene and Tim were no longer together, and were undergoing divorce proceedings. Charlene blamed the loss of custody of her kids on Tim's influence, highlighting the strain in their relationship. Further investigation revealed that Tim was residing in Texas at the time, leading detectives to explore the dynamics of their marriage and the root causes of their disputes. Charlene elaborated on the issues that led to their estrangement, revealing a complex web of relationship challenges and legal battles. Detectives discovered that Tim had recently lost his job. Former colleagues described Tim as having little man syndrome, meaning he had an inflated sense of importance due to his position as chief of police. But people often laughed at him behind his back. The reason for Tim's job loss stemmed from a disturbing incident captured in a video uploaded by Charlene on Facebook in May 2018. In the video, Tim was seen yelling at his 3-year-old daughter Madison for not eating her food. "I'm going to snatch you up by your god-end hair. Eat your explicit food. I don't want to hear any huffing and puffing. I want to hear, yes sir, now eat." Consequences unfolded rapidly for Tim. He was arrested, lost custody of his daughter, and was compelled to resign as police chief. Charlene also lost custody of her children, and their marriage began to crumble. Eventually, her kids returned to live with their father, Joshua, in New York, leaving Charlene and Tim to face the fallout of their actions. Tim's estranged wife, Christina Hill, provided a different perspective. She described Tim as not always being like that, attributing his behavior to being in a dark place. He was about to lose his house, had no money left, was about to lose his cars, his kid, and the love of his life. Following Tim's resignation, detectives learned he had found a job as a driver for a local vending company, but had been consistently missing shifts. Intriguingly, one of the days he missed coincided with the day of the shootout in Sodus. Further investigation revealed that Tim was involved in a car crash in Kansas just 2 days before the murder. The vehicle involved was a rental car. "Officer, I got your license and paperwork for this thing." "Rental agreement?" "Tim, yeah, I was just driving. My whole life is kind of going explicit lately, more or less living out of my car." Tim mentioned he was attempting to make a U-turn because he had run out of gas, which led him to drive off the shoulder and into a culvert. However, the major question remained: why was Tim in Kansas in the first place? Tim, honestly man, I was just writing. Like I said, my life is all gone, pending divorce and all that. In further inquiry, the officer discovered that Tim was carrying additional firearms, including an AR-15, several handguns, ammunition, and body armor. The rental agreement indicated that the car was rented to an individual named Braun Bowler. Tim explained that Braun, a close friend and fellow officer during his tenure as chief of police, rented the car for him because he couldn't leave work on time. This connection prompted investigators to interrogate Braun for more information. Braun Bowler had worked as a Texas police officer for 11 years, most recently at the Sunray Police Department. According to Braun, Tim couldn't leave work to drive to New York, so Braun rented the car for him. Detectives were intrigued by this connection and decided to gather more information about the circumstances surrounding the rental car and Tim's activities. With Tim's credit cards maxed out and being 2 months behind on payments, Braun agreed to pick up the rental car under his own name. Initially, Braun didn't question Tim's request, assuming the car was for local use. However, doubts emerged after Braun received a call about Tim crashing the car in Kansas. During his interrogation, Braun reflected on his law enforcement career and his relationship with Tim. Initially, he didn't question Tim's intention for renting the car. Braun claimed he didn't realize Tim planned to drive to New York until he heard about the crash. He expressed sympathy for Tim's situation and trusted him. Interviewer. Did you question what he was doing up in Kansas? Braun. At first no. I thought he had to go up there for a free delay. My main concern was if he was okay. He said he was fine, but the car was messed up. Dean never mentioned going on a road trip to New York. He was supposed to use the rental locally. When asked about a polygraph test, Braun's results were unfavorable, leading to further questioning. Eventually, Braun revealed that he overheard Tim discussing plans to harm someone and admitted that Tim rented the car under Braun's name to avoid suspicion. Braun. I overheard Dean saying he was going to kill someone. The plan was for me to rent the car, so he wouldn't get caught. Following Braun's revelations, law enforcement secured an arrest warrant for Tim. In Dumas, Texas, officers carefully planned a nighttime operation to apprehend him due to his extensive arsenal of firearms. They used a flashbang to disorient Tim and arrested him without incident. DNA tests confirmed that Tim's DNA matched the DNA found on a ski mask at the crime scene. At the police station, detectives interrogated Tim about his connection to Josh and Amber. Tim recounted interactions during custody exchanges, but denied any grudge against Josh. Detective. Did you hate Josh? Tim. I never even met the man. Despite evidence placing him near the crime scene, Tim denied involvement in the murders, maintaining a murky story about trying to fix things with Charlene's uncle. Detectives pushed for the truth, but Tim continued to deny his involvement. Detective. Say you're sorry Josh and Amber got killed, not that you did it. Tim. No, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Detectives then focused on Charlene, who they found at an ex-boyfriend's house. Despite initially claiming she learned of Josh's death through a Facebook post, further questioning revealed inconsistencies in her story. Under pressure, Charlene eventually confessed to her involvement. Charlene admitted that after losing custody of her children, she vented to Tim, expressing a desire for Josh to die. Tim agreed with her sentiments, and their desperation led to discussions about drastic measures. She claimed not to know much about the specifics of the murder plan or the guns used, except that one belonged to the police department. Charlene detailed meetings in Tim's garage where they planned the murder. She dropped off Braun at the rental agency, who then drove the car to Tim. Tim then traveled to New York to carry out the plan. Charlene insisted that Amber was never supposed to be involved. When Tim crashed the rental car, Charlene met him at a motel and helped him get a new rental car to continue their plan. This confession provided a clear picture of the premeditated nature of the crime and Charlene's involvement. Charlene's betrayal was especially painful for the victim's loved ones, as she had pretended to grieve with them during the funeral. This deception made the impact of her actions even more devastating. Whoever did this has now made it so my kids grow up without their father. That's nothing a kid should ever have to experience. The families of Josh and Amber demanded justice, emphasizing that their children needed closure. On November 5, 2018, charges were announced against Timothy Dean and Charlene Childers. Wayne County Sheriff Barry Virts suggested the double homicide stemmed from a child custody battle, with Timothy ultimately pulling the trigger. Timothy faced 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. Despite being in Texas, he was expected to be extradited to face charges. Charlene was charged with conspiracy and other offenses held in the Wayne County Jail. On June 27, 2019, Charlene pleaded guilty and testified against Timothy as part of a plea deal. She disclosed the plan, including stealing a gun from the Sunray Police Department where Timothy had served as police chief. Prosecutors alleged Timothy then traveled to New York to commit the murders. Charlene admitted during the custody battle, "I got what I wanted," referencing Joshua's death. A jury found Timothy Dean guilty of 2 counts of murder, sentencing him to life in prison without the possibility of parole in August 2019. The judge labeled Timothy a classic psychopath, noting his lack of emotion or remorse throughout the trial. Ron Bowler, the former police officer who helped Timothy rent the car, faced emotional statements from the victims' families in court. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and served 1 year and 4 months in prison before his release. Charlene Childers received a sentence of 28 years in prison for her role in the murders. The judge remarked on the senseless and tragic nature of the case, noting the long-lasting trauma it would cause the children involved. The murders left the families grappling with profound loss. Josh and Charlene Childers were released from prison after a long time. Story 8. This is not a story about Romeo and Juliet. Have you ever noticed how many worthy, talented, and magnanimous individuals pass away young? Some people, barely crossing into their 20s or 30s, leave this life suddenly. It often seems like there were no signs of impending trouble. They lived, worked, and planned for the future, just like everyone else. However, misfortune, illness, or criminal acts disrupt the usual order, and so those who once showed great promise and were intelligent and determined are now gone. In an attempt to find solace, or due to helplessness in the face of the situation, it's often said that the heavens take the best. This same tragedy struck Jamie and Peter James. None of them could have imagined the horrific ordeal that was to come. To bury their beloved unexpected news on October 26, 2023, around 4:30 a.m., the principal of St. Andrew's Cathedral School, located in central Sydney, sent out an email to all students' parents. It stated that the school would be closed until the end of the week due to a critical incident. 2 hours later, worried families received another notification. The administration assured that none of the students were involved. The news was unsettling, especially since it was later clarified that this directive did not apply to graduating students taking exams. For those distressed by the situation, psychological support was made available. Soon, a round-the-clock consultation center was set up in the school library. On Thursday and Friday, the school building and surrounding area were thoroughly searched by forensic teams, and the adjacent shower area was slated for demolition soon. So what terrible event had occurred within the school walls? Corpse in the shower. Around midnight on October 25, 2023, the body of a 20-year-old woman was found. She had last been seen alive at 7 p.m. The water polo coach had entered the gym shower and never came out. Surveillance cameras recorded someone following her. Around 8 p.m., the pursuer left alone and headed towards the school exit. The woman's parents were the first to raise an alarm about her disappearance. And at 10 p.m., she sent a message asking to be picked up from work. Fortunately, the police, already informed about the situation, took care of it instead. The night guard, making his rounds, witnessed a horrific scene. A woman lay in a pool of blood on the floor with a shattered head. After recovering from the initial shock, he called emergency services. The woman's face was so disfigured that it was hard to recognize the once beloved Miss James. After the news of her death reached the public, her home was filled with people. Friends, neighbors, and acquaintances came to support her grieving family. Local residents also expressed their sorrow and respect for the prematurely departed, continuously bringing flowers and toys, turning the area around the house into a memorial. Yet this mysterious death was not the only intrigue in this case. Another tragic loss. On October 27th at 8 a.m., just 11 miles from the scene of the first crime, the remains of a man were discovered. This grim find was made by vendors working nearby. The body was located on the rocks of Diamond Bay Reserve, close to Vaucluse, an eastern suburb of Sydney. After a call to the police, a rescue team was promptly assembled. The operation included a bomb squad, Marine Corps, and a rescue helicopter. At 3:30 p.m., the man's body was retrieved and taken to forensic experts for identification. Due to the injuries sustained from a high fall, visual inspection was not possible, so fingerprints were used for this purpose. At that time, experts suspected the identity of the man. However, confirmation was needed for certainty. Eventually, the man was identified as 24-year-old Paul Thiessen, who was suspected in the crime against Lily James. Investigators had a challenging task ahead to draw parallels between the two fatal incidents and to uncover what had happened between these individuals a few days earlier. A diamond among the stones, Lily was born in the last spring month of 2002 in the coastal town of Sanssouci, New South Wales, Australia. She was the first and cherished child of the close-knit James family. She was especially adored by Barbara, her maternal grandmother. Lily spent her childhood with her younger brother, Max, by the ocean. She was very active and enduring with a passion for swimming. Her father, who coached the water polo team at an Anglican girls' school in Hustville, supported his daughter's interest. Friends recalled that she was sociable and friendly, excelled in her studies, and helped those who were struggling. These qualities endeared her to many, ensuring she was never alone. In her upper school years, thanks to her achievements in academics, sports, and community life, she was recognized as one of the best students. Whatever she took on, she succeeded in. Her incredible talent to excel in all areas of activity was undeniable. She also had an interest in the dramatic arts, which led her to participate in the theater and dance club. Over time, the talented young woman was noticed and invited to participate in the famous Woodford Folk Festival, one of Australia's largest annual events, attended by around 125,000 people, including local, national, and international guests. The event usually takes place from December 27th to January 1st, marking the New Year's celebration. Street performances, workshops, debates, and more. Lily chose to perform a unique rendition of a monologue from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. During the performance, her skills, natural charisma, and allure were fully displayed. Receiving unprecedented applause and approval from the jury, she secured second place in the theater category. This was a true success and a great boost, as our heroine not only gained recognition, but also a significant monetary prize. In 2018, the young Miss James added another achievement to her collection. She passed her beginner's driving test. Her athletic successes deserve special mention too. Following in her father's footsteps, she began to pursue water polo professionally. The athlete earned the title of swimming champion in the under-17 category. Understandably, her parents were thrilled with their daughter's successes and celebrated each accomplishment grandly. By her senior year, Lily had definitively decided on her future life, focusing on a sports career. Thus, in 2020, she enrolled at Sydney Technological University to pursue a bachelor's degree in sports business management. A fateful encounter at the beginning of 2021, a new chapter began in our heroine's life. To spice up her college routine and gain teaching experience, she took a job as a water polo coach at St. Andrew's Cathedral School. Thanks to her youth, vibrant personality, and love for sports, she quickly connected not only with her colleagues in administration, but also with the group she was entrusted with. The students were drawn to her, striving to match her standards. She tried to find a unique approach to each student and highlight something special. It was during this time that Lily met the new cricket and hockey coach, Paul Thiessen. With his professional skills and striking appearance, he quickly caught the attention of those around him. The ambitious young man, in addition to his main job, also taught part-time at another educational institution and was a member of the University of New South Wales hockey team, especially among female audiences. However, opinions about him were mixed. Some described him as proud and headstrong, while others noted his positive traits. Initially, the interaction between Lily and Paul was friendly and limited to mutual greetings. However, it later developed into something more. Lily's friends shared that one day the young man asked her out on a date. Given Paul's dazzling smile, it was hard for her to resist, and she agreed. The date made a strong impression on both, and they decided to meet again. Unaware of whom she was becoming involved with, Lily, due to her own kindness and openness, fell in love. It seemed that Paul reciprocated her feelings. He showered her with compliments, gave her flowers, and organized evenings together. Especially the students, should know about their warm relationship. This was a requirement of the school's policy and Lily's personal belief. She never wanted her personal life to be public. Therefore, at work, the couple was cautious. However, over time, rumors began to spread. Initially, timid whispers turned into a full-blown public discussion. When Lily found out who had disclosed their relationship, she was deeply disappointed. It turned out that Paul had broken their agreement. Moreover, the way he portrayed his companion led to condemnation towards the young employee. She felt betrayed and humiliated, so she confronted her boyfriend about everything she thought of him and ended the relationship. Later, it was learned that Paul tried to reconcile and repeatedly asked for forgiveness, but Lily was resolute. The only consolation for her was that their relationship was short-lived. During that time, she had seen his true character. Fortune's favorite Paul was born in 1999 in the Netherlands. The Thiessens moved to Australia in 2015 when the family head was transferred to a new position. It must be said that his parents were affluent and well-known within certain circles. As an only child, Paul received ample attention and care from his family, which certainly shaped his character. He grew up spoiled and self-centered. The younger Thiessen knew his worth, excelled academically, and was active in sports. His impressive physical fitness was immediately noticeable. After relocating, Paul enrolled at St. Andrew's Cathedral School, where he joined the cricket team. He achieved great success, earning recognition and respect from his peers. Over time, he was appointed team captain. He also actively participated in extracurricular activities and festivals, helping with their organization. That's when opinions about him began to diverge. Some boys disliked their overly confident peer who claimed he could win over any girl's heart. However, the ladies found the young man charming and personable. After graduating in 2017, the school administration offered him the opportunity to stay on as an assistant coach for cricket and hockey. He gladly accepted the offer. By early 2018, he had taken over managing these sections. It must be said that he felt confident in his workplace and successfully assumed a leadership position. Eventually, Paul resigned and returned home with his family. The reason for his sudden departure remains unknown. He decided to continue his education and earned a master's degree in sports management. In a conversation with old friends, he mentioned that he had improved his coaching skills, which soon led to a lucrative offer from his former employer. In early 2020, the doors of the familiar school reopened for him. Upon returning to Australia, Paul met a former friend who suggested they share housing expenses. The young man agreed, finding shared living more enjoyable, even though he could afford to rent alone economically. The rented apartment was located in Kensington, an eastern suburb of Sydney. Initially, the friends got along well, relaxing together at bars after work. However, a few months later, a conflict arose. The fiery Paul decided to live alone. The sons confessed that despite being busy and constantly surrounded by people, their son felt lonely. They knew nothing of any romantic relationships, though they suspected he had not experienced serious love interests. In March 2020, an unexpected event occurred both nationally and globally. Due to a coronavirus outbreak, Australia declared an emergency and imposed strict quarantine measures. For 18 months, Paul was left to his own devices, unable to leave the country to see his family due to infection risks. The massive restrictions affected all areas of life, leaving Paul to fend for himself. By the summer of 2021, life had returned to normal. However, it turned out that isolation had impacted interpersonal relationships. When Paul resumed his previous duties, some began to notice changes in his character and behavior. He soon returned to the sports world and became a key player on the hockey team, continuing to lead an active lifestyle, even appearing in match advertisements. At the same time, acquaintances noted characteristics not previously seen in him, such as uncontrollable outbursts of anger. Additionally, rumors spread at the school that he had a particular interest in his female students. The young coach repeatedly flirted with teenage girls, often watching them for extended periods, causing them to blush and feel awkward. Nevertheless, Thiessen continued to be regarded as a significant figure. His performance had a substantial impact on the team's progression to the finals of the Australian Hockey League. Imagine the blow to his ego when Lily ended their relationship. Following Paul's trail, when investigators began probing the case, there was no doubt about Paul's involvement. After the discovery of a woman's body, they quickly got on the trail of the culprit. Surveillance cameras, both inside and outside, played a significant role in this. the young man carelessly appeared on them. Several inquiries were also made to Lily and Paul's cell service provider. The police needed to determine his last known location, so they decided to track the suspect via GPS. They also wanted to find the victim's phone, hoping that the messages it contained could shed light on what had happened. After some time, the locations of the devices were established. Furthermore, by reconstructing the sequence of events, it was discovered that Paul had bought a hammer at a hardware store a couple of days before the attack. Apparently, he was very angry with the girl, and decided to confront her in this way. Although her innocence in the situation seemed clear, the sequence of events unfolded as follows. Tragic conclusion. On the morning of October 25th, Lily went to university, and then to her job in the afternoon. At the same time, her ex-boyfriend rented a silver Lexus and drove to the school. Since he had no classes, he didn't enter the building but waited in the car instead. After all the students had left the building, the perpetrator walked to the gym. To avoid carrying the hammer openly, he hid it under his jacket. Once at the scene, Paul watched Lily's movements. After finishing her training, she decided to freshen up and headed to the shower. Seizing the moment when she was most vulnerable, the perpetrator followed her. An argument ensued, during which T-Sun attacked her and struck her head. Pathologists confirmed that her death was instantaneous. She did not suffer. After waiting an hour, the young man collected the girl's personal belongings in a backpack and left the building. Outside, he got into the car and drove to Diamond Bay, where he disposed of the weapon in a garbage container. Surveillance cameras recorded him at the reserve at 8:47 p.m. The last known location of Paul, tracked by investigators, was the Gap, a cliff at South Head in Vaucluse, an eastern suburb of Sydney. This spot is known for several reasons. It's not only popular with tourists, but also notorious for numerous suicides. Around 10 p.m., using Lily's phone, Paul sent a message to Mr. James, likely to lead to the discovery of the girl's body. Perhaps he regretted what had happened and hoped she could be helped, or he was simply they were clearly worried, as indicated by dozens of calls made to the phone. An hour later, the young man made a brief emergency call, but changed his mind and hung up. After that, he made a decision he had been contemplating for a long time. He stepped into the abyss and ended his life. Final clues, but they did discover the personal belongings of the former lovers. A rented car was found parked nearby. Everything indicated that the young man was no longer alive. He might have been unable to cope with his guilt or unwilling to face the consequences of his actions. In any case, the first priority was to locate his body. On October 26th at 9 a.m., police helicopters and boats arrived at Vaucluse. The entire coastline was patrolled, and the area around the cliff at Diamond Bay was cordoned off. However, the first day of searching yielded no results. By chance, the young man's body was washed onto the rocks of the reserve the following day. After an autopsy and examination, Paul Thiessen was officially declared responsible for Lily James' demise. However, it was impossible to hold him accountable, and the criminal case was closed. His body was later given to his parents, who decided not to repatriate him to the Netherlands, but to cremate him and scatter his ashes in Sydney. Farewell. Lily's funeral took place on November 17, 2023, at her former school in Hustville. About 500 people came to say goodbye to a beloved relative, friend, and coach. At that moment, grief united everyone. The school administration arranged a live broadcast of the ceremony. Notably, the girl's family asked attendees not to wear dark clothes, but instead to dress in bright colors as they believed Lily would have wanted. She was lively, energetic, creative, and unique, so a somber outfit would hardly have suited her. Many warm and sincere words were spoken about her. In response, the James family thanked everyone who had been with them during those difficult days for their support and help. At the entrance to the building, students and colleagues created a makeshift memorial in honor of their favorite. Flowers and farewell letters were placed next to it. As a tribute and respect, the school's website published a video of Lily performing a monologue from Macbeth. Conclusions. After all the circumstances of the innocent girl's death were established, the school management sent another email to the students' parents. It apologized to everyone affected by the tragedy. The principal assured that the crime was completely unexpected and would not happen again. Understandably, many were concerned that a place where children should feel safe had become the epicenter of a brutal act. The administration urged everyone to see this as an isolated incident and to continue their education with renewed vigor. Later, A meeting was arranged with renowned forensic psychologist Tim Watson Monroe, who has years of experience in analyzing the minds of both criminals and victims. He was asked to speak about what happened and to analyze Paul Thiessen's behavior. The expert assured that Paul's actions were typical of individuals with inflated self-esteem who cannot accept rejection. He believed Paul committed the act not but deliberately and coldly. He did what he wanted and showed no remorse. When asked why the young man ended his life, Mr. Watson Monroe stated that the perpetrator wanted to avoid responsibility and shame. Overall, he described Paul as a narcissistic individual with psychopathic tendencies. He also noted that some liken the event to the finale of Shakespeare's famous tragedy, Romeo and Juliet. The story of Lily and Paul is distinct from that of the main characters in the play and creates a completely new narrative. Love has no room for pride and lies, much less deceit and betrayal. Sadly, Paul failed to understand this and to appreciate the person who was by his side. By prioritizing his bruised ego, he permanently erased the life of a girl who brought light. At the same time, he caused enduring suffering not only for Lily's parents, but also for his own loved one. Unfortunately, for the nurturing care and attention he received, he repaid them with bitter regret. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life. The case of Rosa Maria Peralvanula caused quite a stir in Spain a few years ago. This woman easily entered into relationships, manipulated men by playing with their feelings intriguingly. She worked in law enforcement and often engaged in workplace romances. Rosa was blessed with attractive looks, which she used to her advantage. She had been in an official marriage, was the center of an intimate scandal, and was simultaneously engaged to two different men. However, these adventures were not enough for her. She dared to commit a crime against a weary fiancé, attempting to pin the blame on her ex-husband and a lover. The most horrifying aspect was that her own child witnessed this appalling act. Rosa Peral, the early years Rosa Maria Peral. Vinuila was born on October 15, 1985, in a suburb of Barcelona, becoming the second child in her family. She grew up in a modest household that had migrated from Andalusia in search of a better life. Her mother, Maria, was a homemaker dedicated to creating a cozy home environment and raising the children, while her father, Francisco, worked as a security guard. Rosa was raised alongside her older brother, Paul, with whom she was very close. Those personally acquainted with her described Rosa as sweet, kind-hearted, and friendly. Neighbors spoke highly of the Peral family, considering them a united, strong, and happy household. In school, Rosa was a good student. She wasn't necessarily at the top of her class, but was diligent and persistent, always striving for high grades. She was also active in sports and dreamed of a career in law enforcement. After graduating from high school, she enrolled at Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona, while simultaneously preparing for the exams and tests required to enter the police academy in Avila. Rosa was strikingly attractive and possessed a powerful charisma, which attracted many admirers from a young age. She skillfully leveraged her allure. During her college years, she worked as a waitress in one of the popular nightclubs, earning a decent salary and tips that allowed her to pay for her education independently. At that time, Rosa was dating a young man named Ruben Carbo, who served in the Barcelona City Guard. He helped his girlfriend prepare for the competitive examinations at the academy, a talent detection test, a multiple-choice exam, and an oral interview. Her perseverance paid off, and she was eventually admitted to the academy, where she underwent professional training. Errol specialized in general law enforcement activities. She quickly advanced in her career, was highly valued at her service, and her salary allowed her to live comfortably without wanting for anything. A valued employee, a stellar wife and mother. Soon after graduating from the police academy, the young woman married her beloved Ruben. The couple had a modest wedding attended only by their closest relatives and friends. The newlyweds moved to Barcelona, where they soon welcomed two daughters, one after the other. At work, Rosa was regarded as a responsible, disciplined, and promising employee. Her attractive and approachable appearance often led to her participation in social media videos broadcasted on local television. In these videos, she encouraged residents and visitors of the city to behave lawfully and with integrity. She even gained some popularity, with people sometimes recognizing her on the street. Rosa was successful in her career, respected and valued as an employee, and at the same time she was a loving wife and a caring mother to her 2 children. She had an impeccable reputation, inspiring genuine admiration and even envy among those around her. However, no one could have imagined the double life she was leading until one incident. An intimate scandal and the collapse of her reputation. In early 2011, Rosa's colleagues began receiving emails containing photographs and videos of a personal nature. The images showed the married Peral engaging in intimate moments with her former partner, Junior Inspector Oscar Lefts, at their place of work. Outraged by her lover's actions, Rosa immediately filed a complaint with the police, demanding compensation for emotional distress and strict legal action against the perpetrator. However, it proved impossible to establish that Oscar was indeed the one who sent out the photos and videos, though Rosa had no doubts about it, and he avoided any repercussions. Nonetheless, both employees were demoted and transferred to different departments for their inappropriate behavior. Moreover, the distribution of compromising materials did not cease, with not only colleagues, but also friends and relatives of Rosa receiving them. A serious scandal erupted, and Rosa's previously impeccable reputation was shattered. The situation had a negative impact on her work, family life, and relationships with colleagues and friends. The young woman was acutely aware that she was being judged by everyone around her, and her actions became one of the most discussed topics. Furthermore, some expressed their disapproval of her immoral actions directly to her face. Rosa's character began to deteriorate rapidly. From a friendly, sociable person, she turned into someone perceived as harsh and even spiteful. However, many rightly considered this transformation a defensive reaction to the bullying and condemnation she faced. Surprisingly, despite such a scandalous and resonant ordeal, Rosa managed to maintain her marriage with Ruben. Yet, the trust between them was irreparably damaged. They stayed together for almost another year and a half until a new romantic interest entered Rosa's life. Another workplace romance and professional misconduct around mid-2012. It became known about Rosa's new romance with another colleague, Albert Lopez Ferrero. The couple spent a significant amount of time trying to keep their relationship under wraps, but between 2011 and 2012, they became involved in several incidents related to the abuse of their official powers. During the investigations into these incidents, the partners and lovers protected each other, which allowed them both to evade any disciplinary actions. It's worth noting that Albert was reserved, shared little about himself, and didn't make close friends among his colleagues. He was seriously into boxing and had a quick temper, which sometimes made him very aggressive, often to the detriment of those who happened to be near him at the wrong time. For instance, in 2011, while he and Rosa were patrolling the streets of Barcelona, Ferrero got into an argument with an immigrant from Senegal, who was selling goods on the street without the necessary permit. Instead of taking the vendor to the station, after a brief verbal altercation, Ferraro physically assaulted him, causing severe injuries. However, during the subsequent investigation, Peral defended her lover, claiming that the victim had attacked him first, and that he was merely defending himself. Another similar incident occurred, and in 2012, a suspect that Rosa and Albert were supposed to bring to the station mysteriously lost his life during the arrest. The investigation led nowhere, and the partners insisted that the fault lay solely with the deceased himself. Eventually, their version of events was accepted, and the case was dismissed due to a lack of evidence of any wrongdoing. As for the relationship between the two, it could be described as sporadic. The lovers grew closer through their work together, but their passion ebbed and flowed. Albert showed little interest in Rosa beyond physical intimacy. Their affair didn't progress, but continued for several years without ending. It seems that both were content with this arrangement. Divorce and a new love triangle. When Rosa and Albert's relationship was no longer a secret, Ruben finally decided to divorce his unfaithful wife, realizing she would never change and would continue to seek other romantic encounters. Whenever the opportunity arose, the couple managed to avoid public scandals and bitter confrontations, but their parting could hardly be called amicable. Ruben soon entered into a serious relationship with a woman named Antonia, who quickly found common ground not only with his daughters, but also with his ex-wife. Rosa often called Ruben's new partner, sharing her personal disappointments and professional troubles. offered comfort and even advice. For Antonia, this communication was a sort of assurance that Ruben had no lingering ties to his ex-wife and that their relationship was truly over. Regarding custody, the daughters stayed with their mother, but Ruben was allowed to see them any time and take them home for weekends and holidays. After the divorce, Rosa chose not to continue her relationship with Albert, feeling it was leading nowhere. She soon started a new romance with Pedro Rodriguez, who had long shown a keen interest in her and had been actively courting her. Little was known about Pedro. He was born in Barcelona in 1979, where he spent his childhood and most of his adult life. He also worked in law enforcement, albeit in the transportation department, so their professional paths rarely crossed. At the time he met Rosa, Pedro was married and raising a 5-year-old son with his wife. Yet Rosa's allure was irresistible to him. Consumed with thoughts of her day and night, he didn't hesitate to leave his family as soon as she reciprocated his feelings. Adding complexity to the situation was the fact that Pedro was a longtime friend of Albert's. When news of his romance with Rosa became public, the ex-lover was baffled. Driven by a painful jealousy, he began to harass Rosa, demanding explanations for her actions. To defuse the situation, Peral told Ferrero that the connection between her and Rodriguez could never match the chemistry they had shared over the years. This way, she implied to her former lover that she still harbored certain feelings and physical attraction towards him. The resumption of their intimate relationship seemed inevitable, as a definitive end to their saga had yet to be declared. A double engagement, Rosa and Pedro seemed to be living more than a blissful life together. Along with Rosa's children, they settled into a spacious home in a nice neighborhood of Barcelona, traveled often, appeared everywhere as a close-knit family, and seemed genuinely happy. Feeling ready for the next step in their relationship, Pedro proposed to Rosa with a beautiful ring, and she joyfully accepted. The couple started planning their wedding. Rosa began secretly meeting with Albert. Typically, they spent time together in hotel rooms on the outskirts of the city to avoid being seen. Rosa even complained to her lover that Pedro didn't quite measure up to him in intimacy. She also mentioned Pedro's difficult personality and expressed doubts about her future happiness with him. In January 2017, Albert, previously indifferent to serious commitments, unexpectedly proposed to Rosa, presenting her with an expensive ring. Remarkably, she accepted his proposal too, wearing the ring secretly from Pedro. The fact of her double engagement greatly flattered Rosa, and she even bragged about it to her closest friends. Soon, Pedro noticed changes in Rosa's behavior, and her frequent absences led him to suspect. Moreover, Rosa found it increasingly difficult to justify her meetups with Albert. This strained Rosa and Pedro's relationship significantly. They argued often, and Rosa's increasingly aggressive and unpredictable behavior alarmed Pedro, making him fear for his safety. Eventually, Albert disclosed his affair with Rosa to his former friend, sparking yet another scandal. Rosa admitted to the betrayal, but assured Pedro it was a one-time incident, driven by threats and pressure from Albert. Pedro pretended to believe her, not wanting to end their engagement, still hoping for a future of happiness together. However, from that point on, he began to monitor her every move, or at least that's what she told everyone. Pedro's fate-sealed Rosa claimed that her fiancé's jealousy was unbearable. He scrutinized her phone calls, monitored her social media interactions, and restricted her from spending time with friends. This behavior infuriated her, and any affection she once had for Pedro had vanished. Instead of confronting him or ending the engagement, Rosa devised a drastic plan to eliminate her troublesome fiancé. She decided to end his life, with Albert playing a pivotal role in this scheme, ready to be the fall guy if anything went awry. In mid-April 2017, Rosa confided her plans to her lover. She outlined that Pedro needed to be removed in such a manner that Ruben would appear to be the primary suspect. This was Rosa's way of retaliating against her ex-husband, who was still fighting for custody of their children. Notably at this time, her fiancé was undergoing rehabilitation from a complex spinal surgery, during which a titanium plate had been inserted. The conspirators meticulously prepared for their heinous act. Rosa purchased a disposable phone, which she planned to dispose of immediately after the deed was done, in case any part of their original scheme proved unfeasible. Lovers and accomplices. On the night of April 30th, Rosa prepared a farewell romantic dinner for her fiancé. They spent the evening together, with Pedro blissfully unaware that he had less than a day to live. The following day, Sunday, They went shopping together, visited Rosa's parents, and then headed to her ex-husband's house to pick up the girls who had been staying with him for the weekend. At home, Rosa fed the children and then sent them to their room on the second floor, asking them to stay upstairs. The exact moment Albert entered the house remains unclear, as the accounts from those involved have repeatedly changed and contradicted one another. It is known that Rosa drugged Pedro with an unidentified substance mixed into a water-diluted medication he was taking post-surgery to alleviate pain. Shortly after consuming this mixture, Pedro's reaction became significantly delayed. He struggled with spatial orientation, moved slowly, and had poor cognitive function, making him an easy target. The exact method by which the lovers ended Pedro's life remains unclear, but one of Rosa's daughters who ventured downstairs amidst the noise claimed she saw her mother push him down the stairs. However, the court did not take the 6-year-old girl's words into account. Regardless, after the act, the couple placed Rodriguez's body in the trunk of a previously rented car to dispose of it later. There was also speculation that the man was still alive at that moment. The accomplices then drove the car to a deserted marshland outside the city, placed the body in the driver's seat, doused everything in a flammable liquid, and set it ablaze. Rosa thoughtfully left Pedro's phone at the scene, and upon returning home, she called it several times and sent messages begging for forgiveness and asking him to come back. Remains in a burned car the morning after the incident, Rosa called her father Francisco, sobbing into the phone, claiming that she and Pedro had a major argument. She told him that Pedro had ended their engagement, stated he no longer wanted to see her, and drove off in his car without specifying his destination. Rosa also reached out to several of Pedro's close friends and relatives, inquiring if they had seen him. She tearfully narrated their dispute and separation to everyone. For 3 days there was no word from Rodriguez, but on the afternoon of May 4th, a young cyclist riding outside the city stumbled upon a burned vehicle containing human bones. He immediately reported his find to the police, and soon an investigative team was at the scene. The car contained severely charred human remains that were unidentifiable. However, a titanium plate recently implanted in the man's spine helped in identifying this implant at a unique serial number, which was used to confirm the remains were Pedro's. Based on the car's location and the nature of the fire, investigators concluded that the vehicle had been intentionally set ablaze, and the driver had either been prevented from escaping or was already deceased at the time of the fire. Given these circumstances, the case was classified as a deliberate act of ending a life, and investigation was launched, details of which were kept confidential until the trial. Investigation and suspects. Once the remains were identified, police officers were dispatched to Rosa's residence to deliver the tragic news of her fiancé's fate. She attempted to feign shock and grief, but her expression quickly reverted to an indifferent calm as she responded to routine inquiries. Her demeanor was oddly composed for someone who had just been informed of her fiancé's demise. Rosa refused to go to the police station, claiming she had no one to watch her children, and also denied the officers entry to her home to avoid alarming her daughters. However, she immediately suggested to the officers that her ex-husband, Ruben, could be involved in her fiancé's demise, driven by jealousy. This accusation promptly placed Ruben among the primary suspects, but he soon provided a solid alibi, having spent several days in another city with Antonia, visiting her parents after picking up the girls with Rosa. Rosa herself became a suspect next. Her remarkable calm and detachment raised eyebrows. Yet, aiming to stay ahead, she voluntarily went to the station and suggested her former lover, Albert, as the perpetrator. According to Rosa, he had been harassing her, demanding she break off the engagement with Pedro to marry him instead, and had become enraged and threatening after her refusal. When police arrested Albert as a suspect, he immediately began testifying against Rosa, implicating her as the mastermind and executor of the crime. He disclosed that it was Rosa who had orchestrated the entire plot, including drugging Pedro to incapacitate him, making him an easy target. Rosa was arrested the same day based on this revelation. Trial and sentences. During interrogations, the lovers provided wildly different accounts of the events on that fateful evening. They desperately tried to shift blame onto each other. Their stories were inconsistent, and they struggled to accurately reconstruct the sequence of events. The investigation lasted nearly a year, with law enforcement painstakingly attempting to piece together the crime scene. It became clear that the pair had premeditated the act, indicating it was intentional and planned rather than spontaneous. Despite this, the woman maintained her innocence. She claimed that Albert showed up at her and Pedro's doorstep that evening, armed and irrational. Upon seeing her enraged ex-lover, she fled upstairs, fearing for her daughter's safety and attempting to protect them. At this moment, she alleged, Ferraro carried out the act on her fiancé. Mobile phone data played a crucial role in the investigation, despite Rosa's belief that they had covered their tracks. Investigators discovered she had communicated with her lover using disposable phones on the day of the incident. Additionally, Albert's personal phone was tracked near the location of the burned vehicle on the night of May 1st. The trial of the accused pair didn't begin until February 2020. Despite the woman's attempts to portray herself as a victim, Ferrero's attorney argued that his client only assisted her in disposing of the body, suggesting she was the mastermind behind the entire operation. He described Rosa as a cunning manipulator, capable of using others for her own ends. Antonia, now raising her and Ruben's daughters with him, also testified, reiterating that the older daughter witnessed her mother pushing a bloodied Pedro down the stairs. However, the child's statement was not taken into consideration. Yet, Rosa accused her of lying, claiming Antonia simply wanted to see her in prison for as long as possible out of jealousy. Both suspects were found guilty of premeditated ending of life and concealing evidence of the crime. Rosa was sentenced to 25 years in prison, while Albert received a 20-year sentence. Additionally, they were ordered to pay nearly 100,000 euros in moral damages to Rodriguez's family. However, as it turned out, all of Rosa's assets were registered in her parents' names, rendering her financially insolvent. Both convicts made numerous appeals, each maintaining their innocence. However, the Supreme Court of Catalonia rejected these appeals, leaving the sentences unchanged. The aftermath for those involved. Rosa's parents, despite the guilty verdict, never believed their daughter was capable of committing such a heinous act. Now the children's biological father, Ruben Carbo, officially serves as their guardian. He raises the daughters from his previous marriage alongside his wife, Antonia, with whom he also has a son. Notably, Ruben has always allowed the girls to maintain contact with their maternal grandparents. Interestingly, following Rosa's arrest in 2017, she was only able to see her daughters nearly 2 years later in the spring of 2019 under the supervision of Ruben and his current wife. However, he has since refrained from bringing the girls to prison visits, believing the environment adversely affects their mental health. In 2022, it was revealed that Rosa, while incarcerated, attempted to hire someone to end the lives of her ex-husband Ruben and Antonia. Her plan was uncovered, preventing the crime. Rosa claimed that desperation to see her children drove her to this drastic measure. She believed that if Ruben were no longer alive, custody would revert to her parents, who she expected would not obstruct the girls' visits. As for Albert, while serving his sentence, he decided to pursue a law degree, enrolling in a Spanish university. He also dedicated himself to learning foreign languages. The case of Rosa Maria Peralvanuela inspired a mini-series titled Body in Flames, which premiered on Spanish television in the fall of 2023. Additionally, her story became the subject of a documentary film, portraying her as an innocent victim. Story 2: How a plumbing clog led to the solving of a series of violent crimes. Many crimes, unfortunately, remain unsolved for various reasons. According to forensic experts, this often happens if not all theories are considered, or if one of the theories wasn't fully explored. Thus, grieving families sometimes never learn the secret of a loved one's disappearance or the cause of their demise. Occasionally, crimes are uncovered over time, often by complete chance. The investigation into the crime against teenage girl Rory Rush began with a call to a plumber due to a clogged sewer line, which led to the discovery of several brutal acts against schoolgirls. This case made quite a stir, and the apprehended criminal was found to be involved in a similar atrocity that happened 10 years ago. Although many believed that the police had caught a true serial predator who targeted young women, only 2 incidents were proven with great difficulty despite the presence of ample evidence. Unidentified torso in a water body. On September 11, 2017, in the Canadian city of Oshawa, Ontario, a local fisherman spotted something horrifying in the city harbor. Floating in the water was a severely disfigured and decomposed human torso. The man immediately reported his find to the police, and the remains were soon retrieved and taken to the forensic medical service for identification and necessary examination. Experts immediately faced difficulties in identifying the body. It lacked limbs and a head, and it was practically gutted. They managed to determine only that the remains belonged to a young woman aged between 18 and 25 years. It was impossible to identify the victim by fingerprints, dental records, or distinctive features. However, a fragment of a tattoo was visible on the neck, but it was impossible to make out what it represented due to the advanced state of decomposition. There was only hope for a DNA analysis, but no matches were found in the existing database. And thus law enforcement began to check the cases of all young women who had gone missing in recent months. Only in November of the same year, nearly 2 months after the gruesome discovery, was it established that the body belonged to 18-year-old high school student Rory Hash, who had disappeared in mid-August of the same year, about a month before the remains were found. At the time of her disappearance, the girl was pregnant. Divers thoroughly examined the harbor and the adjacent shoreline of Lake Ontario, but no other body parts, head or limbs, were found. It was also impossible to determine the time and cause of death. However, experts found that the body had numerous severe injuries inflicted while she was still alive. This led to the suspicion that the girl had been tortured over a long period before her life was tragically ended. The story took an unexpected turn 4 months later, when at the end of December, David Wood's family moved into the house at 19 McMillan Drive, Oshawa. They immediately noticed a strange, unpleasant smell, but their downstairs neighbor, a single 45-year-old man named Adam Strong, who lived in the other half of the house, assured them it was just a minor plumbing issue that he would fix in a few days. The neighbor tried to be friendly and communicated very politely, but there was something unsettling and off-putting about him. When David's wife brought him some homemade cookies as a welcome gesture, he didn't let her even step inside his apartment. Instead, he just stepped out into the hallway, closing his door behind him. She managed to notice that his living space was in terrible disorder, and the smell inside was simply foul. Adam took the cookies, thanked the new neighbor, and hurried off. Later, when the neighbors crossed paths in the yard, he apologized for not inviting her in, explaining that he was about to renovate and that his apartment was not looking its best at the moment. He again tried to be polite, but was noticeably nervous. For several days, as the Wood family settled in, they tried to ignore the smell, but on December 29th, they finally called a plumber due to a sewer blockage and the intensified stench. The problem seemed minor and easily fixable. What the workers discovered in the pipes shocked even experienced forensic experts. Body parts in the sewage, a head in the refrigerator. The plumber, named Sean Farnaden, along with his partner, began to clear the blockage in the Wood family's apartment. Accustomed to unpleasant odors, they were surprised by how terrible it smelled inside. Soon they realized they needed to look 1 floor below and descended to Strong's apartment. Reluctantly, the man let the workers in, apologizing for the mess. The smell was even worse in this space, and when the plumbers reached the site of the blockage in the pipe, the stench became unbearable. Sean later confessed that in his many years of practice, he had never encountered anything so foul-smelling. But an even more nightmarish discovery awaited them when they decided to clear the pipe. At this time, the already nervous homeowner began to behave even more strangely. He did not step away and kept asking what the workers were going to do and how long it would take. He later justified his actions by saying he was simply curious, as he had never seen this process before. The specialists tried to ignore Adam's actions and questions, but soon they extracted more than 10 kilograms of flesh tangled with long hair and bone fragments from the pipes. Sean was horrified when he saw disfigured and partially decomposed human fingers among it all. The apartment owner made a surprised face, saying he had never seen anything more disgusting in his life, and then asked the plumbers if they had any idea how all this could have ended up in the sewer pipe. Farndon didn't want to speculate and decided to immediately call the police to sort everything out. He reported the horrific discovery, noting that he most likely stumbled upon human remains, provided the address, and waited for law enforcement to arrive, making sure that Adam did not touch anything or try to dispose of any evidence. The arriving officers immediately understood that Sean was right, and indeed human flesh had been extracted from the pipes. When they decided to talk to the homeowner, they expected to hear any sort of fabrication as an excuse, but the man instead bowed his head and confirmed that the remains of a woman's body had been stuck in the pipe, and if the police wanted other parts, they were in the freezer of his refrigerator. In the freezer, they found a severed head of a young woman packed in a plastic bag, along with limb fragments, obviously those that could not be flushed down the toilet. The house itself was a real dump, where it seemed no one had ever cleaned. The kitchen was piled with dirty dishes with rotting food remains, trash littered the floor, empty pizza boxes were scattered around. And among all this debris, there were numerous magazines of a specific adult sadomasochistic content. Also found in the apartment were intimate toys, gags, whips, handcuffs, and special devices for binding and hanging. Who was Adam Strong? Mr. Strong was immediately arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. The police were baffled, as this man had never been in trouble with the law before and was not on their radar. There was nothing on him. He had been living at 19 Macmillan Drive in Oshawa for over 10 years since early 2007, and none of his previous neighbors had ever complained about him. Adam Strong was born in 1972 in the small town of Cornwall, located in Stormont County, Ontario. There is very little information about his family in early years. He was single and had no children. He worked as a station operator at a local gas station and as a security guard on a film set. Those who knew him personally described him as a quirky and eccentric person who thought he was smarter than others. He loved to argue and prove his point until others agreed, but overall, he was not known to be confrontational. Upon reviewing the content of Adam's personal pages on social networks, law enforcement concluded that he was seriously interested in BDSM practices. He did not hide his inclinations and openly talked about it, posting related photos and videos. He never had a constant companion, but some of his former partners claimed that Strong was a true sadist and subjected them to intimate tortures, which ultimately led to their separation. Another peculiar hobby of his was writing reviews and feedback on adult films and magazines. Clearly, watching such materials was how Adam spent all his free time. Outwardly, he did not appear to be a criminal. He behaved calmly and composedly. House of Horrors at 19 Macmillan Drive. Strong's residence was cordoned off and guarded as a crime scene. An initial superficial inspection suggested that a lot of work was ahead and new findings could shock as much as the head found in the refrigerator. Notably, matching the evidence found, law enforcement immediately speculated that the discovered head, limbs, and flesh from the pipes could belong to Rory Hash, whose torso was pulled from a water body. For months earlier, this speculation was supported by a tattoo on the neck, and DNA analysis dispelled any last doubts. Blood-stained clothing and shoes of a young woman were found hidden in various rooms among piles of trash in Adam's house. Blood traces were also found on the bed in the bedroom, which turned out to belong to the missing schoolgirl. In addition, her blood splatters were on the walls, furniture, and even on the ceiling in the room. The kitchen was equipped with an actual dissection table, on which the suspect likely dismembered and gutted the girl. Blood traces, skin particles, hairs and bone fragments were everywhere, creating a horrifying sight that provoked nausea in those who inspected it. The bathroom was also in complete unsanitary condition. Dirt, blood, and signs of brutal acts were everywhere. The toilet was dismantled and lying in a corner amidst trash. Clearly Strong had tried to dispose of the body by flushing it down the sewer in parts, and when he realized there was a blockage, he attempted to fix it himself, but failed. Moreover, a large variety of sharp weapons was found in the house, which were likely used by Adam to dismember the girl's body. Some knives were still smeared with her blood. Semen traces of the apartment owner were also found on the body fragments retrieved from the refrigerator. Who was Rory Hash? Let's delve into who the victim was, how she ended up in the home of a perpetrator, and what happened to her. Rory Hash was born on July 9, 1999 in Oshawa, and was the only child of a woman named Shannon Dion. Her father left before she was born and took no part in her life. Rory grew up in a rather unique family. Her maternal grandfather was once the founder and leader of a motorcycle club called Satan's Choice, and was also known as a talented boxer with strong connections to the criminal underworld. Rory's uncle was a member of the Hells Angels bike club, led a daring lifestyle, and had his own legal troubles. Despite having such relatives, Rory's childhood could be described as peaceful and carefree. Her mother and grandmother did everything to provide for her, surrounding her with love and care. Rory was a good student, excelled in dance, and even won awards at competitions. People described her as a very intelligent, sensible, and open-hearted child. At the age of 13, Rory received an award as the best cadet of the year in her local army unit. However, at 15, she began to spiral. A friend introduced her to drugs, and she quickly became dependent. She began spending more time with dubious company, neglected her studies, and soon stopped attending school altogether. For about a year, Her family tried to help her overcome her dependency by placing her in various clinics, but she relapsed each time and the cycle would start over. At 17, she ran away from home and began to provide intimate services for money to afford illicit substances. It was then that Shannon sought help from a specialized service for teens with dependencies, which managed to send Rory to mandatory treatment. The efforts were not in vain, and Rory eventually returned to a normal life. She found work as a salesperson in a local shop and studied remotely to pass her exams and obtain a high school diploma, with hopes of attending college in the future. And in the spring of 2017, they decided to move in together. In June 2017, she informed her mother that she was pregnant and planned to keep the baby. Rory was nearly 18 and mature enough, so her mother supported her decision. However, Shannon was unaware that her daughter had resumed using illicit substances. In mid-August, Rory met with local constable Christopher Crane at a shopping center. Crane had been monitoring her situation for the last 18 months, ensuring she wasn't falling back into bad company. That day, Rory confessed to him that she had relapsed into drug use and had lost her job a month earlier, agreeing to intimate exchanges for money or a fix. Crane was deeply concerned by her confession. He promised to help and asked her to wait a few minutes while he stepped away to urgently call a service to arrange Rory's hospitalization. However, when he returned, Rory had vanished and the constable was unable to find her. The next day, Rory's mother and uncle brought her to the hospital after finding her incoherent from substance use. For some reason, the relatives did not stay with her, but left her in the emergency room queue and stepped out for about an hour. Upon their return, they found that she had disappeared and she was never seen alive again. Surveillance footage showed that she simply got up, walked to the exit, and left the hospital. Her family filed a missing person report the following day, but despite extensive searches and the rapid spread of information on social media, no trace of her was found. Although it was never definitively established how she ended up in Strong's house, it is most likely that her desperate need for drugs led her there to provide intimate services to the man. Investigation begins. After Adam immediately informed the police about the location of the remaining body parts, investigators expected him to start confessing. However, once at the station, he became withdrawn and refused to answer questions. He remained calm and did not admit to any wrongdoing. Since there was no direct evidence linking him to the girl's death, he was only charged with desecration of a body. Despite his lawyer's efforts, the detainee was denied bail and remained in jail pending trial. The investigators didn't know how to approach him effectively and tried to provoke an emotional response to make him reveal himself during questioning. However, Strong was not easily manipulated and carefully avoided questions about how Hash ended up in his house and what he did to her. Meanwhile, he willingly talked about his love for bladed weapons and his extensive collection of knives. Searches continued in Adam's house, and in one room, hidden in a closet, a dirty hunting knife was found with dried skin fragments that appeared human. DNA testing revealed that the samples from the knife did not match Rory's, but belonged to another individual. Identifying the person took several months, but by July 2017, it was clear that the traces on the weapon were from a young woman named Candace Fitzpatrick, who had disappeared about 10 years earlier. Who was the first victim? Candace Fitzpatrick had much in common with Rory Hash. This teenager also struggled with substance dependence and legal issues, grew up in a troubled family, often ran away from home, and would disappear for months at a time, living with acquaintances and sustaining herself by exchanging her body for sustenance and illicit substances. She was born in 1989 and was 18 at the time of her disappearance. Her family did not immediately notice her disappearance and only reported her missing almost 2 years later, by which time it was too late to find any leads. Additionally, her lifestyle and social circle led many to assume she could have ended up anywhere. For 10 years, Candace's parents believed that she had run away, but hoped she would eventually return. However, the news from law enforcement in 2018 shattered their hopes of ever seeing their daughter alive again. It is notable that both victims of the suspect were the same age and bore a striking resemblance to each other. They looked almost like sisters. This led to the belief that the police had apprehended a serial predator, and while Fitzpatrick and Hash were not his only victims, only the remains of the latter were found. When questioned about the second woman, Strong unexpectedly decided to bargain. He acknowledged his serious predicament and expressed a willingness to cooperate, but only in exchange for more comfortable living conditions. He demanded a private cell, a large TV, internet access, and even specified a menu of his preferred meal. The law enforcement officials were outraged by his audacity, but conceded to gain the information. Adam started his story by recounting his difficult childhood, detailing how he had been abused by his stepfather from the age of 5, and how he had started torturing and ending the lives of animals from the age of 7, finding physical pleasure in these acts. He also discussed his intimate preferences and lamented his inability to find a woman who shared his interests in this area. When the conversation turned to Rory, he described in detail and with apparent pleasure how he had dismembered her, expressing regret that his plumbing had failed him. However, the police were unable to secure a confession regarding her demise. Strong insisted that the woman had died from an overdose, and he had merely disposed of the body. When Strong was first asked about Candace, he was quite surprised, given that it had been 10 years. He tried to find out how the police had learned about her. Upon hearing about the pieces of flesh stuck to an old knife, he became somber and regretted not taking better precautions to ensure his own safety. He confirmed that he had met the woman, but claimed he had not ended her life. Nonetheless, the evidence found did not support his claim. Accidentally incriminated himself in an attempt to evoke some semblance of sympathy or remorse. The police informed him that Rory was pregnant at the time of her death. However, Adam vehemently denied this. A detective noted that the pregnancy was in its early stages, so it might not have been visibly noticeable, but the criminal insisted he would have noticed. At this moment, the investigators realized that Strong would argue endlessly to prove his point, so they decided to provoke him into revealing more than he intended. They insisted that the victim was expecting, and he attempted to prove otherwise, claiming he had personally examined her and even held her reproductive organs in his hand, and there was nothing there. Caught up in his narrative and deeply recalling the process, he began to describe the details and his sensations, mentioning how the flesh was soft and warm, and at one point, he even spoke of feeling a pulsation. This led law enforcement to believe that the woman might have still been alive at that moment. Adam tried to deny everything, but his statements had been recorded on camera and were presented in court. He did not disclose what he had done with Candace's body, and her remains were never found. Detectives also failed to learn about any other possible victims. During one of the last interrogations, Strong indifferently stated, "I don't know if it matters, but I would like my condolences to be passed on to the girl's parents." The defendant's lawyers insisted that their client was mentally ill, unable to be held responsible for his actions, and in need of medical care. The court faced the question of whether he was sane and could be held accountable, or if he truly belonged in a psychiatric facility rather than a prison. However, a psychiatric evaluation determined that, despite certain disorders, the man was aware of his actions and thus could be held legally accountable. The trial of Adam Strong began in September 2020, 3 years after the death of Rory and 12 years after Candace disappeared. He was charged with 2 counts of ending lives, as well as desecration of Rory's remains. Although he never admitted his guilt, the evidence found in his home and his confessions during interrogations left no doubt about his involvement in these heinous acts. 4 of Adam's former partners also testified, describing his cruelty and propensity for violence. According to the prosecution, the defendant lured both women to his home, promising them money for intimate services. Given his specific preferences and the evidence found on Rory's body, he immobilized his victim, tormented her for a long period, and likely ended her life during the ordeal, fearing that she would report him to the police, where he discarded the torso of the victim, hoping it would be carried away by the current. In April 2021, Adam Strong was found guilty of ending the lives of Candace Fitzpatrick and Rory Hash, as well as desecration of the latter's remains. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The verdict didn't particularly disturb the criminal, who noted in his closing remarks that his prison cell was much better and more comfortable than his previous living conditions. 6 months after his sentencing, Adam unexpectedly confessed to the location of the first victim's remains. Following his directions, the search lasted several months until the police discovered human bones. DNA testing confirmed that the skeleton belonged to young Fitzpatrick, which was officially announced. Investigators are almost certain there could be more victims in the Strong case, at least one more woman. Notably, when Adam was brought in for his initial interrogation, his personal items were confiscated, among which was a chain with 3 rings. He later asked for this item to be returned, noting that the rings meant a lot to him and he did not want to lose them. Subsequently, relatives of Rory and Candace identified two of the rings as belonging to their daughters, but the third ring remains unidentified. Story 3. Harmful Obsession. On May 2nd, 2009 in Wausau, Wisconsin, USA, a terrible crime took place. An 18-year-old girl named Brianna Marie Schneller was the victim. For the small town, such an event was shocking, particularly since the girl's death was the result of actions executed with unimaginable cruelty. More shocking than the crime itself was the motive behind it. Brianna had a vibrant personality, loved Mexican cuisine, music, and dancing, and she was fond of roller coasters. She was very diligent and performed well academically. She was the top student at Everest High School in Washington, said Craig and Lori Schneller, her parents. She had a trip planned to Tennessee that summer. The young lady was the only one in the state of Wisconsin who had made it through the qualifying rounds of a competition held by a renowned national nonprofit organization for students in professional and technical fields, where she was to present her project. Brianna aspired to pursue higher education in restaurant management and dreamed of someday starting her own business in the food service industry. Therefore, she decided to pursue a career in restaurant management. She worked part-time at the El Moscow restaurant in Rib Mountain to earn money and gain the necessary experience and skills. Friends, colleagues, and even patrons described her as a kind and responsive person. She was just a month away from significant milestones in her life. She was about to graduate from school and marry her beloved 22-year-old Sebastian Ramirez. Initially, her parents objected to their relationship and the age difference. In their view, their daughter had matured too quickly. However, after getting to know the young man better, they trusted him. It was evident that he genuinely loved Brianna and had serious intentions regarding their future together. The couple moved in together, renting an apartment on 12th Avenue in Wausau along with Sebastian's 19-year-old brother Hugo. Outwardly, it seemed that the trio got along well and lived peacefully. Many envied their friendship. The brothers supported Brianna's interests, as they also worked at a restaurant called El Tequila Salsa in the same area. It is possible that one workday was when Sebastian and Brianna met each other. In any case, no one expected that a horrific tragedy could disrupt the plans and dreams of the two lovers. The morning of May 2nd, 2009 began as usual. Sebastian was the first to rise in the house. He didn't want to wake the girls sweetly sleeping beside him. It was a day off, and she didn't need to rush to school. While the young man was in the shower, Brianna woke up. They exchanged sweet greetings and discussed their plans for the day. Meanwhile, Sebastian tried to wake up Hugo, who had come home in the early morning and had clearly overdone it at a party the night before. After that, Sebastian left for work, which was only a 5-10 minute walk away. His younger brother followed soon after. The girl stayed home alone. She exchanged messages with her mother and then got on with her tasks. That day Hugo felt restless. He had a headache from too much drinking and regretted overindulging. Struggling to focus, he decided to swap lunch breaks with a colleague, and at 1:20 p.m. he headed home to catch some sleep. When he entered the apartment, nothing seemed unusual at first. However, as he walked further, he noticed a disorder in his brother's and his girlfriend's room. For some reason, Brianna was lying on the floor. Hugo rushed to her and asked what happened, but she did not respond. He didn't immediately notice the blood. The young man moved the towel that had been covering her face and screamed. She was unrecognizably disfigured. He grabbed the phone to call the emergency services, but his hands were shaking and his mind was foggy. He knew he had to act, and he ran to his neighbor's apartment a floor below. Through tears, young Ramirez tried to explain what had happened and asked the woman to call for help. At 1:30 p.m., the emergency services received a call. Despite it being a Saturday, the day was far from peaceful. Unfortunately, incidents often occur on days when people are supposed to relax. The woman on the other end of the line reported that she was calling on behalf of a neighbor. He had asked her to summon emergency medical services for his brother's girlfriend. The unfortunate woman lay on the floor with cuts on her body and a disfigured face showing no signs of life. Police and paramedics were dispatched to the address immediately. The parking lot of the apartment building was crowded, but one individual stood out from the crowd and approached them. It was Hugo Ramirez. He led the officers to the apartment. The young man could barely speak, so he simply pointed out the shocking scene. At the center of it all lay Brianna, her body bearing deep wounds. Stab wounds were evident on her chest, neck, and wrist. The officers asked the young man to leave the room, while forensic specialists began their examination. One speculated that the victim had been lying there for some time, as the blood scattered everywhere had already started to dry. It was clear she had fought back, as evidenced by the defensive cuts on her arms. However, the assailant had overpowered her. The crime scene was rife with evidence. The first thing the forensic team noticed was a bloody iron lying on the floor, broken with some pieces scattered nearby. It appeared that the criminal had used it to strike her face. 2 knives lay in the bathroom sink, one missing its sharp tip. Blood was found on the soap, leading investigators to speculate that the criminal had used it to wash their hands. But the bloodied shoe print left on the carpet drew more attention. Overall, the examination of the dwelling revealed several curious details. There appeared to be no signs of forced entry, suggesting that the victim knew the wrongdoer or that he had some way of gaining entry to the apartment. Another notable detail was the scattered bills ranging from $1 to $20 amounting to a substantial sum. Hugo explained that these were tips they had accumulated at work, so much so that they were just placed anywhere. At first glance, nothing seemed to be missing from the apartment. Everything pointed to the fact that Brianna was the target of the attack, not robbery. This was confirmed by the broken knife tip found in her body. What kind of force was necessary to break a knife? Who could harbor such feelings towards a young woman? What could have been the cause of such unprecedented cruelty and aggression? Eager to shed light on the matter, law enforcement officers were keen to speak with the girl's relatives and close friends, especially as they needed to convey the dreadful news. In the police department's office, Craig and Lori Schneller awaited news. They had heard that something terrible had occurred at the home where their daughter lived, but unfortunately, they had been unable to contact her. With heavy hearts, they went to the police station seeking answers. The officers had to confirm the parents' worst fears were indeed true. There is no greater sorrow for parents than to endure the loss of a child. The devastating news split the Schneller's life into before and after. Authorities provided photographs of Brianna for identification. The process was a mere formality, as her identity was already established. But protocol required it. Due to the horrific injuries, not all photographs taken at the scene were shown to the family. Only those that showed part of her face were displayed. Once confirmed, the Schnellers could hardly believe what had happened. After consulting with a psychologist, Craig and Lori were able to answer a series of questions. They were eager to assist the investigation and catch the person responsible, so they provided as much information about their daughter's life as possible. The parents insisted that she had no known enemies or ill wishers, at least to their knowledge. It was also revealed that Brianna's mother was the last person she had communicated with. That morning, Lori had taken Brianna's car to the auto repair shop and had messaged her daughter around 10 a.m. to inform her. Brianna had responded. This means that the tragic incident occurred after she spoke with her mother and before Hugo's arrival, establishing a timeline for the events. The police launched a comprehensive investigation. The first to be invited for an interview by the detectives were the Rodriguez brothers, Sebastian and Hugo, who were questioned separately. The fiancé of the victim, Sebastian, reported that he woke up at 9:15 in the morning, had a brief conversation with Brianna while getting ready for work, and then woke his brother. By 10:15, he was already at the restaurant. He learned about the incident after receiving a phone call. Hugo's account matched, stating he left the house about 10-15 minutes after Sebastian. He returned home at 1:20 p.m. because he was feeling unwell and wanted to rest. However, his illness and fatigue vanished when he discovered Brianna lifeless. After that, everything seemed like a blur. He explained that he was so stunned that he couldn't think straight on how to react properly. His mind shut down and his hands trembled, leading him to run to a neighbor and ask for help. The Ramirez brothers' statements were credible and their distress appeared genuine. However, the police had often encountered convincing performances before, so they needed solid proof of their innocence. It was entirely possible that one of them was the perpetrator, and the other was covering for him. Therefore, detectives inquired about their relationships with each other. Sebastian declared his love for Brianna and his anticipation for their upcoming wedding. Hugo was asked if he had any grievances against his brother's girlfriend, or if they had quarreled, to which he responded negatively. He also clarified that despite her attractiveness and charm, he had no intentions toward her because he valued their good relationship, and would never interfere with Sebastian's happiness. Brianna was like a sister to him. The interrogations lasted for hours, yet neither brother aroused any suspicion. After taking DNA samples from the young men, they were allowed to return home. To confirm or refute the Ramirez brothers' alibis, detectives interviewed employees of El Tequila Salsa restaurant and reviewed the establishment's surveillance footage. Sebastian and Hugo's accounts were corroborated. The theory of a domestic-related crime was dismissed. Then who was the murderer of this innocent young woman? Could there be a predator in the city? Perhaps he had been watching Brianna earlier and had learned much about her. Maybe on a day when she was alone, he executed his criminal intent. The investigation continued. By this point, the autopsy results had come in, confirming the initial suspicions of the police. The sequence of the crime was reconstructed as follows. Brianna first sustained a blunt force injury to the head, likely with an iron. Then the perpetrator cut her throat, followed by multiple stab wounds to her body. The ferocity and relentlessness of the attack were evidenced by the number of wounds, which were so numerous that even experts couldn't tally them. At least 2 of these injuries were immediately fatal. The young woman fought fiercely for her life, as indicated by the foreign DNA found under her nails. Later developments revealed that earlier statements claiming nothing was missing from the home were incorrect. The victim's phone had disappeared. Sebastian discovered the loss and promptly informed the detectives. This piece of information became a critical lead, as once the police received this new clue, they began searching for the mobile device. Brianna's cell phone provider reported that her phone was still active and provided its location. It turned out that the phone had been nearby all along, specifically within the premises of the restaurant where Sebastian and Hugo worked. The investigation grew more complex with the brothers' undeniable alibi, and one of them reporting the missing phone against the backdrop of suspicious coincidences. Detectives urgently traveled to the specified location, but upon arrival, they found that the coordinates led to the parking lot of a shopping center. Housing the restaurant, it appeared the sought-after item was in one of the trash bins. After a brief search, a plastic takeout bag with the logo of El Tequila Salsa was found inside a container. Within the bag were the girl's phone, 2 mismatched gloves, and a pair of women's underwear. One of the gloves was stained with blood. This unexpected discovery shifted the narrative, as theories about a predator and a crime driven by intimate motives began to gain traction. The bag and its contents were sent to the laboratory for further examination, potentially still holding fingerprints or DNA from the perpetrator. When shown a photo of the contents, Sebastian recognized his girlfriend's underwear. The investigation proceeded with numerous interrogations of the restaurant staff and undergo examinations for any scratches or injuries. Additionally, both the external and internal surveillance footage of the building and neighboring establishments was thoroughly reviewed. The police had a considerable task ahead of them to determine who had disposed of the bag. Initially, a kitchen worker attracted attention because he was notably late for work, arriving when Brianna was already lifeless. However, the young man had an alibi. He had been stopped for speeding on his way to the restaurant. Nonetheless, reviewing the surveillance footage proved invaluable to the investigation. Another individual, the 24-year-old kitchen manager, Raul Pons Rocha, became a person of interest. On the day of the crime, he left the building at 10:18 a.m. wearing a brown hoodie and returned at 10:53 a.m. without it. During questioning, he was asked about his whereabouts and intentions. Raul explained that he had gone to pick up his friend Luciano, a dishwasher at the restaurant. Interestingly, Luciano lived in the same building as Brianna, Sebastian, and Hugo. When asked how long his errand took, he said about 20 minutes, but there was a problem with the timeline. What happened in the remaining 15 minutes? Raul refused to explain. Meanwhile, Luciano confirmed Raul's story, saying they did not stop anywhere on their way to work. However, the 15-minute discrepancy continued to trouble the detectives, and Raul's behavior raised questions. He had cuts on his hands, which he attributed to working with knives. Raul was clearly suspicious, but there wasn't enough evidence for his detention. By May 9th, it was established that on May 2nd, at 1:16 p.m., a single employee exited the back door of El Tequila Salsa, and at the same time, only one person approached the trash bins. Identifying the suspect took little time. When his name was announced, the investigative team was not surprised. It was not Sebastian or Hugo Ramirez as initially thought, but the suspect Raul Ponsaracha. When a search warrant was obtained for his home, curious details about the manager's life emerged. Under the mattress of his bed were found 4 pairs of women's underwear, several adult videos along with a brown hoodie, and a glove resembling the one found in the trash bin. On the same day, Raul's DNA samples were sent for comparison with those found on the plastic bag. A strand of female hair found on his clothing was also analyzed. Everything pointed to the victim, Brianna. It was just a matter of matching the test results. Raul was arrested on suspicion of first-degree murder when it became known that the alleged Sebastian couldn't believe his ears. He never thought his colleague capable of such cruelty. The main question that troubled him was, why did he do it? They hardly knew Brianna and had only seen her in passing. Raul had always seemed like a kind and cheerful guy, someone who wouldn't hurt a fly. But the answer was found. The trial of Raul Ponrocha took place in 2011 and consistently denied any involvement in the crime. However, the prosecution presented compelling evidence. The defendant's DNA was found on all key pieces of evidence: the iron, the knives, the plastic bag and its contents, and under Brianna's fingernails. Additionally, a shoe print found on the carpet at the crime scene matched the size and pattern of the suspect's shoes. The investigation painted a clear picture of the events. On May 2, 2009, Raul arrived at work at 9 a.m. en route to the restaurant. He passed the victim's house, a place that had long piqued his interest. Not seeing her car, he assumed she was out and saw it as an opportune moment to enter her apartment and take what he desired. The accused had a peculiar habit of collecting women's underwear, the evidence of which was found under his mattress. After the Rodriguez brothers arrived at work, Raul left the restaurant under the guise of picking up Luciano. Instead of signaling his friend immediately upon arrival, he entered the victim's apartment. He easily unlocked the door and entered. It appears he went into Brianna's room and began rummaging through her belongings. He was likely caught off guard at that moment. Otherwise, he could have excused his unexpected presence by claiming he was looking for one of the brothers and that the door had been opened. Realizing the absurdity of the situation and fearing recognition, he struck her with the first object he could find, an iron. He then slashed her throat with a knife, followed by inflicting multiple injuries. The investigation concluded that the process of taking her life seemed to gratify him, as evidenced by the excessive number of wounds inflicted on the poor victim. It also noted that Raul used multiple knives during the attack. Afterwards, the culprit tried to cover his tracks by washing his hands and removing his jacket, as he still had to meet Luciano and drive him to the restaurant. He then resumed work, as if nothing had happened, which was captured on the kitchen's video recording. When many staff took their lunch breaks, he seized the moment to dispose of the bag containing the evidence in a trash bin, but did not end her life. However, he suspected who might have done it and named a former restaurant employee. According to the defendant, he saw this acquaintance at Brianna's house on the day her life was tragically ended, thus confirming that he indeed entered the Ramirez apartment. However, when he left, Sergio stayed with Brianna, apparently having an argument. The defendant's statement raised additional questions and investigations. The information he provided was subject to verification. Moreover, the individual he mentioned was abroad. Nonetheless, authorities managed to contact Sergio. He even appeared at the trial to testify his non-involvement and refute Raul's slander. The young man easily proved that he was not in the country on the day of the crime. Weeks before, he had left to care for his gravely ill father in Mexico. Apparently, the defendant hoped that contact with Sergio would not be established, thereby sowing a seed of doubt among the jurors. However, his plan failed. The defendant merely emphasized that he had no qualms about falsely accusing an innocent person of a heinous crime. It was clear that he felt no remorse for his actions. During the trial, Brianna's relatives, as well as Sebastian and Hugo, were present. The young men struggled to contain their emotions, prompting officers to repeatedly call for calm. Ultimately, Raul Ponrocha was found guilty of the crime against Brianna Schneller, as well as burglary. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He is serving his sentence at a correctional institution in Waupun, Wisconsin. Following the verdict, the victim's father stated that his daughter's case had become personal for many involved, as they all have families and children. He shared that he has not parted with the Father's Day card Brianna gave him, cherishing every memory of her. Craig Schneller confessed that Brianna's death broke his heart and he lost faith. No information about Sebastian Ramirez is available. It is only to be hoped that he has closed this tragic chapter of his life with a sense of completeness and has been able to move forward. One day, his brother Hugo appeared on a television show discussing the ordeal they endured. Raul's actions were fatal for Brianna. He not only ended the life of a beautiful young woman, but also devastated the hearts of her family. Things could have been different if the young man had not chosen to cover his tracks. He might have gotten away with clumsy explanations and apologies to the girl. At most, it would have ended with a confrontation between him and the Rodriguez brothers. It is unlikely the victim would have reported him to the police, and even then, the incident could have been resolved with minimal harm. Story 4. Love Triangle. No matter what the past experience was, new relationships are a clean slate. They offer fresh emotions and stir excitement. One has every chance to succeed where they might have failed in a previous union. However, emerging infatuation not only carries romance, but sometimes also big problems. When choosing a life partner, we surely do not know what baggage they carry behind them. It happens that along with newfound feelings, we inadvertently take on burdens that should have been avoided. An example of this can be the so-called love triangle, known for its sharply defined angles, horrific discovery. On October 5, 2017, on the waterfront of the suburb of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, USA, law enforcement officers discovered the body of a man. The found body was wrapped in a tarpaulin, strapped with belts on both sides. This grim discovery was located at the bottom of a trash container of a local supermarket. During the autopsy, it was determined that the victim had received multiple blunt force hits and knife wounds. Apparently, the man had been beaten over a long period. During the assault, the unfortunate man had his jaw broken and teeth knocked out, some of which ended up in his respiratory tract. Most of the bones in the face and head were broken. Only on the skull were 6 wounds inflicted by a blunt object noted. Additionally, 6 knife wounds were found on the neck, 7 in the throat area, and several more in the upper part of the chest. The injuries were so severe that in some places the flesh was cut through. Ultimately, the medical examiners concluded that death was due to head trauma, blood loss, and suffocation. The identity of the deceased was beyond doubt, further confirmed by the victim's brother. On the pathologist's table lay 39-year-old Nicholas Wilcox from Putnam, Connecticut. What events led this young man to such a tragic end, and whether his tormentors were punished, we will learn in today's criminal story. Introduction to the main characters. In the subsequent investigation of Nick's demise, several individuals were suspected. His girlfriend Isabella Tagliarini and her former boyfriend Eric Robinson. Both were also his neighbors in the duplex where our story's protagonist had moved. The house is designed for 2 families and features separate rooms, each with its own yard and entrance, a popular type of property in Florida. Initially, Robinson, who had first rented the place, sublet the vacant units. She was from Brazil, where she worked as a flight attendant for a national airline. In 2010, Tagliarini divorced and immigrated to the U.S. with her children. She successfully married an American, which helped her secure the coveted green card. The marriage lasted until 2016, but over time, their passionate feelings faded, leading to their separation. That same year, the young woman began dating 46-year-old Eric Robinson. Her new partner was from a small town in Massachusetts, had never been married, and had no children. A romantic relationship quickly developed between them, though it was periodically turbulent. The passionate nature of Isabella and Eric's accustomed bachelor lifestyle contributed to this. Moreover, according to the woman, he was inconsistent in showing his feelings. He could be cheerful and friendly, then suddenly become gloomy and aggressive. For this reason, the couple broke up and got back together multiple times. In June 2017, shortly before Nicholas moved in, the lovers had separated again. Wilcox had known the couple for about 6 months and maintained contact with them. When he mentioned wanting to save on rent, Robinson offered him to move in and share the expenses. Initially, the neighbors had a wonderful relationship. They respected each other's personal space, yet often spent time together. However, over time, this neighborly idyll was disrupted and problems began. As it turned out, Robinson was using and storing banned substances, which explained his erratic behavior and mood swings. On August 23, 2017, the man was detained. Shortly before this, he had reconciled with Isabella and was actually in a relationship with her at the time of his arrest. By then, Nicholas had already been living with them under the same roof. After Eric's detention, none of the tenants knew when the main renter would return, nor what their future held. It was possible they could be evicted at any time. Therefore, they immersed themselves in work to have a financial safety net in case of emergency. Fortunately for Nick, there was plenty of work, which was not the case for Isabella. The woman struggled to find suitable employment, so she began helping her neighbor in the construction business. The life story of Nicholas, it's worth noting that several generations of the Wilcox family engaged in similar activities. Nicholas's grandfather was a fisherman and built boats, and his father also dedicated his life to construction. Later, the main character joined the family business, becoming a roofer after graduating from school in 1996. Along with his older brother Donald, they acted as contractors, building their own client base. At the age of 23, Nick started a family. The young man tied his life to a girl named Kathy, who was his classmate in his senior year. A year later, the couple had a daughter, and 3 years after that, twins. Throughout this time, the family had worked diligently, striving to provide a decent living for his loved ones. Friends and acquaintances of Nick recalled that despite his busy schedule, he was a devoted husband and father. Yet he devoted a lot of time to his professional pursuits. Perhaps this was the reason for the family's eventual dissolution. The divorce occurred shortly after the birth of the younger children. Nonetheless, the father continued to communicate and support his family. A fresh start. At the beginning of 2017, following his brother, Nicholas moved to Florida. The new place promised better job opportunities. Here the number of clients significantly increased. Additionally, the chosen method of earning became non-seasonal. Almost all year round, the state enjoyed good weather, warm and sunny, which creates excellent conditions not only for living, but also for business development. Moreover, the Wilcox profession came in handy in the new location, where powerful hurricanes regularly swept through the coastal areas. During storm season, homes were damaged, and thus needed to be reinforced and repaired after the bad weather. Leaving his family back in Connecticut, Nicholas continued to care for his children from a distance. According to an agreement with his ex-wife, he sent them money and visited whenever possible. Initially, the man stayed in a multi-apartment complex in Fort Lauderdale. However, he later had to move to the suburbs to reduce his housing expenses. Irma, with Isabella Tagliarini. The hurricane season had started, so Nick was inundated with daily orders. At that time, Hurricane Irma was approaching the area where the hero lived and worked. It turned into a powerful Atlantic tropical cyclone of Category 5, with wind speeds of about 177 miles per hour. An emergency was declared before its arrival. About 7 million people were evacuated from coastal areas. Nicholas spent all his time preparing buildings for the impending assault of the elements. He reinforced homes, boarded up windows and doors, and afterward was involved in clearing the resulting debris. Of course, all this was his main job, so he was paid for it, but he could not be called a mercenary. In an interview, the man's older brother confessed that Nick never refused to help. As all of Florida was preparing for the terrible cyclone, Nicholas was busy boarding up windows with plywood. Soon there was a sharp shortage in stores, creating long lines. In one of these lines, a woman named Pamela approached Nick. She told him that she lacked building materials to fortify her home. In response, the younger Wilcox promised to solve this problem, and that same evening brought her the 7 missing sheets of plywood. He boarded up all the doors and windows of the woman's house and refused payment, even though he spent an entire day finding the necessary supplies. Nick was moved by Pamela's difficult life situation. She was left alone with children and needed outside help. In response, the woman thanked her rescuer. Heated romance. The hurricane brought widespread destruction, providing Nick with work for a long time. As a result, Nick was sent to the hospital. He decided to make his duplex neighbor his assistant. Isabella's duties included cleaning up after the projects were completed and handing tools during the work. As the young people spent a lot of time together, their friendly relations evolved into a romantic relationship. On September 3rd, the couple made a peculiar vow, written in blood and on paper, which served as a sort of engagement and a promise for a long and happy life filled with lots of children. Despite the strong feelings that enveloped the lovers, their union could not be called perfect. Almost immediately, minor issues and disagreements began. Arguments arose out of nowhere. On September 22nd, a serious conflict occurred between Nicholas and Isabella. The woman even left home and spent the night in a hotel. However, the next morning the couple reconciled. According to Tagliarini, she lacked attention and respect from the man. He, on the other hand, thought she was exaggerating. Ultimately, their love led to inevitable consequences. The message on October 5th, 2017, a man called the local police. During the conversation, he introduced himself as Isabella's former husband and asked the law enforcement officers to contact her. According According to his words, she had information about a recent crime. The caller did not provide any more details. Despite the strangeness of the call, the police immediately responded to the message and called Tagliarini. From her voice it was clear that the woman was hysterical. When asked by the police what had happened, she replied that everything was fine. The only thing that concerned her at that moment was a fight with her beloved man. She explained that he had left her and driven off in an unknown direction. However, when the police mentioned the call from her former husband, she immediately changed her tone. The woman began to cry and confessed that her beloved had not gone anywhere, but was dead. She also added that she knew where the body was located and was ready to show it. Crime scene law enforcement arrived at the address provided by Isabella. The officers were met with a house, all of whose windows and doors were boarded up with plywood, apparently in preparation for the approaching hurricane. There was a strong smell of cleaning agents and paint, indicating that the place had been thoroughly cleaned. In one of the bedrooms, detectives noticed the walls and floor had been hastily and sloppily painted, likely in an attempt to cover something up rather than for a routine renovation. Their suspicions were confirmed by the discovery of hydrogen peroxide containers. Small blood stains were found on the bedding and the bedside table. It was also evident that someone had replaced the old mattress. Despite efforts to eliminate and paint over them, blood stains were everywhere. The police suspected that the room had been the site of a violent crime, which Tagliarini had tried to clean up, but hadn't completed in time thanks to her ex-husband's timely call. Isabella was found inside the duplex, appearing distressed. During the conversation, she explained her state by saying she had been under the influence of a sedative during the phone call, which accounted for her unusual behavior. However, she confirmed knowing what had happened there and where the body was located. The unstable woman was decided to be taken to the station. By this time, the police had spoken again with her ex, who provided a partial account of the event. According to him, she had called him and told him about the crime. Initial version. During the interrogation, the Brazilian woman claimed that Eric Robinson, her former boyfriend, was involved in the crime. On October 5th, around 2 a.m., the man came to the duplex and found the couple asleep. He was enraged by a vow hanging above the bed's headboard in the bedroom. He woke Isabella by putting a knife to her throat to prevent her from screaming. At that moment, she looked at Nick lying beside her, who seemed to be struggling to breathe. Eric did not allow her to see more and pushed her out of the bedroom. He then took a brass knuckle and a bat and began to beat the defenseless man. After finishing the beating, Robinson wrapped the body in a tarp and secured it with straps. Under the threat of a similar fate, his girlfriend helped him dispose of the body. However, the detectives were puzzled as to why, instead of calling the police, she had called her ex-husband. Isabella explained that she was very frightened and was looking for support and advice. According to her, the criminal also forced her to clean up the residence and eliminate all traces. Afterwards, he returned the phone he had taken earlier and left. Her confession raised doubts and required verification. Additionally, visible bruises and abrasions were noted on Tagliarini's body, which she explained were from being beaten by Eric. After Nicholas's death, the officers began their investigation by searching for the victim and his assailant. The suspect indicated where her boyfriend was hidden. While the medical examiners worked on the body, forensic specialists arrived at the scene. Meanwhile, law enforcement was busy searching for Eric. It was established that the man had been released from prison on October 3rd and was living at a different address. During this time, the criminal had met a new woman named Merida at whose place he was staying. She told the police that on the night of October 5th, her boyfriend received a phone call, after which he immediately left. He returned around 5 a.m., packed his things, and set off again without any explanation. When asked if she noticed any blood stains on her boyfriend's clothes, Merida explained that she hadn't seen anything suspicious. Robinson was found around 8 p.m. 4 miles away from the house. He refused to cooperate with the investigation, and therefore he was taken into custody pending further investigation. Eric's version. During the interrogation, Eric provided a story that differed from Isabella's version. According to his statement, Tagliarini contacted him on the night of October 5th. Despite a restraining order she had received against him immediately after he was sent to prison. Despite this, she told him that she had attacked Nicholas under the influence of banned substances and ended his life. When Isabella came to her senses, she realized she couldn't manage the situation alone and asked for help. In return, the Brazilian woman promised Robinson that they would get back together and start over. As Eric still had strong feelings for her, he agreed to these terms. Fired Brazilian. Wanting to interview the initial suspect once again, given the circumstances and her behavior, it was clear that she was holding back information. Most likely, she was trying to minimize her role in the incident. Moreover, the investigation uncovered intriguing information. It turned out the woman was far from innocent and had been on the police radar multiple times. On September 22nd, when Nick and Isabella had a severe argument, they were caught and it escalated beyond the confines of their room. Under the influence of Xanax and banned substances, she became enraged and destroyed some of her partner's belongings. Unfortunately, she also damaged his work vehicle. Consequently, the angered man felt compelled to contact the police. Moreover, she behaved so irrationally that he genuinely feared for his life. As known, the couple reconciled the following morning, and Nick withdrew his complaint. After this, investigators spoke with the suspect's ex-husband. He described Isabella as having an explosive personality and a fiery temperament. He also learned that during their argument, Wilcox had warned her. He threatened to contact immigration services if such incidents repeated. Nicholas informed her that he would give her a negative reference, which could impact her future significantly. For Tagliarini, the opportunity to live in the U.S. was paramount, so the fear of deportation was catastrophic. Could it be that during another argument, Isabella reacted explosively again and found herself under threat? It was quite plausible that her desire to stay in America could have motivated a subsequent crime. Not wanting to rely solely on existing statements, detectives began interviewing those close to the involved parties. An important witness turned out to be a neighbor of the young couple. Her windows overlooked the courtyard of the duplex. She stated that she saw Robinson arrive in his car on the night of the crime. He then took some tools and trash bags, and shortly thereafter, he got back in his car and left. The investigation continues. With substantial evidence gathered in the case, Tagliarini was called in for another interrogation on October 11th. At that time, the woman had not been arrested, so she came to the station voluntarily. Detectives established that on the fateful night, she personally transported Nick's body and disposed of it in a trash container. During this, the Brazilian was neither frightened nor agitated. She acted calmly and methodically, making decisions independently. That night, she indeed met with Eric Robinson, but she was relaxed and friendly. At the same time, no one took her mobile phone, and she purchased the items needed for emergency repairs herself. In response, she began to change her story, adding new details about the events. Isabella insisted that it was Eric who had threatened her with either murder or deportation along with her children. She claimed that she was forced to act as she did because of these threats. Although her statements sounded plausible, the investigators were cautious with their conclusions. Both Robinson and Tagliarini's backgrounds raised suspicion. Eric also had a turbulent past. He first caught police attention in 2001, mainly for possession and distribution of narcotics. At the same time, Isabella had every reason to fear him. In August 2016, he committed an aggravated assault against a woman. In June 2017, he was caught for strangulation, and in the same year, for possession of substances. Neighbors reported being afraid of the man and tried to avoid him due to his aggressive and erratic behavior. The next interrogation of the Brazilian woman took place on October 14th. Despite her claims of not having touched Nick, experts found traces of her DNA on the man's body, thus contradicting her statements. According to the investigation, she participated in the violent crime against her lover, at least in the disposal of the body and the elimination of evidence. However, neither suspect admitted to any wrongdoing. While Robinson was held in custody, Isabella was briefly detained before being released to await trial. Everyone was anticipating the start of the court proceedings. However, due to various complications and delays, the trial did not take place until 5 years later. The significant delay was caused by the outbreak of COVID-19 and a series of bureaucratic snags. During this time, the prosecution clearly formed its strategy and tactics, while the defense thoroughly reviewed all information gathered during the investigation. Additionally, during this period, another significant piece of evidence was uncovered. The prosecution managed to recover Robinson's deleted social media account, which he had used to discuss the crime against his former friend. Over these years, Isabella made a plea deal with the prosecution, admitting guilt to a lesser charge. In exchange for a lighter sentence, she agreed to testify against Eric. Sentencing. On April 10, 2023, the trial of Eric Robinson finally took place. The prosecution argued that he was solely responsible for the crime against Nicholas. Isabella's role was not presented as that of a co-conspirator, but as a witness who tampered with evidence and helped eliminate traces, which is also criminally punishable. The trial resumed after a week. Throughout the trial, Robinson was charged with premeditated murder. Despite Tagliarini providing inconsistent testimonies and contradicting herself, her attorney maintained her innocence. The prosecution focused on witness statements that described Eric's unusual actions on the night of the crime. To avoid GPS tracking, the accused used his new girlfriend's car, which was not equipped with satellite tracking. He also left his mobile phone at home. Meanwhile, other case details were not concealed. It became known that after the crime, Isabella and Eric had an intimate encounter in the next room. She explained her condition by stating she was under the influence of strong sedatives and also feared for her life. After hearing both sides, it became clear that jealousy was the motive for the brutal and senseless murder of Wilcox. While Isabella claimed that she had ended the relationship, Eric still considered her his girlfriend. Upon his release, the accused returned home, but the changes that had occurred in the meantime fueled his rage and hatred. During this period, he plotted revenge against his rival and committed a cold-blooded attack while the couple was most vulnerable in their sleep. His first strike effectively sealed the fate of his former friend. He then attempted to dispose of the evidence by scattering it in various locations. The murder weapon was found in a landfill. The deceased man's body was wrapped in tarpaulin and hidden in a trash container. Afterwards, Isabella painted over blood-splattered walls and cleaned the area. Throughout these actions, Eric communicated with Isabella and directed her actions. 51-year-old Robinson was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for second-degree murder. Isabella Tagliarini was found guilty of aiding the criminal, but threats and coercion were considered mitigating circumstances. She received a suspended sentence and is on probation until 2026. Remarkably, the convicted woman was indeed ready to do anything for U.S. citizenship. It was revealed that 10 days after Robinson was incarcerated, the parties signed another pledge. In it, Eric promised to marry Isabella, but he did not manage to do so. She was prepared to marry him shortly after he dealt with her lover. It appears that this unprincipled woman is indifferent about whom she marries. The main thing is to maintain her status. All men Isabella Tagliarini has been involved with were used for her selfish purposes, and, in one way or another, were inclined toward marriage. Nothing is more important than American citizenship, even if it comes at any price. To summarize this story, one might say, opportunity in life isn't singular, but life itself is. Unfortunately, some characters in this tale never realized this, while others did, but much too late. Story 5. A psychological exhumation changed the outcome of the investigation 4 years later. A psychological profile is called a detailed examination and analysis of a person's personality, their character traits, behavioral peculiarities, emotional state, intellect, self-esteem, and the motivations behind their actions. To compile such a profile, experts typically resort to methods such as interviews, various psychological tests, observations, situational modeling, and even analysis of social media pages. But what if the person has long passed away, and you need to create their psychological profile and assess their emotional state shortly before death? The case of Kristen Trickle is quite complex, and one might say unique in its kind. It is referred to as the first instance of psychological exhumation in forensic history, conducted to uncover the motivations and thought processes of a young woman who suddenly decided to settle accounts with life. No one believed that the joyful, devout Kristen, who had big plans for the future, would suddenly end everything without any apparent reason. The forensic pathologist's conclusions supported the main theory, but an experienced psychologist, the main problem was the time that had passed since the tragedy. Years had gone by, but eventually, this did not prevent the conviction of the criminal, who was sure he had gotten away with it. The love story of Kristen and Colby Trickle. Kristen Trickle, née Reese, was born on August 14, 1993, in a small town in southeastern Nebraska. Her childhood can hardly be described as carefree and untroubled. Her biological mother left the family when the little girl was not even 3 years old. The woman abandoned her husband and child for another man, moved to California, and never again showed interest in her daughter's fate. Kristen's father, James, raised his daughter on his own, doing everything possible to ensure she lacked for nothing. However, The man suffered from a severe illness that progressively worsened, and when Kristen turned 16, her father passed away. Since there were no other close relatives, she could have been sent to a shelter until she came of age. At this time, an aunt and uncle on her father's side, who lived in the neighboring state of Kansas, stepped in. Although the couple was raising 3 children of their own, they expressed a willingness to take in their orphan niece and do everything possible to ensure her comfortable and happy life. Soon, the young girl moved into her relative's home. Kristen never felt like an outsider. On the contrary, her aunt and uncle treated her just as they did their own children, surrounding her with love and care. Kristen herself did well in school, attended art studio classes, helped her family with household tasks, and dreamed of becoming a veterinary doctor because she loved animals dearly. Relatives and friends described her as responsive, kind, friendly, and very sweet. She never despaired, confidently pursued her goals, and energized everyone around her with her optimism. The Rice family was religious, so they regularly attended church on Sundays, where 18-year-old Kristen met a young man named Colby. He was an aspiring musician, performing as part of a band that played music during sermons and services. He had also recently turned 18, was quite talented, and dreamed of building a successful music career in the future. The young people quickly formed a friendship, which soon turned into a romantic relationship. Colby was skilled on the guitar and wrote his own songs, which he dedicated to his beloved, capturing her heart. He was open, sociable, cheerful, easily made friends, and could easily be the life of any party. After finishing high school, the young man took a serious interest in military affairs and joined the Army. He had signed several contracts and commenced his service in the U.S. Armed Forces. Over the next 3 years, he managed to build a decent military career. Meanwhile, he stayed in touch with Kristen, with whom he frequently called and corresponded. At the age of 21, Colby unexpectedly entered the reserves, returned home, and proposed to his sweetheart, who happily accepted. The couple married in April 2014. The newlyweds settled in a small town called Hays in Kansas, where Colby finished college and pursued a music career, albeit not very successfully. He performed at small parties and local events, playing cover versions of well-known hits. The couple had 2 dogs, which they adored, and many considered their marriage quite happy. However, 5 years into their marriage, a terrible tragedy occurred, a grim Halloween Eve. On October 31st, 2019, around 4 in the morning, a distressed call was made to the emergency services dispatch. The caller, a man who identified himself as Colby Trickle, reported that his wife, Kristen, had fired a bullet into her head from a revolver kept in their home. A medical team was promptly dispatched to the scene, along with a police patrol car that was nearby at the time. At the front door, they were met by a young man who allowed the officers inside, but stayed outside himself. Trickle appeared relatively calm, given the severity of the situation. When the officers entered the bedroom, they found a woman lying on the bed in a pool of her own blood. A large revolver lay on her abdomen, and a gunshot wound was evident on her chin. It seemed she had already passed away, but unexpectedly the victim moved her hand, and an officer found a weak pulse and breathing. Following this, Kristen was moved to the adjacent room to properly position her on the floor for resuscitation efforts. Unfortunately, despite all efforts, she had passed away by the time the ambulance arrived, and the medical team could only confirm her death. Sergeant Brandon Hotman went outside and informed Colby that his spouse had passed away. The young man asked repeatedly if the officer was sure about this, and upon receiving confirmation, he began to cry. His behavior and tears seemed insincere, as just minutes before Hotman's arrival, he had been casually talking with other patrollers about video games. At first glance, it appeared that the woman had indeed decided to end her life voluntarily, but upon examining the scene, experienced detectives immediately suspected foul play. It was Halloween Eve, and it seemed the deceased had been actively preparing for the celebration. Lay handmade costume decorations she had prepared, and in the kitchen, themed treats for children were set out in bowls, including lollipop bats and ghosts, gummy worms and more, an uncharacteristic way out. The chosen method of ending her life was very strange and untypical for a woman, as was the scene itself. First, the deceased was found nearly undressed, wearing only her underwear. Women generally want to look beautiful even in death, concerned about how they will be found. Secondly, a gunshot to the head is not a typically feminine method again, due to concerns about disfiguring themselves. Kristen's face was so badly damaged that she had to be buried in a closed casket. The third and most significant oddity was the weapon itself. The revolver was too large and cumbersome for such a petite and fragile woman. It would have been uncomfortable for her to hold, and she could hardly have twisted her arm to shoot herself in the chin. Moreover, the position of the weapon puzzled the officer as it lay on the woman's stomach, pointing sideways. However, the deceased spouse explained that, after realizing what had happened, he too had thought about ending his life, had held the revolver to his temple, but then abandoned the thought and decided to call emergency services in hopes of saving his beloved. While law enforcement continued their work at the scene, the woman's mobile phone lying on a nightstand unexpectedly rang with an alarm. It turned out the deceased had plans for the morning and had set the alarm not to be late, but she seemingly changed her mind during the night and decided to end her life. This looked highly suspicious, and detectives suspected they were dealing with a masterful staging. The widower, now the main suspect, was due for questioning. Interrogation in Colby's account. The man willingly agreed to go to the police station to give his statement. He appeared upset, but not devastated, behaving calmly and confidently. He explained that on that evening, his wife Kristen returned from her job at Walmart, where she was a manager expecting a promotion to senior manager. They had dinner together, played video games, and then Colby went to bed early because he was feeling unwell, while Kristen went to the kitchen to finish cleaning and setting out sweets for the holiday. In the middle of the night, Colby was awakened by a sudden, loud bang. For a few seconds he was disoriented, his ears ringing, and he could see nothing in the darkness. Once he turned on the light, he found his wife lying motionless beside him, blood pouring from her head. He tried to revive her, but realizing it was futile, he grabbed the revolver, held it to his own head, but then set it back on her body, called emergency services, and went outside to meet the police. The sequence and nature of his actions raised many questions. For instance, why he placed the weapon on the woman's abdomen instead of throwing it on the floor, the bed, or leaving it on a nightstand. It was also unclear why he waited outside for the police and medics if he thought his wife might still be saved, or simply pressed something against the wound to stop the bleeding. The former serviceman did not approach his wife again, explaining that he was in shock. While a police officer was trying to provide first aid before the medics arrived, Colby did not come over or inquire about the situation. Instead, he casually talked outside with a patrol officer about music and video games. Upon learning that Kristen was no longer alive, he squeezed out a few tears but quickly regained at the station. Colby was asked the standard question about whether there was any life insurance on the deceased, to which he responded negatively, but added that he was entitled to some minor payouts from the armed forces where he had served. Incidentally, Trickle began boasting about his accomplishments, noting that he had served in intelligence and was involved in special operations around the world. His words sounded convincing, though it soon turned out that almost none of what he said was true. When asked why, in his opinion, his wife might have taken such a desperate step, he replied that she had suffered from prolonged depressions from an early age, which developed against the backdrop of all the events that happened to her in childhood and adolescence. He mentioned her mother's betrayal, her father's death, and her forced life in her uncle, and the widower's words again sounded convincing, and he spoke confidently and calmly. Nonetheless, experienced investigators felt that this man was lying and possibly had premeditated what to say. However, at that moment they had nothing to charge him with, as there were no concrete pieces of evidence against him, so Mr. Trickle had to be released. Kristen's family's perspective. When Kristen's uncle, aunt, and her siblings were informed of the tragedy, they immediately traveled to Hayes, nearly 500 miles from their city, to speak with the police and prepare for the funeral. Unanimously, they vehemently denied the possibility that she could have willingly ended her life, citing her deep religious faith, regular church attendance, and her belief that such an act was a sin. Additionally, according to her family, Kristen was a life-loving optimist with ambitious future plans. She wanted to open a shelter for homeless animals, and had even scoped out an available property with a large plot of land she intended to lease long-term for this purpose. These statements were soon verified, and detectives confirmed that she had been negotiating to rent the property. Moreover, she was anticipating a promotion at work, a position she was very proud of, was preparing her costume and candies for Halloween, and had promised to visit her sister for her birthday in mid-November. Her relatives also insisted that she had never suffered from depression, had no mental disorders or harmful habits. Another crucial point, they stressed, was that she would never recklessly abandon her beloved dogs. During discussions with the police, The uncle and aunt suggested that Colby might have coldly dealt with his wife, orchestrating it to appear as though she had voluntarily left this world. They described her husband as a cruel and domineering man, who tried to control every aspect of her interactions, chose whom she could communicate with, and would fly into a rage if Kristen did not respond to his calls or messages immediately. He also forbade her from talking to her relatives, and she would call them secretly from her husband. Visits were rare. During her last visit, she confided that she could no longer tolerate such treatment, had talked with her husband about it, and if things did not change, they would have to separate. Autopsy results and forensic expert conclusions. Following conversations with both the widower and the deceased's relatives, detectives believed that the forensic examination would be decisive in the case. The examination revealed only one entry wound from a bullet, located on the chin. The shot had been fired while the woman was lying on her back, with the gun barrel pressed closely to her head. It was possible that she could have inflicted the wound herself, although it would have been extremely awkward for her to do so. There were no signs of struggle or resistance on Kristen's body. However, upon learning from relatives that Colby was a true tyrant with controlling behavior, the detectives insisted on an additional examination for any signs of bruises, abrasions, scratches, or other injuries in various stages of healing. They hypothesized that if the former serviceman had occasionally been violent towards his would inevitably be some traces. Yet the investigation was met with disappointment as no internal or external injuries were found, other than the gunshot wound. Pathological liar and a flawed family. The investigation continued to scrutinize Colby, examining his personality, and it was revealed that he was a pathological liar. He lied so frequently and convincingly that it seemed he began to believe his own fabrications. It started with the fact that he had never been in any hot spots, nor had any involvement with intelligence, despite having convinced everyone during the interrogation that he was telling the truth. The man lied to those around him about having a successful music career and high earnings. In reality, for the past several years, Kristen, who worked tirelessly, had been the main breadwinner for their family, spending the rest of his time playing video games. Despite his real talent, he lacked persistence, patience, and was hindered by his laziness. Furthermore, the police had a warrant to seize and examine gadgets owned by the couple, and this inspection yielded quite intriguing results. The deceased's phone calendar was packed with scheduled activities ranging from haircuts to meetings with a real estate agent. Meanwhile, Colby's messages revealed that he had been openly flirting with another woman, even exchanging messages while at the police station. On a laptop in the living room, a search history that had been deleted was recovered, showing that shortly before the tragedy, there were queries about the payout amount for a life insurance policy in the event of death. This last aspect particularly interested the authorities. Checks revealed that Colby had lied again. 2 insurance policies had been taken out on his wife, with him as the beneficiary in the event of her death. These included military spouse insurance, as well as a standard life insurance policy. The amounts involved were far from trivial, contrary to what the man had claimed. He had even calculated exactly what payouts he would be entitled to, the fortunate widower. Despite numerous inconsistencies in the case, direct allegations from the deceased's relatives against Colby, and the existence of a clear the decision ultimately hinged on the forensic expert's report. The document stated that there were no signs of violence on the body except for a single gunshot wound, suggesting that it was highly likely that the deceased had voluntarily ended her life. The case was closed and archived. By that time, the widower had already received the payouts due to him. From a special insurance for U.S. Armed Forces spouses, he received nearly $50,000, and from the life insurance policy, over $100,000. On the very day the money was deposited into his account, he ordered a life-sized realistic doll for intimate pleasures from an online store. He also purchased a new gaming console, an electric guitar, and expensive musical equipment, and began spending the rest on clothes and entertainment nearly every evening in bars and restaurants. Sparing no expense for himself, and genuinely believed that the story was over, with no evidence against him, and thus no potential charges. He lived happily for about 2 years until a pivotal event occurred, a new prosecutor and the suspect's arrest. In the summer of 2021, a new district prosecutor was appointed to whom the detectives handling the Trickle case appealed for help. They requested permission to reopen the investigation, asserting they had little doubt that the widower had eliminated his wife, making it appear as though she had voluntarily departed from life. As proof, They presented all the peculiarities and discrepancies, pointed to the restored browser history, and highlighted the suspect's very unusual behavior and his clear motive. After reviewing the case materials, the prosecutor authorized the reopening of the case, and in July 2021, Trickle was finally taken into custody. He was charged with first-degree premeditated homicide and intentionally misleading the investigation. During his arrest, he remained calm and immediately contacted his lawyers, who began working on his defense right away. Colby's defense relied on the forensic pathologist's findings and argued that Kristen had suffered from chronic depression for many years, and her tragic departure was only a matter of time. His lawyers tried to portray their client as a loving and caring husband, a valorous serviceman, and a devout person. Psychological autopsy, the investigation could have hit a dead end, as it relied heavily on the same medical conclusion. Thus, the prosecution took an unprecedented step by bringing in experienced specialists to create a psychological profile of the deceased and analyze her emotional state just before the tragedy. This unusual method was termed a psychological autopsy or psychological exhumation. The psychiatrist conducted extensive work, analyzing data from Kristen's mobile phone, her social media posts, her most recent photos, and also by interviewing her relatives, friends, and colleagues. Gathering and analyzing the information took months, but the expert's conclusion was clear. Kristen could not have intended to end her life, given her short-term and long-term plans, trial, and verdict. The legal proceedings in this complex case began only in September 2023, nearly 4 years after the tragedy. The defendant had a clear motive, behaved suspiciously, and consistently lied during interrogations, but the forensic expert's conclusion initially worked in his favor. However, the prosecution now had another report that could potentially turn the case around. When Colby was questioned about the insurance inquiries on his computer, he claimed they were probably made by his wife wanting to know the payout amount. However, the date and time of the request completely contradicted his words, as the girl was confirmed to be at work at that time, verified by surveillance footage from the store. Asked about the life-size doll for intimate pleasures that he purchased even before his late wife was buried and other expenses, he responded that he couldn't sleep alone and needed someone to hold, and that he bought the console, guitar, etc. as a way to distract himself from grief. His mother corroborated his statements, fiercely defending her son throughout the trial. The psychiatrist's conclusion about the victim's emotional state was pivotal. This meticulous work took time, but its results left no doubt that Kristen had not planned to end her life. A curious detail emerged from the autopsy report regarding the bullet's trajectory angle. In the courtroom, the jury was shown the weapon used and the angle at which the bullet entered the girl's chin. Kristen was right-handed, but the nature of the wound suggested that either she shot with her left hand, or someone positioned to her left had placed the gun to the head of the sleeping girl and fired. The jury unanimously found Colby guilty on all counts, sentencing him to life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole no earlier than 50 years. The defendant never admitted his guilt, and all his appeals were rejected. Most curious and strange in this case, however, is that corrections regarding the cause of death were never made to the medical report. Story 6. Law enforcement officers are tasked with protecting the legal rights and interests of the citizens of their country, ensuring public order safety, and identifying and stopping any violations. Theoretically, the charter and principles of law enforcement operations sound flawless, but in real life, there are cases that literally make your blood run cold when people who are meant to serve and protect violate the law themselves or cover up for those who do. Such wrongful actions often lead to real criminal schemes, resulting in severe consequences. The case of Valeria Vivenco, a police officer who died in the line of duty, gained widespread resonance not only in Chile, where the tragic events unfolded, but also in the media of other countries. Essentially, the young woman's life was ended by a colleague who was supposed to protect her and ensure her safety. The most horrifying aspect was that the higher authorities knew about this and attempted to distort the facts, accusing another person of the incident and hiding the real circumstances of the event. Although the actual culprit of the tragedy was identified and even sentenced to a real prison term, the motive behind his actions remains unclear, whether it was a tragic accident or if it was deliberate. Moreover, it's puzzling why he was covered and defended by high-ranking individuals for so long. Even after it seemed the guilty party had faced punishment, the Supreme Court, upon reviewing an appeal, shocked the victim's family with its unexpected decision. Who is Valeria Vivenco? Valeria Fernanda Vivanco was born on May 29, 1996, in the small commune of La Granja, located near the city of Santiago, the capital of Chile, and was the youngest of three children in the simple family of Miguel and Jacqueline Vivanco. She was raised alongside her older biological brother, Michelangelo, and sister, Daniela. The family patriarch worked for a company involved in the transportation of passengers and goods, while her mother was a homemaker dedicated to raising her children and creating a cozy home environment. When Valeria started school, her parents decided to separate. This was a huge shock for the girl, and although the ex-spouses continued to communicate post-divorce, and the father remained actively involved in the lives of his children from his first marriage, including providing financial support, the youngest daughter harbored resentment towards him. They occasionally argued, sometimes not speaking for months, but they always reconciled. Miguel Vivanco remarried soon after, and Valeria gained two more half-siblings with whom she, as well as Daniela and Michelangelo, maintained warm family relations. Jacqueline never remarried, raised her children, and later took care of her grandchildren, gifted to her by her older offspring. From an early age, Valeria demonstrated a strong-willed character, determination, and incredible perseverance in all her endeavors. Engaged in sports, was courageous and just, and was always ready to help others, sometimes even at risk to herself. It was likely this desire to assist those around her, protect the vulnerable, and stand up for justice that led her to pursue a career in the police force. After successfully completing high school, Valeria enrolled in the police academy in Santiago. She graduated with honors, becoming an investigator, and having received her diploma in 2016 at the age of 20, joined the Chilean police force the following year. She began her service in the bureau, investigating especially serious crimes located in the capital. From the first days of her service, young Valeria proved herself to be a dedicated law enforcement officer and a true fighter for justice. She loved her job, performed her duties diligently, and was ready to rush anywhere at any time if required by her service. She could leave in the middle of the night to respond to a crime scene, chased after criminals, risking herself, and sometimes had to act as a psychologist when interacting with people who had lost loved ones. Colleagues described Vivanco as kind, cheerful, and friendly, yet she was a true professional and a reliable partner. She served in the police force for almost 5.5 years, during which she received a vast number of accolades, awards, and actively advanced in her career, earning the respect of her colleagues and the admiration of the leadership. Additionally, she represented her department in Spain, spending about 2 weeks in Madrid on an official visit. She was immensely proud to be entrusted with such responsible missions. By 2020, she had been promoted to assistant inspector, the new young colleague. In January 2020, a new member was welcomed to the precinct where Valeria worked, 21-year-old Lionel Alejandro Contreras Canales. Fresh out of the police academy, Valeria effectively became his mentor at his first job. A few months later, they became partners and initially got along pretty well. Little is known about Lionel's early years. Some information suggests he came from a rather influential and affluent family, with a high-ranking official as his uncle. Growing up in comfort, never wanting for anything, Lionel was quite self-centered, believing everything should go his way. Valeria quickly caught the eye of her new colleague and partner as he made various attempts to show her attention, tried to court her, and even asked her out a few times, but was met with firm rejection each time. Valeria took her job very seriously, considered workplace romances inappropriate, and was quite strict with the young coworker, seeing him as immature. The issue wasn't so much the age difference. Lionel was only 3 years younger, as it was his behavior, which Valeria found childish but hoped to help him mature. In July 2020, Valeria and her young partner were involved in apprehending robbers who had stolen money from a store's cash register. The criminals, not having left the scene unarmed, initiated a shootout, during which both were fatally engaged by Lionel. Although casualties could have been avoided, Lionel's actions were not deemed excessive for apprehending the individuals. However, this incident strained the relationship between the partners. The last birthday on May 29, 2021, Valeria celebrated her 25th birthday. The celebration took place at her mother's house, attended by many guests including relatives, friends, and work colleagues. Lionel, however, was not among the invited. Valeria, aiming to avoid potential awkwardness, chose not to invite her young partner, who had recently attempted to court her again. Valeria tried to talk to him about this, but he only repeated his affections for her, which she did not want other colleagues to find out about. Despite the large turnout, gifts, heartfelt congratulations, and warm wishes, the birthday girl seemed upset, though she tried to smile. The reason was a recent argument with her father, leading to days without communication. Valeria hoped her father would attend her birthday, allowing them to reconcile. But the likely angered parent only sent a terse congratulatory message, not even calling. Jacqueline noticed her daughter's distress and knew the reason behind her hidden sadness. Angry at her ex-husband's actions, she believed Miguel would eventually call Valeria, talk things out, and reconcile as they always had before. Unfortunately, the father and daughter never got the chance to talk again, as 2 weeks later, Valeria tragically lost her life while on duty. The fatal shot on June 13, 2021, Valeria was on night duty, participating in street patrols and vehicle checks. This was not a standard procedure, but a search for suspects related to the crime against a young woman that had occurred the previous day in a suburb of the capital. There was an alert for a white Kia Cerrado, believed to be driven by a suspected criminal. The suspect likely had a weapon and might not have been alone in the car. Valeria was in a patrol car with her partner, Lionel, driven by Deputy Commissioner Felipe Aguilar de Larrea. They spotted the suspect's vehicle and initiated a pursuit without waiting for backup. The officers managed to intercept and block the suspect's escape. Canales and Vivanco exited their vehicle, weapons drawn, and called for the offenders to surrender and exit their car with their hands up. At that moment, a single shot rang out, and as everyone tried to understand who fired and where, Valeria, clutching her side, fell to the asphalt next to the police car. Reinforcements arrived just then, so her colleagues heard the shot and saw that she was wounded, but couldn't fully grasp what had happened and who had fired. The criminals, seizing the moment of confusion, accelerated and fled the scene while the injured officer was being administered first aid. Despite the rapid arrival of medics and her colleagues' efforts to stem the bleeding, Valeria could not be saved. She was rushed to the nearest hospital, where top specialists fought for her life for several hours. However, due to severe blood loss and damage to vital organs, she passed away on the operating table without regaining consciousness. When her family was informed, her parents, brothers, and sisters immediately rushed to the hospital. But by then, wounded officer had already died. Miguel was not just stricken with grief, but utterly devastated, as he had not had the chance to speak and reconcile with his beloved daughter, with whom he had a petty argument last. He felt a profound sense of guilt toward her, so shaken by the event that he himself required medical attention to prevent a heart attack. The search and arrest of the suspects, according to the official version, Vivanco died in the line of duty during an operation to catch dangerous criminals. She was hailed as a hero who gave her life for the peace and safety of others. This incident was widely covered in local media, with reporters vividly describing the young officer's heroism and self-sacrifice. The investigation was handled by specialists from the Homicide and Major Crimes Division, where Valeria herself had worked. They concluded that she died from a shot to the abdomen, fired by someone facing her from the direction of the suspect's vehicle she was pursuing with her colleagues. Everything seemed logical, with witnesses corroborating the story, making it appear that the case was solved and all that remained was to find and punish the culprits who were still at large and possibly on the run. Soon after, the suspects were apprehended, generating widespread public attention. The criminals turned out to be 19-year-old Miguel Alejandro Cañapan and his 17-year-old accomplice, whose name was withheld due to his minor status, both previously convicted for minor offenses. The then president of Chile, Miguel Juan Sebastián Pinera Echenique, issued an official statement promising that the perpetrators would be brought to justice with all the rigor of the law. Something doesn't add up. The body of the deceased Vivanca was handed over to her family and was buried with honors at one of the capital's cemeteries. Hundreds of people came to pay their last respects, expressing their sincere condolences to the girl's family. According to Jacqueline and Miguel, the entire ordeal seemed like a horrific dream, and they hardly remember the events of the funeral day. Among the men carrying Valeria's coffin was her colleague Lionel, who appeared to mourn her more than anyone else. However, according to other colleagues, there had been some tension between the partners lately to the extent that the girl didn't even invite the young man to her birthday celebration. Almost immediately after the funeral, court proceedings began regarding the suspects who were apprehended the day after the incident and were in custody. At that moment, everyone was confident that the culprits were caught, and proving their guilt seemed straightforward, especially since they began to give confessional testimony. However, it soon became clear that the investigation had been flawed from the start, with critical details overlooked and key findings from forensic experts downplayed. The process was mishandled, and high-ranking officials tried to conceal the identity of the true culprit behind the girl's demise. Thus, about a month and a half after the officer's death, the case took an unexpected turn. By the end of July, 2 employees were suspended from their duties, allegedly involved in the incident leading to Valeria's death. On August 1st, the deceased girl's parents were called to the capital's prosecutor's office for a meeting on an important matter. The parents thought that new evidence had emerged in their daughter's case and that the detainees, awaiting their final sentence, would finally receive deserved punishment. However, the grief-stricken Jacqueline and Miguel were shocked to learn that their daughter died from a bullet fired by her colleague. This was personally communicated to them by Prosecutor Juan Carlos Carrasco, who also conveyed his condolences and apologies on behalf of the entire investigative department. Valeria's parents were bewildered. They couldn't believe their ears and couldn't understand how such a thing could happen. They relived their grief anew and wanted clarification on the situation and why this information only became known so much later. As it turned out, that single fatal shot came from the service weapon in the hands of one of the girl's colleagues. This was confirmed by a ballistics examination conducted that same day, but its results were somehow distorted and the bullet extracted from the body was sent to the evidence locker with entirely different characteristics, weight, etc. Furthermore, the bullet had exited through and through, and it was not extracted from the body. The entry and exit wounds in the forensic reports were accidentally or intentionally confused. That is, the bullet did not enter through the abdomen and exit through the back, but quite the opposite. The shot was fired at her back. Some pages from the autopsy report were missing, while others were clearly altered and replaced. The detainees, over whom the trial was proceeding and who supposedly confessed to their guilt and were about to be imprisoned, started filing complaints. They claimed that their confessions were coerced through torture and threats, and the pistol they had on them that evening wasn't even loaded. Moreover, their involvement in the earlier crime, which prompted the interception plan that fateful night, was also unconfirmed. In a twist, Vivenco went from being seen as a tragic hero who died in the line of duty to a victim of betrayal, killed by her own colleagues. Given the new circumstances, the primary suspects became Felipe Gilardo Araya, who was driving the police car, and Valeria's partner, Lionel Alejandro Contreras Canales, who was seated in the back. Both suspects were immediately suspended from duty. Thus, on August 5th, it became known that the bullet that killed Valeria was fired from a service weapon. Subsequently, a document emerged with the results of the examination indicating that only Canales had gunshot residue on his hands, making him the prime suspect. Notably, this finding had not been mentioned anywhere before, as if it never existed. Several other reports concerning the ballistics examination and the pathologist's conclusions were improperly filed, and ended up in an archive box, which was never adequately checked. Whether this was an accident, criminal negligence, or intentional concealment of crucial facts was yet to be determined. Now the police officers who participated in the operation to apprehend the criminals themselves became suspects in the murder of their colleague. They, along with the previously arrested perpetrators, took part in a reenactment of the events of that night. Philippe claimed that from the driver's seat he could only see Valeria, who was seated next to him in the front passenger seat and was the first to exit the car. Lionel was sitting behind and also exited the vehicle, but his actions could not be seen by the driver. Valeria had only taken a few steps when a shot was fired. She fell, and the suspect's car they were chasing sped away. Lionel claimed that he and his partner exited the patrol car almost simultaneously, but she immediately rushed forward when the shot was fired. He insisted that he did not shoot his colleague, and the driver should have seen and confirmed this. He also confirmed that he was the first to rush to Valeria's aid and tried to compress her wound. Despite differences in the direct participants' testimonies, the reconstruction showed that, and the bullet's trajectory matched his location. He was also the only person found with gunshot residue on his hands. Possible motives for the crime. After previously hidden reports and examination results were released, Lionel was taken into custody as the primary suspect, while the young men previously detained were released under a non-exit agreement, as there was effectively nothing to charge them with. However, the motive behind the young officer's actions remained unclear. The first and main theory was that the entire incident was a tragic accident. Supposedly, the young and inexperienced officer discharged his weapon unintentionally while standing behind his partner. He panicked, tried to help her, and when turning in his service weapon that day, insisted he hadn't fired it. Using all their power, money, and connections, attempted to suppress the incident. Hence the cleaned reports, missing documents, confusion in the evidence, and coerced testimonies from the detained. Another theory, partially confirmed by Lionel himself, was that he was unrequitedly in love with Valeria and desperately sought her attention, but all his efforts were in vain. Over time, he began to merely irritate the girl, who didn't even invite him to her birthday party, attended by the entire department. The shot in the back was his revenge for the rejection. A third theory, proposed by the deceased's relatives, suggested that Valeria discovered something she wasn't supposed to know, some corruption scheme, official crimes, or something similar. As an honest and fair person, she would undoubtedly have exposed the culprits, which is why she was eliminated and young Lionel was chosen as the executor, promised that he would remain above suspicion. The second suspect. Despite Canales being taken into custody, suspicions about Philippe were not entirely dispelled. He was armed with identical service weapons, also stood behind the deceased colleague, and could have fired the shot. Moreover, he had previously been disciplined for the unjustified use of a weapon during a criminal arrest, though no one was harmed in that instance. Araya had since been nicknamed the Reckless Shooter. The defense team hired by the relatives to defend Lionel immediately seized this theory, insisting that Philippe accidentally shot the colleague, and since the service weapons were identical, the pistols could have been mixed up or intentionally swapped. Additionally, the man was inconsistent in his testimony, changing it several times, and later he claimed he could not accurately describe the events of that night, as everything happened very quickly. No gunpowder residue was found on the driver's hands, indicating his innocence. In response, Canales claimed that gunpowder got on his hands when he was compressing the wound on the victim's body, and Araya, who also helped the woman, might have washed his hands before the examination. Yet this statement was not credible, as Valeria's bloodstains remained on Philippe's hands, and it's impossible to wash off gunpowder without removing blood. The trial and verdict. The quality of the investigative team's work was once again questioned, and the deceased girl's parents despaired, unsure how to achieve justice. Furthermore, the new turn in the case caused public outrage and led to mistrust in the law enforcement agencies. This story was now covered not only by Chilean, but also international media. As a result, many high-ranking officials were suspended from work, and soon lost their positions, particularly the head of the Homicide Investigation Department. After additional investigation, Lionel remained the only suspect, with all others excluded from the list and classified as witnesses. In the spring of 2022, he was officially dismissed and remained in custody until the trial's conclusion. The hearings for this case only began in March of the following year, and based on the evidence and witness testimony, the suspect's guilt was fully proven. Initially, the prosecution accused Canales of intentionally murdering his partner and sought the maximum sentence for such cases. However, the accused insisted he would never harm Valeria as he loved her. Nonetheless, it was from his pistol that the bullet was fired, ending the girl's life. Lionel was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 12 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 8 years. Following the announcement of the final verdict, the Vivanco family expressed their disagreement, considering the sentence too lenient, while the defendant and his legal team immediately filed a series of appeals. However, the real shock came to Valeria's relatives in February 2024, when the Supreme Court unexpectedly overturned the previously assigned punishment, sentencing the perpetrator to only 540 days of imprisonment, counted from the day of his arrest. Effectively, he walked free from the courtroom. The detective Valeria Vivanco's family, in light of this event, plans to sue the Chilean state, accusing the judges of corruption. In an official statement, the deceased girl's mother said, "The 12-year sentence already seemed too lenient to us, but this is just mockery. I feel as if my daughter has died all over again. I no longer believe in justice. Our family plans to sue the negligent Chilean state, as that's exactly what it deserves." Story 7. The case of Lisa Cecilia Hardin, the fiancée of a tyrant who turned a luxury apartment into a prison. Controlling behavior in couple relationships, unfortunately, is not uncommon and quite dangerous. It manifests itself when a person tries to subjugate and forcibly adapt their other half to their own needs through intimidation, demonstrations of strength and power, as well as humiliation and total control. Often the victim, because of the instilled feelings of fear and guilt, does not realize that he or she is in a destructive situation. The story of a young woman named Lisa Cecilia Hardam illustrates what a relationship with a control freak can lead to. She naively believed that she had met the love of her life, but she herself did not notice how her fiancé became a monster who turned their luxurious apartment into a reel with 24-hour video surveillance. This case provoked an international scandal and was widely covered in the press. The unfortunate Lisa tried to make Lisa look mentally unstable and cold-blooded crime to pass off as an accident or voluntary resignation from life. However, the perpetrator, despite his money and connections, did not manage to escape responsibility. Now let's understand how her beloved man turned into a monster who hid his inhuman attitude behind care. Lisa Cecilia Hardam, biography, family, early years. Our today's heroine was born in Canada on June 12, 1981 in the suburbs of Toronto, and was the second child in the family. Lisa was brought up together with her older brother Jason, with whom she has always been very close. They were raised independently by single mom Joanna. Brother and sister did not remember their father because he left the family when the children were very young and no longer took any part in their lives. Lisa Cecilia grew up as an active and purposeful girl. From an early age, she was involved in sports. Together with her brother, went to the martial arts section, liked to play soccer and volleyball. But her main passion has always been ballet. She daily visited the dance studio where she practiced at the bar for several hours. The girl from childhood was tall and slender, but professional ballet classes required the strictest diet, which had a detrimental effect on the growing body. In adolescence, Lisa developed anorexia on the background of eating disorders. For a long time, she kept silent about her problem, believing that she could cope with everything herself. But when her weight approached critically low values, her mother sounded the alarm and put her daughter in the clinic, where Lisa needed to spend several months to restore health and weight gain. After graduating from school, the girl continued dancing classes and also decided to connect her life with the beauty industry. In parallel with her university studies, she got a job as a perfumer in one of the stores of a large cosmetics chain, and in her spare time, she studied the subtleties of makeup and hairdressing. Moving to Australia. In 2005, having celebrated her 24th birthday, Lisa decided to make drastic changes in her life. She wanted to go to the other side of the world, to Australia, and there were several reasons for that. Firstly, she wanted to live in a warmer and milder climate, and secondly, Lisa wanted to see the world. She took a one-year work visa and traveled to another continent. However, with her then flew Joanna, who accompanied her daughter for the first few months, to make sure that she was all right and she settled well in the new place. The mother then returned back to Toronto with peace of mind, making sure her daughter could take care of herself. Lisa settled in Sydney, where she rented a cozy apartment and soon got a job at a local small cosmetology company. After her visa expired, she decided to move to Australia permanently. First, she extended her stay for another year, and then began to prepare the necessary documents to obtain citizenship of this country. Personal life. As for personal life, in this respect, everything was not easy. The fact is that Lisa always preferred to meet with older men. Obviously, not the least role in this played a lack of a father in the family, so she always reached out to more mature men, looking for support and protection in them. In 2006, Lisa successfully interviewed for a job at Sydney Cosmetics and was hired. She soon began a romantic relationship with a coworker who was almost twice her age. A few months later, they decided to start living together, and Lisa moved into the apartment of her lover. And after a couple more months, the girl introduced her boyfriend to her mom and brother, and they approved her choice. The couple traveled a lot around the world, rested in the Seychelles and Paris, and also visited the famous carnival in Rio de Janeiro. The man even made Lisa a marriage proposal, which she gladly accepted. But about a year after the engagement, the lovers broke up. Lisa did not go into detail about the reasons for this decision, but hinted that too great a difference in age, however, played in this not the least role. In 2010, Lisa graduated from the Sydney College of Stylists and got a job as a hairdresser in a popular beauty salon, where she quickly won the respect of colleagues and the trust of customers. At the same time, a new boyfriend appeared in her life. But their romance did not last long because Lisa found out that he was married. Destroy someone else's family, she was not going to. So she quickly broke off the relationship. But shortly before that, at one of the parties, this guy introduced her friend, a businessman named Simon Gitney. This acquaintance turned out to be fatal for Lisa. Who is Simon Gitney? Simon was born in Maryland in December 1973 in a very religious large family of immigrants from Lebanon. He had 5 other siblings, whom his parents raised in strictness and obedience. However, Simon from a young age had problems with controlling emotions and outbursts of anger, and he was also possessive, did not tolerate rejection, and often gave the will of his fists. All this eventually led to serious problems with the law. The first time Gitney was behind bars was at the age of 18 when he came to his ex-girlfriend in the store where she worked and began to openly molest her. The store owner interceded for the girl and threw the impudent man out the door, but Simon returned with friends who grabbed the store owner and held him while Simon beat him severely. That time the guy only served a few months and was released on bail for good behavior afterward. But 3 years later, he was arrested again, this time on theft charges. Simon resisted violently, threw himself into a fight, and bit off one of the policeman's earlobe. He was threatened with a serious prison sentence for this prank, but the pastor of the Lebanese Christian church, of which his entire family was members, interceded. As a result, the young man spent only a year and a half in prison. In 2000, Simon again came to the attention of the police, and this time he was arrested for possession and distribution of illegal substances. But the sentence was again extremely lenient, and he served 2 years out of the 4 assigned to him. On release, Gitney, as it seemed to everyone, took the path of correction. He moved to Sydney, where with a few friends, founded a fairly successful business for the production and sale of luxury women's shoes. This business brought a stable high income, so Simon quickly became rich, acquired luxury real estate in a prestigious neighborhood, a premium class car, and carefully tried to hide from everyone his rich criminal past, from his roommates to his lovers. At that party, Simon and Lisa exchanged phone numbers, and soon he called her himself. Their relaxed communication somehow imperceptibly grew into a buddy relationship. And when in January 2010, Lisa complained that she was unhappy with her current living conditions and would like to rent an apartment in another neighborhood, Gitney kindly offered her to live for free in one of the rooms of his luxurious apartment while she was looking for a suitable place to rent. Lisa accepted the offer, although her mother was somewhat alarmed by this turn of events. But Lisa convinced Joanna that it was a temporary measure and that she and Simon are just friends. By the way, she herself at that time thought that the man who so carefully monitors his appearance and adores piercings preferred to build relationships with guys. But this opinion turned out to be wrong. For the first couple of months, Gitney really kept his distance. The young people lived in separate rooms, and there was not even a hint of intimacy or romance between them. But gradually they got closer, the so-called spark, and started a romance which quickly gained momentum. At the time of the beginning of their relationship, Simon was 37 years old and Lisa, 28. Simon seemed to her a beautiful prince from a fairy tale. He was sociable, cheerful, spoiled his beloved with gifts, and arranged her pleasant surprises. The couple began to appear everywhere together. In particular, they went together to an elite sports club, which Simon attended regularly for many years. Lisa was sure that finally met her true love and will live a long, happy life with the chosen one. She raved about him to her mother, brother, and friends, and had no idea that this fairy tale would soon end. An affectionate tyrant just 6 months after the beginning of the relationship, Simon's behavior began to change, but it happened in stages and in such a way that Lisa did not notice anything, thinking that the lover does everything for her own good. He gradually distanced Lisa from friends and family, erased all her personal boundaries, tried to change her views, tastes, and behavior, adjusting them to his needs. In June 2010, shortly after Lisa celebrated her 29th birthday, Simon began to persistently persuade her to quit her job, claiming that she was not valued there and she could find a better paid position. But Lisa loved working at the beauty salon, where she had many regular clients and was happy with her income, so she didn't understand why she should quit her job and refused to do so. Simon was not satisfied with the refusal, and in August of the same year, he showed up at Lisa's salon, having thrown a loud scandal, which actually forced her to write a letter of resignation. Lisa Hardin was shocked by his behavior, but Gitney assured that it would be better, and in general she can no longer work, because his income will allow them both to live comfortably. nothing to deny themselves. A month and a half later, the couple moved into a new luxury apartment located on the 15th floor of an elite residential complex. As it later turned out, the room was literally stuffed with hidden surveillance cameras, of which Lisa, of course, did not even guess. Simon gave his beloved an expensive smartphone and laptop, pre-installed on them spyware that allowed him to track all her messages, emails, as well as listen to calls and see all of Lisa's movements. In addition, Simon gained access to her social media accounts and began to discreetly clean lists of friends, delete posts and photos at his discretion, as well as read personal correspondence. Total control, but as an experienced manipulator, he made it look as if his girlfriend wanted to do as he told her. Gaetani had invaded literally every aspect of her life, leaving no hint of privacy. He forbade Lisa to use cosmetics, claiming that she does too bright makeup, which makes her look vulgar. He also bought her clothes and unsightly clothes in gray and black colors, and all her outfits simply threw away, arguing that they were too revealing and men would stare at her. From the apartment, Lisa went out only accompanied by her lover. They visited together only those places that he himself chose. Simon even forbade her to visit the gym. Instead, he bought several expensive exercise machines, saying that now she could train at home. Lisa's social media friend lists were dwindling by the day, and eventually Gaetani convinced her to delete the account. Lisa also had no friends left in real life, and all her contacts and calls were closely monitored. Simon only allowed her to communicate with her mother and brother. Last trip home. In December 2010, Lisa decided to fly to Canada to celebrate Christmas with her family. Simon was going to fly with her, but at the last moment his plans were disrupted because of urgent business matters. He didn't plan to let his friend go alone, but she literally begged him because she hadn't seen her mom and brother for over a year. In the end, he agreed, set strict conditions and rules, which she had to strictly follow. Jason and Joanna were shocked at the changes that had happened to Lisa over the past year. She was nothing like the bright and cheerful beauty she had been before. She had literally become her own shadow. There was not a drop of makeup on her face. Her luxurious hair was pulled into a ponytail and hidden under a headdress. Her clothes were baggy, unattractive, and completely black. But it wasn't even the outward changes that were the most frightening. Lisa flinched every time the phone rang and instantly grabbed the receiver. It was one of Simon's conditions. She had to answer immediately at any time of day, no matter what she was doing at that moment. Lisa stayed at her mother's house all the time, refused to see her friends, and hardly ever went out. Joanna was alarmed and frightened by this behavior of her daughter, and she decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Then Lisa burst into tears and admitted that Simon always knows where she is, with whom she communicates, and what she talks about on the phone. Lisa also revealed that Simon doesn't allow her to work, see her friends, go to the gym, or have any hobbies. In fact, she had no friends left at all. Her mother was shocked. She began to persuade her daughter to stay in Canada, because in Australia she has nothing to keep her. But Lisa said that she loved Simon and did not want to break off the relationship with him. Lisa was sure that this is just a transitional period in their relationship, because they have been together for less than a year, and soon he will calm down and loosen his grip. She also added that her lover cares about her and wishes her only good. Despite pleas from her family to stay and attempts to convince Lisa that the relationship was unhealthy, she decided to move back to Australia to stay with Gaetani. Lisa reassured her mother, saying that there was nothing to worry about and that Simon loved her and would not hurt her. Prisoner. After Lisa returned, the situation only got worse. Simon forbade her to leave the apartment, and if they went out together, she had to look only at her feet so as not to meet the eyes of other men. Moreover, Simon began to call Lisa by her second name, Cecilia, because it seemed more decent to him. In the spring of 2011, Lisa began to complain of pain in her leg. It was an old injury received in his youth during ballet classes. But instead of taking her to the hospital, Gaetani hired a female physical therapist who came to their home 3 times a week to give her massages. She soon became Lisa's only friend and confidant, to whom Lisa spoke candidly about the difficult situation she found herself in. On June 12th, for Lisa's 30th birthday, Simon decided to throw a party at the most expensive restaurant in Sydney. But among the guests were only Simon's relatives and people from his inner circle. Lisa, on her own birthday, boyfriend did not allow to invite anyone. At the end of the evening, Simon proposed to Lisa by putting a ring on her finger. Hardem responded with consent and then cried, but all present noticed that these were not tears of joy, but rather tears of despair and hopelessness. Back home, Lisa called her mother and informed her of her engagement, sobbing into the phone. But Joanna was not at all happy about it. She began to persuade her daughter to leave this man, and, as soon as possible, to return home to Canada. In response, Lisa only asked her mother never to start such conversations on the phone. At that moment, she already realized that the fiancé was listening to the calls, although she did not know for sure. Escape planned for a while, Lisa tried to distract herself with thoughts of the upcoming wedding and began planning the festivities. When she decided to consult with Simon about something related to the event, he rudely cut her off and told her that he would choose the place by her address and make the guest list. Lisa was utterly crushed, for she had no say even here. During another visit to the physiotherapist, Lisa admitted that she couldn't go on like this, but she couldn't leave because her fiancé wouldn't let her go. Together they developed a plan according to which Lisa, at each visit of the masseuse, gave her some of her belongings for safekeeping, but did everything so that Simon did not notice anything. On July 28, Simon left his laptop at home in a hurry, which he usually carried with him everywhere. Lisa took advantage of this and looked into it, and her worst fears were realized. There she found a spyware program, with the help of which the fiancé received all the data from her phone, as well as numerous recordings of her conversations with her mother. But the most horrifying discovery was the surveillance footage from the security cameras located in every room of their apartment. That same day, Lisa, using her physical therapist's phone, called her mother and asked her to come on the next flight to her apartment and take her home. However, Joanna could not leave work so quickly. She needed time to ask for an excuse to switch shifts with one of her colleagues. Afterwards, the woman could never forgive herself for this delay. Back home, Simon immediately realized that his fiancée had taken his laptop and seen the spyware. Lisa cried, trying to figure out why she deserved to be treated that way. But Simon only pointed out that he'd done it for her own good. Accident or murder? The next day, July 29th, a serious conversation took place between the young people, the recording of which was later presented in court. Lisa was in tears and asked to go home, but Gaetani calmly and confidently said that this would never happen, asked Lisa to calm down, and claimed that she had mental problems. On the morning of July 30th, 2011, Lisa got up early, got fully dressed, and put her documents and essentials in her purse. She locked herself in the bathroom and called her mother one last time, telling her that if anything happened to her, it would be Simon's fault. Apparently, Lisa wanted to leave the apartment unnoticed while her fiancé slept, but she failed. What happened next can only be guessed. According to neighbors, they heard a scream in the hallway, but did not have time to react because all abruptly hushed. And exactly a minute later, a young woman fell from the balcony of the 15th floor, crashing to her death. Several passers-by on the street also heard the scream and saw a body falling from a height, but did not have time to realize what was happening. According to a guy who was walking his dog that morning and was closest to the scene, he heard a noise and looked up. The eyewitness saw a man holding something large, which he then threw down. When passers-by came to the place of the fall, they saw a young woman lying on the ground, but all attempts to help her were in vain as she died instantly, having received extensive injuries. 3 minutes later, Gaetani, dressed in his pajamas, ran out into the street. He was crying, saying he didn't know how he was going to live his life, and claiming that he hadn't caught his fiancée in time. At first glance, it looked like an accident, but Simon himself was quick to claim that his fiancée had voluntarily passed away. A note in his pocket and a frightening video. Strange things began as soon as the body was taken to the morgue and examined. In different pockets were found fragments of a note torn into small pieces with the text, "There are cameras everywhere in the apartment." Probably Lisa was afraid that Simon might find the message, so she turned the note into a kind of garbage and scattered it in different pockets. A check showed that there were indeed a lot of cameras in the apartment, but the hard disk with recordings could not be found, and Simon claimed that there was no video recording at all. A surveillance camera in the communal hallway, on the other hand, captured something frightening. The short clip shows Lisa running out of the apartment and calling for help, but her fiancé grabs her from behind, covers her mouth, and drags her back in. This happened a minute before she fell off the balcony. And it was this scream that the neighbors heard, and Gaetani's laptop was found to contain a recording of a conversation he and Lisa had the night before the tragedy, as well as spyware that Simon used to spy on his fiancée. According to Simon, he and Lisa had an argument that morning, and she became hysterical. She ran out into the hallway screaming, but he brought her back because he didn't want to put on a show for the neighbors. In the apartment, he picked up the phone to call her mother. But Lisa ran out to the balcony at that moment and threw herself down, and he ran after her but did not catch her in time. He claimed that she had threatened to take her own life before, but he didn't take her words seriously. But Gattani attributed the spy program to his concern for his fiancée's safety. Trial and sentencing. In the course of the trial, Simon was accompanied by already a new pasta, 22-year-old model Rachel Louise, who was just incredibly similar to his dead fiancé. However, later it was said that the girl just wanted to become famous at the expense of this high-profile case, and therefore willingly talked to the press and appeared on television, saying that Gattani would never raise his hand on a woman. Simon's lawyers tried to convince the court that Lisa suffered from a mental disorder, was prone to hysterics, and could have voluntarily passed away. Even a long history of anorexia and treatment in a clinic came up. The defense also argued that the defendant, being short in stature, simply could not physically lift Lisa, who was taller than him, and also could not throw her off the balcony. But this version was refuted by a trainer from the gym, which Simon had attended regularly for many years. According to the trainer, the defendant worked with heavy weights, was much stronger than he appeared outwardly, and could easily have lifted Lisa. This was also supported by the absence of Lisa's fingerprints on the railing and the glass barrier, as she could not have jumped without leaning on them. Also testifying in court was the physiotherapist to whom Lisa had told in detail everything that had happened to her and had given her belongings in the hope of escaping from the tyrant. It was her testimony that was decisive. Gattani was found guilty of murdering his fiancée and sentenced to 26 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 18 years. Rachel Louise threw a tantrum and began to insult the judge, for which she was removed from the room. All attempts by Simon and his lawyers to challenge the court's decision were rejected, and the verdict remained in force. Rachel soon dumped her boyfriend, saying in an interview that it was difficult for them to maintain a relationship in prison, but she remains convinced of his innocence. Story 8. The Case of Matthew Winkler, Secrets of a Religious Family. Sometimes the most horrible and unpredictable crimes are committed in seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society can come crisis, which will be unnoticed by others, but literally poison the lives of all members of the family and eventually lead to tragedy. Were considered by many to be a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters looked happy, had everything they needed for a comfortable life, were healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we heard only one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, Sex and Murder, Secrets of a Pastor. March 22, 2006. The small town of Selmer, Tennessee, shook the terrible news. A 31-year-old pastor named Matthew Winkler was brutally murdered in his own home, and his wife Mary and their 3 daughters, 8-year-old Patricia, 6-year-old Maria Eliza, and 1-year-old Brianna disappeared without a trace. That day the preacher of the Church of Christ did not show up for the evening service, where he was supposed to attend with his family. This circumstance seemed strange and suspicious, because Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. None of the family members also answered the phone, which was even more disturbing. Alarmed community members decided to go to the Winklers' residence to find out what had happened and if they needed help. From the outside, the house looked normal. The windows and doors were intact and nothing suspicious was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms. They could hear a television playing quite loudly in one of the rooms. It gave the impression that the owners of the house were busy doing their own thing. The front door was locked, but no one answered the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtained windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or if anyone was there. However, even though the whole situation was quite strange, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, a call was made to an elder of the religious community, who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took another hour and a half, and when members of the community were finally able to get inside the house, they found an eerie scene. Everything in the house was in its place. There was no sign of intruders, but the owners were nowhere to be seen either. Everything seemed normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. In a pool of his own blood lay the pastor's body. There was a huge hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood spattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had already cooled and stiffened. It was obvious that Matthew had been lying there for many hours and had probably been killed in the morning because he was dressed in his pajamas. It was only after this that a call was made to the police. By the time the police arrived, a whole crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and casual passers-by had gathered in and around the house, interested in what was going on. All of these people had left their fingerprints at the crime scene. They left their fingerprints and shoe prints, erased or trampled possible evidence, greatly complicating the work of investigators. The police took the body for forensic examination and found that the pastor was killed by a single shot in the back, fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound, from massive blood loss, unable to call for help. It was simply impossible to establish definitively whether there were any strangers in the house at that time, because the people who had arrived before the police arrived had literally destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was quite strange, and those who could shed any light on what happened disappeared. The fate of the wife and daughters of the murdered man remained unknown. The police assumed that the woman and children could have been kidnapped or also killed. By the way, the family minivan Winklers also disappeared from the garage. A massive search was launched, and the state issued a yellow alert. This meant that children were missing, and all citizens were asked to be vigilant and assist in the search. But let's break this whole story down from the beginning. Matthew Bryan Winkler was born in 1974, November 21st, in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee, and was the youngest of 3 sons of Dan and Diane Winkler. Our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, grew up in a rather conservative Christian family. Their parents were very religious and brought up their sons in strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a minister of the church in the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and Gria Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. were all preachers of the gospel at one time. The father, to top it all off, ran the local preacher's school and was a man respected and influential in his hometown. In their younger years, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and were active in church activities. In addition, Matthew in high school was seriously interested in soccer, and everyone who saw his game on the field noted that he had talent, and he could well become an outstanding athlete of world renown. However, later the young man decided to sacrifice a promising sports career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Since the preaching activity of the head of the family was associated with frequent travel, his wife and children almost always followed him. Because of this, Matthew changed several schools in his childhood, but the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, his family lived in a small city called Austin, located in the state of Texas. Matthew was a creative person, had a powerful charisma, but here are some outstanding achievements in studies could not boast. After graduating from high school, he entered the college Fried Hard Amen and successfully completed it. In parallel, the young man began to try his hand as a pastor under the careful guidance of his father. Matthew was the youth minister of the Central Church of Christ in the city of McMinnville. He was later appointed to the preaching position at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Geist Township, Tennessee, and was the oldest of 2 daughters to her parents. She was also raised in a deeply religious family with strict rules. The head of the family for many years served as a pastor in the Christian church, where the girl attended Sunday school. A few years later, a second daughter was born to the family and named Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and had a number of serious health problems, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents did not want to put up with the disappointing diagnoses of the child and desperately tried to treat her, agreeing even to experimental therapy. However, it did not bring any particular improvement. Mary tenderly loved her little sister, always treated her with awe, and cared for her as best she could. But in 1987, when 10-year-old Patricia was bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away to take something from the bathing accessories, and at that very moment the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister was no longer breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had come to nothing. It was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped. But her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to these sessions. saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In fact, the girl never received real moral support from her parents. Mary grew up modest and quite shy. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after the tragic death of her little sister, she became withdrawn. Since her father did not allow her to seek help from a specialist, the trauma over the years has resulted in serious psychological problems. After the death of Patricia, the parents decided to adopt a little girl named Charlotte, who was from a dysfunctional large family. Soon the couple was also allowed to take custody of Charlotte's two brothers and sister, so the family was reunited in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister and took care of the younger children while helping her mother. Matthew and Mary Winkler, family life. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he was a very popular guy. He did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people immediately developed a liking for each other, which quickly grew into love. For both of them, it was the first strong feeling in their lives, and after a couple of months, they met each other's parents, and having received their blessing, began to plan a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers got married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family was still in college and was forced to leave school for a while. He took a job at a construction site, but long there did not last because he was not used to hard physical labor. During this period, for the first time made himself aware of the difficult character of Matthew. He was often angry with others, irritated at small things, and sometimes he could not control his anger. But Mary tried not to complain and not to tell anyone about what was happening in her family. A meek young woman, brought up in the spirit of patriarchy, obeyed her husband in everything. At first, the Winklers lived near the house of Mary's parents, so she was able to see them regularly. But soon Mrs. Freeman was diagnosed with cancer, which rapidly progressed, and in just a few months she literally burned from the disease. It was another shock for Mary, and the care of her underage siblings now fell on her shoulders. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Mary was pregnant again at that time. But soon after the birth of their second daughter, the family moved to another city where they bought their own small house. After the move, Mary was completely absorbed in the care of the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father as well as with younger brothers and sisters, who were too demanding and constantly needed attention. In addition, the young mother began to suffer from severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was closely acquainted with the family Winkler noted some oddities in the character and behavior of Mary. The young woman was characterized as an introvert and even sociophobic. She did not communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to make new acquaintances, much less friendships. She suffered from mood swings, was prone to melancholy, and any little thing could bring her to tears. While Matthew was building his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly withdrawn. The situation became even more complicated when Mary once again became pregnant, and a few months later she learned that the fetus had died in her womb. Such news strongly shook Mary, who was looking forward to the appearance of this child and very much dreamed of a large, friendly family. Again, to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test, she could only 2 years later, and her happiness was unbounded. This time, Mary hid her pregnancy for a long time, as if afraid of something. She did so until her situation became obvious. Once again, everyone began to talk about Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. The strange behavior of Mrs. Winkler was associated not only with the severe psychological trauma she suffered in childhood, but also with a very unhealthy environment within her own family, which only undermined her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public the Winklers looked like an ideal married couple, where there is trust, mutual respect, and harmony in reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard how the husband shouted and snapped at his wife for no apparent reason. No one could even imagine that a respected pastor could raise a hand on his wife until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident, the city quickly spread rumors about the cruelty of a young preacher who beats the mother of his children. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on, but for Mary, brought up in strictness, with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him. and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blabbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilection. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city where they planned to start over. They settled in Selma, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple and their family. A model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, Mary bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at targets. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. After another move of the couple, their financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was in search of various part-time jobs, and she also decided to get a medical degree to then get a job in a clinic and help sick children. Soon Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. What Mary was doing is commonly referred to as artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband owned. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks she received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees, who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows, without arousing suspicion. Whereas Mary disappeared too. When Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home, his wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing that they too might be in mortal danger. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after talking to neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the main suspect in the murder of her own husband. It was necessary to find out as soon as possible where Mary had disappeared to, where the children were, and if they were all right. They, as well as their family car, were put on the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made from Mary's bank card and to locate her location through her cell phone signal. Mary was found just a day later in an Alabama resort town, where she and her children were having fun at a local amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to give her children one last party, realizing that she would soon be going to prison and would see her girls very soon. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently told the same story. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their dad, and their mom picked up a gun to protect them. They were then forced to run for their lives. According to the girls, their father was alive and in the hospital, and they were soon to go and see him and return home. What exactly happened in the house, as it turned out, Patricia and Maria Eliza did not see, and learned about the events from the words of their mother. They only heard a gunshot and glimpsed their father lying on the floor, and then their mother put them in the car and they drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she could not reconstruct the entire chain of events of that day, referring to the temporary blur. According to her, her spouse had abused her for years, humiliating her and inducing her to forms of intimacy that were unacceptable to her. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fists. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place of employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed how the pastor insulted his wife, who carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always dissatisfied with something. The evening before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family, because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands was a shotgun which her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" To which she replied, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughters and left the house, and her husband, as experts have established, tried to reach for the phone to call for help, but he no longer had the strength to do so. By the way, the weapon of crime was found in the trunk of the car on which Mary left with the children. For what purpose she took it with her, Mrs. Winkler also could not answer. At the trial, Mrs. Winkler was found dead. The role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turned pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant, and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, this did not absolve Mary of responsibility for what she had done. In April 2007, the court delivered its final verdict in this complicated and confusing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised many questions. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year, where experts were trying to determine whether she could regain custody of her children upon release. In the summer of 2008, Mary was given sole custody of her daughters, who all this time lived with their paternal grandparents. Matthew's parents were extremely upset by this circumstance. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and suffered virtually no punishment for it, and now their granddaughters were given full custody of her. However, all their numerous attempts to file appeals had failed. As for the fraud case, it never went to trial. The bank never filed formal charges, and the whole story was dropped. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life.